Soulful Mark Lane here. Life by 10 was a tub of lard. Wiping her cheeks was mighty hard, but she had the help of a drunkard, and his name was Gene. Life by 10 blew her bunghole out. Snots and Crisco shot out her snout. The first responders sure did pout when they saw that tub of lard. Life by Jen loved her cheese. She didn't know her innards would seize. She always did what she pleased. Now her bunghole is blown out. Life by Jen blew her bunghole out. Snots and Crisco shot out her snout. The first responders sure did pout when they saw that tub of lard. Well, Life by Jen loved her cheese. She didn't know her innards would seize. She always did what she pleased. Now her bunghole is blown out. Life by 10 blew her bunghole out. Snots and Crisco shut out her snout. The first responders sure did pout when they saw that tub of lard. Life by 10 covered the corner slab.
Beef.
With grease and chunks and slimy flab.
Beef.
Her head was bright red like a crab. She blew her bunghole out. Wow! Life by 10 blew her bunghole out. Snots and Crisco shot out her snout. The first responders sure did pout when they saw that tub of lard. Gene went back under his bridge to one day find another smelly back bitch. Now he sells his cheeks for booze. One day his bunghole will be blown out. Wow! Life by 10 blew her bunghole out. Snots and Crisco shut out her snout. The first responders sure did pout when they saw that tub of lard. Another smelly fat bitch. Now he sells his cheese for booze. One day his bunghole will be blown out. Oh! Life by 10 blew her bunghole out. Snots and Crisco shut out her snout. The first responders sure did pout when they saw that tub of lard. Under his bridge to one day find another smelly fat bitch. Now he sells his cheeks for booze. One day his bunghole.
Hey, everybody. I don't have anything set up. I forgot that. I'm like, oh shit, I told people I do sightings. So here I am under contractual obligation. I kid, of course. Who doesn't love sightings? Guys, I remember what episode I was on. That was weird. I was like, I'm on 39, right? I was on 39. How the hell did I remember that? I don't remember anything. But I remembered that for some fucking reason. Guys, it's time for sightings.
Sightings. What's the British military hiding?
Two Army helicopters approached us and appeared to be
clearly hiding hands.
Startling videotape reveals the truth behind crop circle formations. Then, is the human race the result of an extraterrestrial experiment?
We are the direct descendants of the intelligent people who landed here.
Also, dangerous entities are terrorizing this hotel.
It's even possible these people don't know that they're dead.
Plus, a young girl's premonition turns to tragedy.
She drew that picture.
Wait, we've seen this one.
Going to die.
And
it was exactly the kind
didn't we see that one? The bitch who drew the bad picture?
of signal that we were looking for. It's a narrowband signal, clearly of intelligent origin.
Have we made contact with a civilization from another galaxy? Finally, an update. The sculptor whose psychic vision helps families find missing loved ones.
We've seen this one. What in the fudge? Am I not on 39? Hold on. Now I'm confused. So then we're on 40? I have a feeling they're showing the same episode over and over again.
On this
I'm going to try 40.
edition of Sightings.
We're probably dealing with the most important issue in the history of the human race.
If it's so important, why is the government hiding its UFO secrets?
Because they're cocksuckers.
UFOs are downright scary. When you get right down to it, it would have severe ramifications.
Then, healing miracles from inside Russia.
She saved my life.
Also, the mystery circles continue to form, and there are bizarre side effects.
It's known as getting
They
zapped.
gave me worms.
3 people became unconscious within the circle.
Plus, they call it the
Because they were
Trail of
drunk.
Death
It's England.
for a very good reason.
It's because they were fucking wasted.
haunted by pioneers.
Tim White is popping off.
Later, guided imagery saves lives. Then, do animals have a quake sense?
I didn't know what it was.
No, they just keep putting the same episode over and over again in the
She was
playlist.
trying to tell me. And then when the earthquake hit, I knew what was wrong.
Oh shit, guys, we got some good stuff. I'm already spooked. UFOs. ESP. That's what I mean. They're all drunk. I don't even know Kicking with Ben was making new content. You need your sightings. You need your Tim White shit bucket. You can't go anywhere without it.
Sightings. I'm Tim White. Most people understand and accept the government's need to keep certain projects top secret for reasons of national security. But
I
Sightings
like the
has
suit this week, and I like the tie.
spoken with former government personnel who charge that not only does the government keep certain projects secret, it also creates bogus projects to divert the prying eyes of the American public. It's called disinformation. What does the United States government and the military know about UFOs? And when did they know it?
But they're constantly trying to touch my Johnson.
50 years, researchers and private citizens have been asking for answers to no avail. Have we made contact with an extraterrestrial intelligence? Are we being kept from the truth through a systematic plan of disinformation?
Certainly there is a cover-up. That's not
That's a trustworthy guy.
important question. That's a given. The ability to maintain a cover-up is
like the sensible
directly
type?
proportional to the magnitude of the secret that's being kept.
Thanksgiving without no ham? What are you, a communist?
Secret is only that there are UFOs, that there are extraterrestrials coming here visiting the planet.
You think that
And I
was the name of the plan in the government handbook, the old switcheroo?
to you, that's not much of a secret.
When in doubt,
It has
the
to
old
be something
switcheroo.
so potentially shattering to the basic sociological structure of the planet that anybody privy to it takes one look at it and says, oh my God, we've got to keep the lid on this. How are we going to tell the public?
Charges of government conspiracy are nothing new. But what is new are revelations
Look at
that
these
not all
aliens,
secret
not
government projects
that we're
have been
fucking
for
you in the
greater
ass.
public good. As recently as the early
Pay attention to
1970s,
made-up aliens.
LSD was given to unwitting human subjects. In the 1940s,
I can't believe it. Things must be bad if they're trying to bring aliens back. You hear they're always having these hearings now in the Senate or whatever the fuck. These stupid aliens.
people received plutonium injections without their knowledge or consent.
Do aliens ball
And
smack? It's a
during
good
the
question.
Cold War, human guinea pigs were used to determine the effect of nuclear bombs dropped within close range. These experiments
Yeah, that's
and
why we have so many
hundreds of
codes
other secret
now.
military projects prove that the government is capable of large-scale deception. Clandestine operations in the name of national security came to public attention for the first time in the 1950s with the U-2 spy plane.
Just before it became operational in 1954, a plan was developed in which
That's
they
cool,
said,
dude.
how do you hide an airplane with a 60
I like that sweater. You can't even buy those sweaters anymore, can you?
foot wingspan?
I need it.
You don't.
Leo Janis worked in the Johnson White House before becoming a correspondent for Time magazine. In Skunk Works, Janis investigates
skunk,
the
you.
top secret test center where the U-2 was developed.
So they made up a story. And the story was that this airplane was being developed to study high altitude weather and so on and
Well,
so
that's what they're doing now because it tricks retards. It's not government stuff. It's fucking aliens.
and put out an official news release lying to
sassy
the
sweater.
American people.
But keeping the wraps on a new generation of spy plane is a far cry from maintaining a massive UFO conspiracy. skeptics charge that if our government does have evidence of alien craft or life forms, someone, somewhere would leak it.
U2's one of those bands that like weird old people like. Never understood U2. U2's like Pearl Jam, like the same type of people like both of those bands.
That a secret this big just could not be kept.
Nonsense. Nonsense. You can do it. I'm convinced of that.
George Knapp is another investigative reporter who believes that the U.S. government consistently hides the truth from the public.
They do.
He showed Sightings documents that outline government procedures for launching a disinformation campaign called cover stories.
Our government does it all the time. There are even printed guidelines for how cover stories, disinformation are...
Hey, didn't this guy turn out to be a fucking crazy guy? He's done other stuff.
Supposed to work.
Happy Thanksgiving to all the sassy boys, mamas, boys, and CCEEE.
It's going to be the greatest Thanksgiving ever. The best.
1994, there was even a review of the cover story policy by something called the Joint Security Commission, something hidden in the bowels of the Pentagon. And
best Thanksgiving ever.
They said it in a very delicate way.
I'm very excited for Thanksgiving.
Too much. We're doing it too much for the wrong reasons. It's too expensive. It's not getting the job done. But it recommended rewriting the guidelines for cover stories. In other words, let's revise the way we lie to the American public and the rest of the world.
I'm telling you, that George Knapp guy went nuts. Like, I think someone followed him around, and the guy was just crazy. He was, like, drunk all the time. He was, like, drinking and driving with a six-pack. Who knows? That could have been a hit piece. But that guy seems like the dude who'd be driving around with a six-pack talking about aliens and Bigfoot.
Robert O. Dean is a
I mean, it sounds like a cool dude, to be honest.
Army Sergeant Major.
I could be thinking of the wrong guy, though.
In Korea and Vietnam, and was later assigned to NATO's Supreme Headquarters Command. He claims to have had NATO's
recently.
highest security clearance, which is called, strangely, a cosmic top-secret clearance. It was during his tenure at NATO that Dean claims he read a 12-inch thick intelligence report on UFOs.
Sassy boy, sassy boy. Be honest with you and tell you
that is definitely a fucking sassy boy.
That information literally changed my life because I knew for the first time that this subject was not fantasy, it wasn't myth, it wasn't legend, it was real. It was true.
He's another Linda Moulton Howe latch on. But I think that guy was like just a loon, just doing it for beer money.
Breaking his silence now, nearly 30 years after reading that life-changing report.
One of the reasons I'm violating my national security oath is that
You've never had national security, you lying fruit. If you were violating that, they would throw you in jail in a second. You lying douchebag. All these guys have national security clearances.
Believe
and karate suits for some reason.
That the American people are losing their constitution because of the secrecy and the cover-up.
This is also one of these assholes we've seen before do one of those talks.
We've got people in positions of power that are making national policy that were never elected for this. They're not accountable or not responsible to either the executive or the
names, you lying douchebag. The government would never hire anybody with a haircut like that.
Legislative branch, and that's got to stop.
Dean and others charge that secret government enterprises called black projects are far more widespread and far more damaging than most people believe. And the best minds in the
Billy Mitchell might have had clearance, but this guy never did.
Are in charge of keeping them secret.
The people who engage in disinformation are a lot better at it than we are at figuring it out.
This document from the CIA's Office of Scientific Intelligence reveals that the agency was proposing a UFO disinformation plan as early as 1952. The document also details an investigation of NICAP, a private UFO watchdog group.
They spied on it, they infiltrated it, they became officers in it, and soon thereafter, the regular members who'd kept this thing going for a number of years...
Yeah, but they're talking about misinformation. That's exactly what they are.
Lost interest.
Despite hundreds of pages of documentary evidence, the only officially recognized government investigation of UFOs is Project Blue Book.
How would you say Billy Mitchell switched DK arcade boards? Billy Mitchell is a saint on earth.
Now, I look upon Blue Book itself as a little bit of...
When it comes to Billy Mitchell, the truth is everyone is just jealous.
Information. To tell the people, yes, we're doing something, when in reality, Blue Book, as we understood it, was simply a public relations stunt. And those of us who really dug into it know that Blue Book was a cover. It was a PR cover.
It's true, punk rock.
They didn't really address the reality of the issues. It was a
They're jealous. They're jealous of his Donkey Kong and Pac-Man scores. They're jealous, and most of all, they're jealous of his hot sauce and his Rock and Do.
PR attempt to show the public, well, we're doing some research. Yeah, we're really paying attention to it. But most of the real solid material never went to Blue Book. And Air Force pilots knew this.
And
yeah, the wife with the big fake canes, they're jealous of her too.
This information continues to this day.
To give you an example of the most recent example of absurd disinformation was this incident involving the Roswell incident.
Molten Howe, if you guys don't remember, that was the old bag we were making fun of, whose dad or her dad was some like high government dude in aviation or something. But Molten Howe was on a live stream showing an alien pic that got outed as an Xbox game cover, then doubled down with a remote viewer buddy CIA feller who said the game cover pics are Fed cover-ups.
First, the Air Force says it was a weather balloon. And 50 years later, they said,
you know, you always just look what their parents are or who they're related to. You can always see the scams.
We're sorry. It really wasn't a weather balloon. It was much more than that, but it was a balloon.
Were you there?
Project Mogul. Well,
you weren't even there, dude.
I'm tempted to use terms that you'll have to bleep out. This is garbage. That's disinformation.
You're not impressed by Civil War figurines?
That's lying through your teeth to the American people. And if that isn't disinformation, I don't know what is.
That guy swindled so many soccer moms. Thousands and thousands of soccer moms.
Referring to is this 23-page statement about the Roswell incident released by the Air Force in late 1994. In it, the Air Force attempted to link veteran researcher Stanton Friedman to ludicrous stories in the tabloid.
Ludicrous?
They said in 1978, an article appeared in a tabloid
It's all the same dudes.
the National
Dude, all these
Enquirer.
guys are misinformation because it's always the same fucking 5 guys.
The fact of the matter is, there wasn't an article in the Enquirer. So it's not only wrong information, it has a purpose.
It's unruly
to
information.
Create a false picture.
Yeah, that's what you
of
are,
what
dude.
was going on. After all, it's just tabloid nonsense.
Bob Dean believes that there have also been attempts to discredit his UFO investigations.
We're not merely dealing with probably the most important issue of our time. We're probably dealing with the most important issue in the history of the human race. This is something.
Yeah, but remember we looked up who her mom was, or her dad was.
In my heart.
It was like the Colorado, I don't know, whatever the head of aviation is. I don't know. I forget the exact title, but
the truth on this issue will literally set us free.
George Knapp is not so optimistic.
I don't see any way it's ever going to end. The nature of the information itself. I mean, we all say we have a right to know. We want to know. We're ready. I'm not sure we are ready. You know, some of the more outrageous aspects of alien visitation, UFOs, are downright scary. And we can say we're ready all we want, but I think when you get right down to it, it would have severe ramifications.
Sightings is in the midst of its own investigation into charges of a government UFO conspiracy.
He likes to drink like Bugger,
We have
I think.
examined hundreds of documents, including this Air Force study that concludes that there is a possibility of alien visitors to our planet, or at least of alien-controlled UFOs. We'll bring you our full report on upcoming editions of Sightings.
A lot of beards in the UFO truther community. Because back in the fucking late 80s, early 90s, only like drunk, broken down con men had beards.
Sightings continues.
It's not as common as it is today.
But now, Russian psychics share their healing secrets.
She saved my life.
Oh shit.
In the 1970s, Americans saw startling black and white film of Russian psychics apparently endowed with telekinetic powers. Were they fakes, magicians, or could they really move objects with the power of the mind? Americans had no way of knowing. Russia was a closed society. But today, our Sightings crew traveled freely in a more open Russia, searching for those legendary psychics.
Oh, it's that
In
Tetris
Moscow,
building.
Our Russian contact suggested that film of psychics with telekinetic powers was part of a U.S. propaganda campaign aimed at discrediting the Soviet Union. And that while America was focused on bogus mentalists, real Russian psychics
I didn't know we were
healing
gonna get some
people
hoes in this.
with serious illnesses.
She saved my life.
They say I died 10 times.
Can we make it 11? Can we make it 11, please?
With the help of a healer, my child recovered before my eyes.
Kid don't look good
Our
to me.
sightings
Kid
team
looked like he was
has
dying.
interviewed many people throughout the former Soviet Union who
You know that
claim
dude plays Wheel of Fortune on that thing when no one's looking.
that they have been healed through the supernatural power of a psychic healer.
Whoa! She was making chi balls, guys. You see that? Wait, chi balls.
Supernatural power of a psychic healer.
She did it! Golbs never did
And
that.
no healer is more renowned than 65-year-old Maria Larionova, who believes that she can transfer healing energy.
Hey, that's that guy. What's that guy that has a podcast that's always yapping about Trump? He went to jail. It's Steve Bannon. There he is. There's Steve Bannon. That bitch is Down syndrome.
My hands are covered with invisible gloves. On my right hand, there are
You tricking poor Down syndrome people.
inscriptions and the stamp of 3 saints.
The cosmic symbols that Larionova describes are not visible to the naked eye.
Steve
But
Bannon.
x-rays of her right hand reveal this strange pattern beneath the skin.
Oh, that's
Larionova
dude.
believes that this pattern was placed in her hand to remind her of the mysterious healing energy that she possesses. And her claims are supported by government-run health organizations, which place tremendous
Maybe
faith
she
in
just likes staring at people's backs.
the power of Larionova and other psychic healers.
Since I was born, I have always known that I can raise the dead, heal, and solve problems.
She can raise the dead. I call
People have
bullshit
Earth.
on this one.
When I meditate, I
Look at her.
connect with my own spirit first, and then with the spirit of the Heavenly Father, the Cosmic Father with the cosmic reason. I feel energy pouring down from space,
Jealous nerds.
touching me. At these times, I can heal.
Edward Naumoff
How
is
come psychics always have weird hair? Psychics always have stupid looking hair.
president of the International Psychotropic Association and a leading authority on parapsychology. He has traced psychic healers as far back as Ivan the Terrible, through Rasputin's supposed healing of Tsar Nicholas II's hemophiliac son, and into the present.
Many powerful people secretly ask for
Can't trust
advice
that
and
weird
used
site.
it, like Stalin. Brezhnev himself was treated by a psychic healer. There have always been a lot of psychics in Russia. The Inquisition didn't kill them. They were killed in the West.
Bring back Hogan.
And therefore there are fewer there. But in
Look at that
Russia,
tie, dude.
many such talented psychics remained.
Sightings was invited to observe a demonstration of psychic healing. Carillion photographs
You know, if you're a psychic, you could slut it up a little bit. I'm just saying.
of Mazia's fingertips were taken before and will be taken after a
Bring
healing
Hogan
session.
back to life.
These photographs are said to capture an electromagnetic aura emanating from the human body.
Whoa!
This woman is suffering from liver disease.
She like told her, hey, can you do some Mortal Kombat moves in front of the camera, please?
Before Mazia begins, doctors take baseline readings of the patient's physical condition.
That would be hell on
using
earth
an
for Jack.
electronic sensor popular in Russia, but little known in this country. Doctors will compare these readings to those taken after the patient's
Maybe
session.
Turple
with
doesn't want to
Mazia.
come back.
My grandmother possessed a healing gift as well as a gift for black and white magic. My abilities came to me through the genes.
Her power just gives bitches bad haircuts. That's what she looked like after she was all done. It's like, oh, that's my hair.
And white magic. My abilities came to me through the
Creepy
genes.
ass dude.
This is the Carillion photograph of Mazia's fingertip taken before the
Whoa.
healing session. This
What now,
is the same fingertip
naysayers?
after the session. There is a marked increase in the amount of electromagnetism represented here in red. Researchers believe that it is this increased magnetism that somehow creates an environment conducive to healing.
I felt so happy. I even had
She
tears
felt so happy. I felt so happy.
in my eyes, but it was from happiness. I felt extremely light. I wanted to fly
She saw
away.
visions of the ball in her head.
And when the doctors compared readings that they had taken before and after the session, there were dramatic changes in the patient's physiology.
All organs are returning to normal. It seems that they are in balance and she has entered the corridor of hell.
But the doctors also cautioned.
That's every time I press the stream button. I've entered the corridor of hell.
Thus, that the effects of the healing seem to be temporary. Doctors here are continuing to work with Masia and other psychic healers in a long-term study.
Oh, whoa. Give us a spin.
I have had many different treatments over the years for my condition.
But my head gets more square every session. My head gets more square-y.
Been declared dead 10 times before finding this procedure.
Larionova specializes in healing spinal injuries and severe spinal deformities. She claims that she can relieve pain and correct deformities through a kind of psychic massage in which she transfers energy into her patients. During healing sessions, Sightings observed Larionova emitted a strange whistling sound that she told us
from her
was
ass.
An audible manifestation of the mysterious power.
It was a manifestation from her ass
inside her. Another seeming manifestation of Larionova's power can be seen in these photographs. Special heat-sensitive film has captured something surrounding Larionova's hands that resembles a mist or fog. Only her hands have been photographed in this way, leading researchers to believe there is an important connection between this phenomenon and Larionova's supposed psychic powers. As strange as these healing methods may seem to us, they are part of a long tradition of healing in Russia that has outlasted changing governments and ideologies.
Since Imperial Russia, we have looked for a material source of paranormal phenomena. In the West, only the psychological part has been developed, while we try to penetrate the depths of psychology and physiology.
We are only now learning what 70 years of communist rule tried to keep hidden. Throughout Russia and the Commonwealth of Independent States.
Yeah, a lot of vodka drinking and a lot of bitch beating. A lot of wife beating and a lot of vodka.
Psychics are performing healing miracles worthy of further study using Western methods. But the study has yet to begin. For many people, psychic healing is a last resort after all traditional medical approaches have failed. But in most of the towns and villages throughout the former Soviet Union, psychic healers are the only healers. Their psychic powers are accepted without question, just as they have been for centuries.
Next, a crop circle.
Oh, these crappy-ass crop circles. Not those again.
These formations are the product of a creative and inventive intelligence.
Sightings!
Recently, Sightings brought you remarkable videotape of mysterious lights that appear to be creating a crop circle in southern England. The British Ministry of Defense dismissed the lights, claiming they were simply reflections from helicopter strobe lights. But the lights keep appearing, and the crop circles keep forming.
These motherfuckers talk a lot about crop circles. Every episode. It's fucking crop circles.
If the Avebury mystery lights are simply reflections and crop circles are all hoaxes, why is this military helicopter so interested in this field in southern England?
Maybe they're doing training exercises or something.
A crop circle has just been formed. If they have nothing to hide,
it's a terrible,
why do they appear to be
terrible
threatening
10-year-old
this civilian
made
photographer
crop
with
circles.
low altitude maneuvers?
Whoa, easy.
They're obviously doing this quite
Whoa! Yeah, the ones over here, there's no pride in their work. Over there, over in England, they take pride in their work.
As a direct threat, the photographer continues filming the helicopter. He tracks it to an adjoining field.
I think it might be the beans for breakfast that makes the difference. Those ketchup beans.
Suddenly stops and begins to hover just above a bright, anomalous light. The light is seen here, more brilliant than sunlight, pulsing in a seemingly random pattern. One witness recorded his on-site impressions.
They show the same. I know the same.
Some flashing thing on the ground.
They just repeat the same stories over again.
Crop circle experts are investigating the possibility that these lights are, in some way, related to crop circles. One theory being tested suggests that the lights are swirling energy balls that create an electromagnetic vortex which flattens but does not.
All right, what drunk said that? I think it's energy balls, man. All right. I think it's energy
Burn
balls too.
crops. Researchers do not believe it is a coincidence that crop circles appear almost immediately after the lights are observed.
It's going to be the greatest Thanksgiving
What we've
ever.
seen repeatedly
I've decided. I put my foot down.
is malfunctioning of.
Anyone have any weird family members that's going to spaz about Trump winning? I love those stories. I've never been around like the people who were that loony about politics.
Electronic equipment.
Your energy balls are itchy?
Which instantly starts to work
Energy
again
ball
as
smack?
soon as you go out.
The effect of this unknown energy seems to wreak havoc with more than just electronic equipment. Many people claim to have felt its effects.
You can call everyone a Zionist shill?
It's known as getting zapped.
Everyone is a Zionist shill, though. Let's be
And
honest.
a first echelon zap is simply a standard headache, standard nausea. It lasts
Only one.
a couple of hours after you leave the circle. I've had this experience personally. And then
you don't have to say
there
them
are
then.
circles which are so energetic, everybody who goes in them at the start feels ill.
Yeah, but that's not.
And we
that's
had
reasonable.
one this year which was so powerful. 3 people became unconscious within the circle.
Half a world away, in Canada,
Your mom hates
Pat
Blum?
Grant, who is blind, has also experienced strange
But
effects.
she wasn't invited. Oh no.
Inside a crop circle.
And when we walked in, I got a very,
done.
very frightening
It's Alice.
feeling. Like there was something out there that was watching me that I didn't know about. It was just a very eerie force around me.
I think that whatever is doing this, whoever is doing this, is very concerned for us. That these formations are...
I just mean people like start. You always hear these probably fake Reddit stories of people spazzing.
the product of a massive
sweet
and
TV back there.
prodigious intelligence, a creative and inventive intelligence. They are not taking over the radio waves and making some verbal announcement.
Where do you guys
in
think
our
we
own
got the
turf.
PS3 from? You think someone from Earth came up with that amazing technology?
Which we can then talk about and consider and have meetings at the UN about, because they know that's not worked.
Syriologist Michael Glickman continues to find new formations around the world that support his contention that this will be another magic year.
What do you think these people in the background are talking about?
Calls it for crop circles.
We got virtual
I looked up and I saw blood trickling down on the wall.
Ghostly entities haunt the
Trail of Dale!
Oregon
Finally,
Trail.
something interesting.
Then, guided imagery may save the life of this child. And is it a myth, or can pets really predict violent
PS Triple
truth
came from
changes?
aliens. Look at that little guy.
It's called America's longest graveyard. Between 1840 and 1860, more than
It's a kid museum.
300,000 pioneers used the Oregon Trail to reach the West, and more than 20,000
It might have been. I just know for a fact that the PS3 came from aliens.
died and were buried along the way.
That's
Now,
true.
more
The
than
alien
a
girl in the
century
commercial.
later, people in an area near the Oregon Trail's end believe that they are being haunted. Journal entry, 1843. My wife is sick. I carry my babe through snow and mud and water almost to my knees.
1 in 10 of the people who started west would die on the trail.
The 2,000-mile-long Oregon Trail exacted a terrible human toll.
Awesome game.
For every mile of trail, there are about 15 unmarked graves.
There were many accidents, gunshot wounds, children falling out of wagons and being run over by wheels.
The wagons were filled to capacity with supplies. The pioneers
why the
had to
PS3 is
walk.
so cool.
It was a 5-month trek if you were one of the lucky ones.
There would be over
That bitch is gonna go hobble some dude she has trapped in the other room. She's gonna go hobble him
300,000 people
and call him
who
Mr.
headed
Man.
west. So there would be over 30,000 graves along the trail.
Today, the last stretch of the Oregon Trail has a new name, Interstate 80. And Trail's End is flanked by homes and industry never dreamed of by the pioneers.
That's right.
But for many, the pioneer spirit of those first settlers still remains.
Yeah, because you never had time. You never had any time to play the whole fucking game of Oregon Trail, so you just bought all ammo and just shot everything.
I was getting ready for work one morning, and I looked up.
Like, when did kids ever... I never had time to play the fucking Oregon Trail, because it's like, oh, you can play with it for like 15 minutes. Well, you can get nowhere in 15 minutes?
Saw blood trickling down on the wall.
Oh, shit.
Recently, Sightings was contacted by a family who live very close to Trail's End. Although they have asked us not to reveal their last name or the town in which they live, the family wants to tell...
Those are the coolest fucking people you ever seen.
Or the town in which they...
Cool motherfuckers right there. Look at that sweet dude.
Live. The family wants to tell their story.
One time we had a butter knife on top of the butter.
What? There was a butter knife on the butter? Get the fuck out of here. I'd burn the house down.
Sarah and I were watching television, and all of a sudden the knife flew across the kitchen.
What?
Julie, Gary, and their daughters.
That's like, one time I had an 18-pack in the refrigerator. I came by to drink some, and it was gone. I woke up. I bought myself an 18-pack. I woke up 12 hours later and went to the fridge to grab one, and they were gone.
Sarah believe that they are living with ghosts. Ghosts from the Oregon Trail.
They come in different forms. Like, they come in like lights, or they come as real people.
We had a
And they always have the same aftershave smell that my uncle does.
Sitting over there by the table in the living room, and we'd come home and the plant would be in the middle of the floor.
Julie and Gary believe that
Number Munchers was the game to play.
These photographs capture physical manifestations of apparitions
Whoa,
the
there it
entire
is!
family has felt, including the family dog.
They're haunting the dog's ass.
Our dog Bandit, he sits there and he looks the air. He barks at like somebody's petting him.
Who doesn't love
Most
Number
of the
Munchers?
activity takes place in what used to be Sarah's bedroom.
I woke up one night, it was about 4 o'clock in the morning, and I saw someone. It was just like a light and figure of a person, and I didn't think anything of it until my bed made
She
an
takes after the dad. She's got the same
and
sweet
they started
dude.
walking towards my room, and then I turned over so I wouldn't have to see them, and then I got a bloody nose, which usually happens when they're near me.
She'd get to the point that she wouldn't go into her room. Sarah would have to sleep on the floor.
See, I only played a handful of games in school. I only played Number Munchers once in a while. They never let us play the fucking thing. Number Munchers sometimes. Oregon Trail like once. And then I remember in high school they'd let us play Arkanoid on this little Apple computer.
Our bedroom.
That's all I ever played in
She was
school.
afraid to go into her
Like
room.
once each. I never really got to play anything.
When the spirits turned violent, Julie called in a local psychic and family friend.
Where are you today?
Linda felt the presence of a pioneer spirit too. She did some research and discovered that the home was built on land once owned by pioneers who had lost many family members to the Oregon Trail.
There's no doubt in my mind that the whole area is
Was it the one with the black lady on it? What was that? What was her name? She had this weird name.
by pioneers that were killed along the trail.
Although only one family has come forward, many locals told our Sightings crew, off the record, about the ghost of a little boy who wanders through town.
Mavis Bacon.
One day my friend and I were walking down by the playground, and there's a little boy, and he was holding onto the pole like he was very scared. And when we
See, I
looked
never
back,
had any of that cool shit. Oh wait, no, they let us play some once in a while they let us play some cheesy NASCAR 3D game.
10 seconds later, he was gone. Well, there's no way he could have gone out of the playground because the whole entire playground is fenced. And if he would have gone out, we would have heard him and seen him.
Oh, shit.
It's a beautiful playground, but if you drive by, you'll see there's absolutely no children in it.
Because it's full of spooky ghosts. Yeah, it's because that guy with the dark hair is jerking off in the bushes. don't let your kid over there. That guy jerks off in the bushes. I seen him.
And haven't been, because there's a spirit little boy that
My
comes
property, and it's my bush. If I want to jerk off in my bush, I'll do it.
out and wants to play with the children. And it frightens the children.
It's like the room doesn't
Sightings asked parapsychologist Dr. William Roll, an expert in psychokinesis, to conduct an investigation. He was joined by paranormal researcher Alex Thomas.
And there seems to be a line of activity coming through from that far wall through this corner. Okay.
Everyone in this shot right now is dead.
Was this your room, Sarah?
Yeah.
The team believes that the haunting here is caused by a phenomenon known as place memory.
There has been so many things pass through this area, so many people, so many tragedies. The
So many
Oregon
tragedies,
Trail,
right.
the trail of death. In
Damn.
this particular case, the stuff that's being generated from deep within inside
Shouldn't
the
have tried
earth
to cross the river like that, idiots.
is much like the playback portion of the tape recorder, and the mind is acting like the
Jack,
speaker.
Would you behave yourself?
Dr. Roll believes a geologic fault located directly under the home may be influencing the ghostly activity.
Sometimes the natural
You're sad.
energies combine
Dr. William Rolls sad.
to
He's dead,
create
like everyone else.
very striking effects. One of the effects that are produced, it's like sort of mini tornadoes, sometimes lights. Animals will...
That dog is fucking haunted, dude. That's one haunted dog.
often respond to them.
But electromagnetic anomalies generated by the fault don't explain the poltergeist activity Julie reported seeing.
Some of the occurrences in the home, such as the plant moving across the floor, appear to be due to PK, to psychokinesis, a mind over matter effect.
What
Dr.
is wrong
Roll
with that
believes that the haunting is caused by unusual natural forces combined with supernatural residue imprinted on the land.
Oh, that explains everything.
His findings
Oh, it's
have
just
encouraged the
hey,
family-
don't worry, guys. It's just the supernatural residue on the ground. Yeah, don't worry. Go back to bed. It's just residue.
in their decision to move away, somewhere with less
Oregon
history,
prospectors.
far from the Oregon Trail.
No one can say with certainty whether or not Central Oregon is.
I wonder if the sightings desk still exists. I wonder if it's out there in someone's house.
Experiencing spiritual residue from the past.
You got to bring back the pompadour
But this
mullet.
story does remind us that the American dream is often built on the suffering of those who tried but failed to make it.
Next, guided imagery is saving lives.
He made it go away with his visualization.
Our consciousness form a blueprint for what our body does.
Horse shit.
In the past year alone, over $100 billion has gone towards finding a cure for cancer. There have been some promising advances, but progress is slow.
I need that
People
desk.
who are dying can't afford to wait.
Where can I get the sightings desk?
Many search for a cure outside of the medical mainstream, and sometimes they find it.
What you looking at, motherfucker?
I'd get up in the middle of the night just 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, wake up and put a mirror underneath him just to make sure he was still breathing.
It was
Every
every
15
parent's
minutes.
worst nightmare. When he was only 3 years old, Rocky Edwards was diagnosed with leukemia. Early detection, radiation, and chemotherapy put the disease into early remission. But at age 9, the cancer came back.
Oh, no.
Dr. Maureen Halasik is a radiation oncologist who reviewed Rocky's case.
You watch too much sightings.
In 1985, Rocky Edwards was found to have a large tumor of the brain called a meningioma. He underwent 2 surgeries, the latter of which only removed part of the brain tumor. This was
She could
followed
remove my tumor any day. You know what I'm saying, guys?
by external beam radiation, which was completed in April of 1986.
The following summer, there
Is that a kid or a 45-year-old dude?
was a third attempt to remove Rocky's brain tumor. It was unsuccessful. His parents were told that their son had
Poor little
less
guy.
than a year to live. They took him home to die.
I can remember standing in the hallway outside his room, and the doctor said to us, "There's nothing more we can do. We've done everything surgically possible." He said, "Take him home. Enjoy him. If you haven't passed Christmas, consider yourselves lucky."
I wasn't at all willing to talk about death. I just didn't even want to look at that.
Let me guess, the kid lived, but then he died right after this episode. He died right after the episode aired.
There.
Rocky's physical deterioration
Oh,
was
shit.
rapid. He was paralyzed.
That little guy's not doing well at all.
on one side of his body, and mentally, he quickly descended into a deep depression.
I didn't like myself at that particular time when I came back.
And he turned golf.
Because due to the medicines they had me on, it made me blow up like a balloon.
That kid's fucked up. Enjoying some of that goo shit, man.
Balloons, just horrible. And that
there he
had
is.
A lot to do with
better
it
than ever
when I came back.
But Rocky came from a family of fighters. His mother searched for an alternative therapy and found a light at the end of the tunnel. Deirdre Brigham is the author of Imagery for Getting Well and the director of a behavioral medicine clinic that treats people suffering from critical illnesses.
What we do is...
Why waste people's time like this? Looking rockier than ever. Why do they waste people's time like this? Ugh.
Deal with the emotional,
you know, all those people died,
and the spiritual issues that frequently come
he
when
does
you're
like
faced with a critical illness.
Let's take time now to go on a journey.
The cornerstone of the
their
Getting
time.
Well program is a process called guided imagery. Here, Rocky is creating a series of images in his mind that help him fight his disease.
Amazing things happen. People begin to relax. The blood vessels are not tightening up. The heart begins to slow down.
I don't trust that
the
lady
immune
at all.
system begins to work well. And that's sort of basically what we're geared upon. That our imagery, our beliefs, our consciousness.
Oh no, all these people have the
form a
death sniffles?
blueprint for the way our life is going to be lived, and for frequently for what our body does.
Yeah. Listen to some sweet guitar licks, drink some Pabst Blue Ribbons, and smoke some meth.
Rocky didn't need an awful lot of help. He had in mind what he wanted to do.
At the time, the first thing that popped in my head was the
a tumor. I'm sorry, little guy. I didn't mean it.
Ghostbusters, which happened to be one of my favorites then. And what I did is I kind of pictured the Ghostbusters and then a nice little handy pack.
It really did walk into that.
But with God's light coming out of them, like in a laser beam.
Tumor busters.
And I kind of pictured the tumor itself.
I bet Winston was like, I was still left out of his memory, his visions. He still didn't add me. You know, he was always whining about not being put in the video games. You didn't think about me at all.
Like a big giant ball or something, cloud. And the Ghostbusters.
It's clearly a tumor.
Lights hitting them.
Man, where do you get that Arsenio Hall shirt, man? That's a nice shirt, dude.
And the Ghostbusters aiming the lights, hitting this ball, disintegrating it.
Whoa!
And making it disappear.
Imagery and an improved mental well-being may help from the standpoint of immunity, which is needed to fight disease.
True.
The Getting Well program was founded on the principle that mental well-being...
This kind of gay shit, this would not work on me. This would make my brain tumor grow 6 times in size. You get me outside doing this stupid shit.
Laughter and love
Good night
are the keys to physical recovery.
I don't like the idea of terminal.
Yeah, no
I think
thanks.
that we're making a lot.
No thanks.
A lot of assumptions when we say someone has a terminal illness, because there's not a single illness that there is not at least one person who has recovered
Really
from
were.
it. And I say, if there's one chance in 100, one chance in 1,000, why not go for it? Why shouldn't you be the one?
When a physician gives a patient a time diagnosis as to the remaining lifespan, oftentimes the patient will program their mind and their body to expire at that time. On the other hand, alternative therapies...
You are not a real doctor. I don't believe you for a second. No kind of doctor like this would ever talk about these stupid fucking...
In conjunction with surgery and radiation...
All right, what's this bitch's name? What was her name? Did it say it?
Physician gives a patient...
What's your name, bitch? I want to look you up. You're full of shit.
As to the remaining lifespan, oftentimes the patient will program their mind and their body to expire at that time.
You're not his doctor anyway.
On the other hand, alternative therapies given in conjunction with surgery and radiation may help the patient from the standpoint of their mental well-being.
Yeah, I mean, it'll help them because they're not sitting there fucking stressed out all the time, maybe, but yeah, that's all it's going to do.
After 8 months, Rocky's mental outlook improved dramatically, and guided imagery seemed to be affecting his physical body as well.
The doctor who read the MRI said that there was calcification showing around the tumor and that the radiation Rocky was on was starting to work.
Right.
No, it was the playing with the parachute thingy outside.
He was not on radiation at that time, so we just felt it was the light that Rocky was directing at the tumor.
No, he just sits in a chair and envisions banging the doctor lady.
Rocky had another MRI. His parents wanted to check the size of his tumor, but the tumor was gone.
What?
I believe it was a number of things to help cure the tumor. I believe the gated well had a lot
That little dude is messed up.
to do with it. I believe I had a lot to do with it for fighting to live.
Look, and his hair didn't even come
And I
off.
believe my family, my parents
Three
had a
cool
lot to do
dudes.
with it.
Without the program, Rocky would have died.
Most definitely.
And sometimes I wish he done did.
Through the getting well.
Something's going on, man. I keep hearing sirens.
I feel he would not be here today.
Ty Cleavy's been at it again. Look at him pumping. Getting pumped.
So, as far as I'm concerned, yes, he made it go away with his visualization.
I wouldn't say I'm a special case. I'll just say I am one of the lucky ones that fought my way through this cancer because I wasn't going to let it beat me.
The people that come in here are exceptional.
Exceptionally Ruby. I always take all their money, and I don't even care. I sleep like a baby.
And it doesn't mean exceptionally intelligent or exceptionally rich or whatever, but there is something within them that
shit.
is...
What now, dorks? You got anything to say? You got anything to say to this badass right here?
To risk them.
We broke out the Bowflex, dude.
For their own dreams. That takes a very courageous person.
You don't mess with a man with a Bowflex.
But if a person is willing to do that, it can happen to anyone.
It just looks like a bad early 90s comedian. He's got bad early 90s comedian face.
It's important to note that guided imagery is not intended to replace a patient's current course of cancer treatment. No one should undertake any alternative therapy
for any reason.
Discussing it first with their own doctor.
When Sightings returns, the experts call it quake sense, and it may save your life.
I know this sounds crazy, but I know my cat predicted the earthquake. I know this sounds crazy, but I know my cat predicted the earthquake. I know this sounds crazy, but I know my cat predicted the earthquake.
Cat didn't predict shit.
It's been a year since the 6.8 Northridge earthquake hit Southern California. The freeways are being rebuilt and homes and businesses are being restored, but nerves are still frayed. When will the big one strike? Seismologists say it's impossible to predict the exact date of any earthquake.
Pickles has never predicted shit.
People believe
only when she was going to puke on the floor.
Animals possess a sixth sense that warns them when the earth is about to move. It's called quake sense.
Fish will jump in the air sometimes before earthquakes. Just a whole schools of fish leaping in the air.
The pigeons really went.
Yeah, they could feel it, but it's not a prediction.
Like they use great bunkers.
I know this sounds crazy, but I know my cat predicted the earthquake.
Mainstream scientists dismiss these accounts as anecdotal. They insist that there is no way for any animal, including humans, to predict an earthquake.
You got the fancy piece. Like, hey, dude, I got fancy piece. Let me get down.
Disagrees.
I want that fancy piece.
I was sort of unwilling for many years to accept that animals really knew something that our scientific gadgets couldn't detect.
Jim Birkeland is a geologist who spent 20 years analyzing earthquakes for Santa Clara County, California. During that time, he noticed that an unusually high number of pets ran away from home just before a big quake.
I was reading the Lost and Found column, and I almost shuddered to see 27 missing cats when I was used to seeing 3 or 4. What do the cats know that I didn't? They're reacting to the electromagnetic field and the magnetic fields that
calm down, little guy.
Change prior to quakes. This is documented. We know that these changes occur. And I'm convinced that animals can detect these changes.
Before Birkeland began linking animals and earthquakes, he was well known for his seismic windows theory.
that the changing gravitational pull between the moon, sun, and Earth has a reciprocal effect on earthquakes. Combining that theory with information about missing pets in Northern California, Birkeland accurately predicted the 7.1 quake that hit San Francisco
He asked
in
the cat.
1989.
The cat really did it.
This newspaper account of Birkeland's prediction appeared 4 days before the actual quake occurred.
I have never seen anybody predict earthquakes as accurate as he does.
But I mean, it's LA, dude. What? Right? It's like an earthquake there every 10 minutes.
Nick Corini raises championship homing pigeons. He depends on Jim Birkeland's predictions before racing his birds competitively.
What?
Just before we have earthquakes, they become very energetic, very active. They're very uncomfortable, and it affects them tremendously in a very negative way.
The negative effect on his pigeons that Corini describes has been documented scientifically.
When the pigeons are trying to come home, they know where north is, they use the magnetic field to come home, and if the magnetic field gets distorted, the pigeon races can be endangered. And they don't like to fly, and that's usually just before an earthquake, as the pigeons fly over a quake area that's about to kick off.
We know that animals have senses that are much more developed than ours.
Dr. Bernadine Cruz believes that animals do have special sensitivities that humans do not possess.
Animals have some abilities that we will never have. Dolphins' ability
psychic friends never ran my pigeons.
A bat's ability to send out these sonar waves.
That's sweet, dude.
To pick it up and to be able to get around basically blind. I don't know if I can honestly say that an animal can tell when an earthquake is about.
Dog's like, you gotta listen to me.
I can honestly say that an animal.
You gotta listen to me. The whole world's gonna end in 25 minutes. Would you just listen?
Can tell when an earthquake is about to happen. I think they can sense that there are changes that are going on in their environment.
The problem with animal prediction of earthquakes is it's so difficult
You think this lady likes dudes?
Interpret what the animals are doing.
But seismologist Dr. Kate Hutton does concede that there are subtle warnings before a quake that animals may be picking up.
We know there are electrostatic changes in a few hours or minutes.
Your dog just bark and fill the house with farts?
Because of the
Yeah, but are they psychic farts?
Being released in the crust. And they might be sensing that.
Following the 1994 Northridge earthquake, many people reported that their pets had sensed the quake before it happened, including Sightings' own Ryder.
She jumped on the bed and she jumped right on my chest.
Of course this is a fucking Sightings staff writer. Even my cat is psychic. This is just the type of people that are Sightings preys on. These fucking rubes.
And she started meowing very insistently. She runs down the hall, she leads me into the baby's room, into the closet, and she's cowering in the closet. It happened over and over.
Poor little guy.
And I kept saying, what's wrong? What's wrong? Unfortunately, I didn't know what it was that she was trying to tell me. So I went back to bed and I said to my husband, that's it, we're taking her to the vet in the morning. I mean, there's something wrong with the cat.
Yeah, see that cat? Now you can get a finger up your butthole.
I knew what was wrong.
Cats handle stress in a lot of different ways. Cats oftentimes when they get stressed will become very reclusive. They'll just go ahead and hide.
But can pets really succeed with quake sense, where the most delicate scientific instruments have failed?
Being the writer for Sightings, I have to be skeptical because
you believe everything.
We hear all kinds of stories from all kinds of people. Some of them are hoaxes, some of them are genuine.
Dude, you fell for some obvious Tard family bullshit.
I started telling people at Sightings that my cat had predicted the earthquake. They were dealing with me in the same skeptical way, and I was mad. I was saying, wait a minute, my cat predicted the earthquake. And they were kind of, yeah, sure.
You gotta believe me. My cat has psychic powers.
So I had a little bit of a taste of being on the other side.
Jim Birkeland is used to being on the other side. His earthquake prediction methods are looked at with skepticism by his colleagues.
I had to make that choice some years ago. Was I going to conform?
Yeah, right. Or every like shitbag hillbilly family, you know what I mean, gets their story told.
And I've come down on the side of informing because I have a greater duty to the society.
Wow!
Many people in earthquake country report that their
Not a
pets
good
act
episode of
strangely
Sightings.
right before a big jolt.
Have we watched any good sightings? Has there been one good episode?
Their accounts aren't specific.
I don't think there's
Until
been one
pet
good
owners
episode
begin
yet.
Writing down and documenting their animal's behavior, the concept of quake sense will remain
And
unproved
we're 40
and
episodes deep.
unaccepted by science.
Wow! Yeah,
if
not
you've
good.
had a paranormal experience, call the Sightings hotline.
I'm calling right now.
1-900-933-SIGHT. That's 1-900-933-7444. Each call 65 cents a minute. Average call lasts 3 minutes. Sightings is also online. Our email address is sightings@aol.com.
Oh, AOL?
Until next time, remember, no mystery is closed to an open mind.
Oh, shit.
For Sightings, I'm Tim White.
No, the guy stands on his knees. Oh, this is a
Next
terrible
on
episode.
Sci-Fi, the
Oh, the Sentinel. Oh, wanted to watch the Sentinel.
This week at sci-fi.com. In a dark future, Chi-Chan must save Manhattan
Chi-Chan?
from the evil insect menace. Chi-Chan,
You could do it,
the
Chi-Chan.
animated series. Only online.
Never heard of that
Only
show.
at sci-fi.com.
Oh. All right, come on.
On this edition
Whoa!
of Sightings, it's called Blood Alley, a perilous highway that may lead to a deadly crack in time.
I just really thought that death was around the next corner.
Too bad, right?
Have extraterrestrial visitors returned to the site of a UFO crash?
There appears to be some type of intelligence behind
Roswell again? Every show is crop circles, Roswell, and psychics.
the phenomenon.
How did we watch this? How did we ever watch this crap?
Our minds have the power to work miracles.
I wanted enough of a face to be able to blend into a crowd.
Later, a psychic's vision provides clues to a brutal crime in North Carolina.
Oh, shit!
I would suspect this is someone capable of becoming a serial killer.
Finally,
Was
an update. The
was
bizarre
Zorf a real alien? Or was he a person?
mutilations continue in New Mexico.
Maybe they'll start on humans next, I hope. Huh?
You hope that happens, you creepy old bag. Yeah, right? I remember it being good. I keep thinking, well, maybe the later seasons are good. Maybe the later seasons. We're 40 episodes in and we haven't seen one good episode. Wow!
Welcome to
This is
Sightings.
episode 41.
I'm Tim White. Many paranormal researchers believe that our thoughts and emotions don't dissipate. Instead, they linger and can take on a life of their own.
Yeah, but many paranormal researchers also think that Listerine is a tasty beverage.
Great upheaval or tragedy, this concentration of emotional energy can become so strong it actually warps time and space, providing a window into another dimension.
Oh, we're time warping.
It's a theory that may explain the eerie events along a lonely stretch of road in Northern California.
It was like all of a sudden, time became like a glass cage of horror. It was like I couldn't push out of
This bag. This piece of shit. Her again.
There was something bad or evil that had taken possession of not just me and not just my car,
But also
everybody
Hanford.
else, the truck drivers, the car drivers, everybody was being like possessed by
She's dead now.
something that was driving them to destruction.
I was so scared I just wanted to get out of there, and I was
I was so
actually
scared.
driving uncontrolled. Like the car was kind of swerving and different things. And
I was scared.
I just kept trying to get as fast as I could to get out of there.
Pacheco Pass Highway, 42 miles of twisting mountain
I
road
was big.
that traverses the line
I was
between
scared.
Central and Northern California. Since the 1970s, there have been 169 fatalities here.
69 dudes.
It was a nightmare. It had the nickname of...
Hey, Hey, if you're going to have me on your show, could I stand in the doorway of my cruiser? All right, I guess. Yes.
Blood alley.
Guys, that's a man who loves his cruiser.
Traffic, twisting mountainous road. You had a potential there for a lot of traffic accidents, and we in fact did have a lot of traffic accidents on Pacheco Pass Highway.
But many people who have driven through Pacheco Pass say it's more than the switchbacks and narrow lanes that make this highway so dangerous.
I was coming back from a trip. Coming around one of the curves, all of a sudden I was hit by such an overpowering panic. I began to feel that I was being invaded. I saw a little girl
anally
with her hands pressed up to her eyes, screaming, "Help me, help me." I saw men hanging up on a hill, like somebody had put them up on a gallows. It was like a montage of horror.
Awesome. Who are we hanging?
Sylvia Brown is not the only motorist who has been haunted by bizarre apparitions in Pacheco Pass.
I was driving through Pacheco Pass that night, and I started hearing voices come from the back seat, kind of low. And then it started growing, and at first I thought I was just tired, so I...
That was the ghost of dead semen in my butt cheek.
Kind of slapped myself, and I rolled down the window trying to get some cold air, but then the voices kept getting stronger and stronger. And I was just terrified. I kept trying to drive faster and faster.
That's a certified sassy boy.
Hearing sounds of horses, like on the sides of the car. There was 3 men outside and 2 women inside. And the noise kept going, and it kept getting louder and louder. You could hear, like, the wagon that they were in kept creaking.
I just think Sylvia Brown just follows these dorks and just copies their story. Yeah, that I saw someone getting hung and stuff.
Crashing, and
I saw
like,
a
slam down, and things were clanking and chains against the side, and the women would scream each time it came down. And it lasted maybe like 10 minutes total.
What's that effect? What's the name of that effect that makes makes those like balls of metal like float? It's the something effect. What's it called? What do you guys know?
The echoes of the area's violent past come back to haunt modern-day visitors. In 1797, the indigenous tribes here were taken by force and enslaved at San Juan Bautista Mission. They rebelled and massacred many settlers. In retaliation, the tribes were
it's called something like the something effect.
Completely wiped out.
Like you'd make these like big things float.
Later, Pacheco Pass became the hideout for Joaquin Murrieta and Tiburcio Vasquez, notorious desperados of the late 19th century.
Desperados?
Through the years, the pass has witnessed many violent deaths. It's been suggested that people traveling through the area today may be picking up visual and oral messages that have somehow
I want to say he had one of those that effect loafers.
Locked in time and space. Paranormal researchers Sylvia Brown and Larry Beck think there is a time warp, a rip in the fabric of time in Pacheco Pass.
Pacheco Pass seems to have some kind of, if you will, a tornado of emotion. And it hovers and wiggles slightly, but it moves in and around the Pacheco Pass area. And it's like traumatic events all concentrated into a ball or a whirling mass or a vortex of some kind.
It's almost like there was layers.
It's hard for me to watch this because does anyone believe psychics at all?
Time upon time.
Especially these
fighting,
fucking
there
assholes.
Was Indians, there was covered wagons. Everything that I experienced was like bloodshed, futility, despair.
But tragically in our world, we find so many of these warps where traumas have occurred, where pain has occurred, and they
enough
build
with the
upon
psychic
one another
sightings.
until they leave
This ain't good
the normal
enough.
timeline and form a little cutout bubble. And if you're sensitive,
Guys are just
you could
windbags.
hit and experience those things concurrently.
Where's that Einstein looking dork? Get that
Sylvia
Einstein looking
Brown
douche
has
too.
investigated hundreds of hauntings throughout the United States, but she believes
And conned
that the
thousands of people out of millions of dollars.
activity in Pacheco Pass is unique in its intensity and deserves further investigation.
It's not necessarily a
Really
haunting,
are.
but it's where a lot of activity, usually of a negative nature, has gone on. And what it's done, as it's imprinted.
Then this douche later turned out to be best buddies with Oprah. Remember that? She was always on Oprah or something.
Itself right in the atmosphere in a certain place.
So many smug psychics thought about Kamala winning.
Physicists concede that we know very little about the cosmic relationship between time and space. But for the California Highway Patrol, the problems in the past are completely down to earth.
Of all the accidents I've worked on Pacheco Pass, I can never attribute any of them to any type of psychic phenomenon. The Highway Patrol has found a reason for every accident we've ever worked out there, and it's always been
That guy only agreed to do it because he was retiring literally the next day. He's like, fuck it, I'll be on Sightings.
But no one can ever know what, if anything, those motorists saw in the moments before their fatal accidents.
I don't know that I can put my finger on it because I'd never delved into the psychic all that much and hadn't thought that much about
I don't believe in psychics because I'm not retarded.
Ghosts and things like that. But I did have the feeling that death was around the next corner.
That's because it is, lady.
Does imagination run wild along these dangerous curves?
One donut from
or
dying.
Is there a mysterious energy from the past imprinting on the present? Research into time warps, or time implants as they are now being called, is in its infancy.
Another shit episode
so
of
far,
Sightings.
the human mind is the only instrument that seems to be capable of measuring this bizarre phenomenon.
Yeah, prove it. Prove it, you jerk.
Caltrans, the California Department of Transportation, admits that they have considered rerouting Highway 152 away from the so-called Blood Alley. But those plans are still on the drawing board.
Yeah.
In the
I
meantime,
hate
area
that guy.
residents have launched a private campaign to get the job done. The estimated price tag is $150 million.
I need a set like this for my Friday stream. And I need a bunch of cool suits. Where do I get this?
Coming up,
I need this set.
A woman uses
Uh-oh.
the power of her mind to come back from a disfiguring accident.
I wanted enough of a face to be able to blend in and not scare people.
Psychosomatic illness is a medical fact. Mainstream medicine
Sliceable
accepts
Caesar
without
and Andy
question
from the
that
Fonz?
some people can make themselves sick.
the Fonz would just punch your balls and you would start spooging and you'd go, hey!
Through the power of the mind. So could the
That's how it
reverse be
happened.
true? Are we capable of psychosomatic wellness? Can the
Oh.
same mind that creates illness
More like
also
smellness.
be used to heal?
And to love.
All I remember thinking was, my son has to be all right. I don't care what happens to me as long as he's not hurt.
So I got out of the car. Well, first I looked at my mom, and I was just like totally shocked. You know, I just didn't expect it.
I lost consciousness at the time of the impact, and I had a very intense near-death experience at that time. I went through the standard phases.
Yeah, it's all new age
of
crap.
going through the
Nothing's
tunnel
worse
of-
than new age crap, man. Like, I think new age crap is misinformation because it ruined all cool shit, like aliens and like ghosts. I mean, it's all bullshit, but it was fun to check it out. But now it's all new age weirdos. Like, it's all about love, people. It's not what I want to hear, dude.
Then I went into a beautiful garden.
I was just like,
No
what
one
do I
wants to
do?
hear
What
that.
do I do, you know? And I just yelled.
Oh yeah, it's just crap.
You know,
I get
my
this
mom's
like I
name.
get the same like headache listening to them than I do from like schizophrenics. You know.
And I was just shaking her, and just wake up, come on, you know, wake
Wake
up.
up, Bill.
And then suddenly my father was there, and he had been dead for about 10 years. And I said, "Oh, I'm so glad to see you." And he said, "Well, I'm glad to see you too, but you can't stay." And I said, "No, I've gotten here. I'm not leaving."
No, really, you gotta get the hell out of here. I can't stand you already.
And he said, "No, you have to go back because there's a purpose you haven't fulfilled." And as he was saying that, my
It's
son
true,
was
Spec.
reviving
It makes everything worse.
me, and I could feel myself being pulled back into my body. And he brought me back.
That was in 1982. And from that day to this, Gary Carter has felt that her near-death experience was a turning point. She was being allowed to come back for a reason that she could barely know as she clung to life.
I kept demanding to see my mother, and my father finally said no, that she didn't have a face anymore, and he was not going to let me see her.
On a scale of 1 to 10, I would say her injuries were probably 9 to 10 in severity. So certainly very high levels of injury.
My eyes were
It didn't look
sunken.
that bad. Come on. Come on. I mean, it was bad. Don't get me wrong. But that ain't no fucking 9 or 10.
In severity.
Look, she's got her chin cut up a little bit.
So certainly
Lip
very
cut up a little
high
bit.
levels of injury.
Man, all that's a little swollen. Maybe maybe a broken jaw. Ain't nothing you can't fix.
My eyes were sewn shut
Stole Chucky's
because I had a lot of cuts there. I couldn't talk because I had a tracheotomy. I couldn't smell because I didn't have a nose. I
You
couldn't
clearly had a nose. I saw it.
talk because I didn't have a mouth.
This patient, like many others who have facial injuries, no matter how well the surgeons repair them, they never regained exactly their original normal appearance.
Before that, I had been a model, and people always looked at
You were not a model. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
me with admiration.
Yeah, maybe in Hustler. Maybe you got a page in Hustler.
And after the accident, without a nose and without a mouth and without a face, people looked at me with looks of horror. And I felt very guilty for
You should feel
upsetting
guilty.
them.
You should
And
feel guilty.
I wanted enough of a
Yeah,
face
right?
to be able to blend into a crowd again and not scare people.
Her
She was in
surgeons
one of the. She had a picture in Penthouse where people mail in their like ugly bitches.
And that the reconstruction process would be long and arduous, requiring at least 10 separate surgeries. After the first operation, the pain was unbearable.
It was just horrible to see, my mom just sitting there in agony, just unable to do anything, and just absolutely in pain.
Intense pain like a symphony, I remember. It
Every day I
was,
prayed for Daniel.
It was always
She was
there,
easy,
always
right?
intense. It was just horrible. It was a dreadful, dreadful time.
The second surgery
Yeah,
was even
model
more
my ass.
excruciating. On the eve of her third surgery, Gary's dread intensified.
She was in Beaver Hunt. I've been in 3 issues of Beaver Hunt. Thank you very much.
And I was scared. I was really scared of the pain. And this very pushy friend called me up and said, I've heard about these wonderful pain control tapes you might like to use since you have all these years of surgery ahead of you.
The tapes
I mean, she
came
wasn't ugly, but I think I could say model is a bit much.
from the nonprofit Monroe Institute, an education and research facility in Virginia. Here, sound waves are used to affect brain waves, often with amazing results.
Right now, I'll play Oh No, It
We
Smells.
teach people how to use the power of their mind, how to use this power to promote healing processes, to promote optimal learning, to gain
Stop moving your head.
control of their life and their perceptions as they move through
You're
life.
reading. You're clearly reading.
The Institute was founded on the principle that focused states of consciousness can be achieved by listening to combinations of sounds that alter
See,
brain.
you know they're always moving those mixing board things and shit. It's not actually doing anything. It just makes them look like they're busy doing hard work, but they ain't doing shit.
Wave patterns. In this focused state, pain can be eliminated. It's called
Guys, I
the
got curfew. I'll be right back.
hemisync method.
We put one sound in one ear and another sound in the other ear. And when these sounds work together inside the brain, they alter your state of consciousness. They actually change the brain waves inside your head.
It's not subliminal. The tones are a part either of music or of ocean waves, depending on the different tapes.
For Gary, the tapes had an amazing effect. Her pain threshold changed so dramatically, she asked if she could listen to a tape in the operating room.
I took the tapes in with me for this surgery to make my nose, and I told Dr. Edgerton if the tapes worked fine, but if not, I'd like my codeine right away, please. And he smiled and he said he thought it would be an interesting experiment, and all the doctors and nurses were quite interested as well.
And some of these operations, of course, can be very painful for a time. But with the aid of the tapes, even going down to the operating room area with the tapes playing, she really seemed to deal with the anxiety issues and the post-operative pain issues very well. And I think a lot of the staff were very impressed by
Hey,
how
everybody.
much these tapes helped her.
I was relaxed and happy going down into the operating room. It was like going to a fun party instead of the shakes and the queasiness I would have had before.
And
I'm just operating on your chin. I think you'll be all right.
Case, it was very clear she did not request very much anesthetic when she was using the Monroe tapes.
The feeling
you're
when
drunk.
somebody's cutting on you when you use these tapes is one of being disassociated. You feel the touching and the pulling or pushing.
Yeah, see that, guys. Next time you go in for surgery, don't ask for any painkillers or anything. Just put on some of those righteous tapes.
They're cutting or stitching, but there's no pain associated with it. It's just like a very gentle touch
where you hypnotize somebody.
Don't fall for this lady's gag. He'll run out screaming.
Tell them you're going to burn them, but you actually reach out and just lightly touch them. The body believes so strongly that it's going to be burned that it will be blistered. Well, you want to use that same kind of mind power to make the body believe so strongly that it's...
Is this cracker for real right now?
...pain, that it actually kicks in and provides all those things that are necessary for that
It's so
to happen.
dumb. Yeah, guys, don't get knocked out. Just listen to some
pain
rockin'
after
jams.
that surgery whatsoever. I used the Monroe audio tapes, and there was minimal swelling and bruising, and I went home from the hospital in 2 days instead of 10.
The whole theory opens a lot of interesting possibilities. We are just in the very early stages of understanding brain function.
Don't give into this sightings nonsense, dude. Don't
Gary
do it.
continued to use her tapes through 7 more operations. Today, she looks forward to a pain-free life and feels her purpose now is to help others through lectures and her book, Healing Myself.
We truly are all one.
Oh, I gotta get that book. Of course she has a book.
And we're all here to help each other. And that's what I want this book to do for other people.
I've been blessed
Imagine the idiots who bought that book.
to have the face that I have, but I think in a way Mummy's more blessed to have
Did you say Mummy?
what's happened to her, because it's changed
I love you,
her
Mendy.
and it's given her a whole new outlook.
So
And,
happy.
this is only a skin for me now. It used to be an identity, and now my identity's in here.
Sell that book, Beal. Sell that book.
It's not here.
I guess what really had an effect on me was seeing my mother utilizing these tapes and utilizing the potential within herself to heal. I thought, wow, if that's possible, it really opens the door for
It's
so
Michael
many
Bolton.
more things.
They're Joe Ted tapes.
The meaning of life to me before the accident was totally based on outer appearances.
Yeah, I ain't
Now,
buying
in
your
my
book,
second
dude.
Life, I look
Hey,
at the
Scarface,
light
I ain't buying your fucking book.
bulbs. I don't look at the lampshades as I did in my first life.
The Monroe
You should be a
Institute is
lampshade.
not suggesting that every patient should forego anesthesia in the operating room, but they do believe that as long as conventional medicine is standing by, alternative therapy should be given a chance to work first.
When Sightings continues, startling UFO activity captured on home video.
Oh, shit.
There's an excitement that builds, and it's just like incredible.
Finally, some aliens.
I've never seen anything like this in my life.
Jose Escamilla used to be like a lot of other amateur sky watchers. He'd
Profound alcoholic.
his video camera outside and hope for the best. But in March of this year, Jose got something. A UFO streaking across the sky.
Oh,
And
a streaky
since then,
guy.
he has shot more than 500 hours of what he believes is UFO footage. Where does Jose Escamilla live? 12 miles outside of Roswell, New Mexico.
Behind a dumpster outside of the Red Lobster.
Go.
We began taping UFOs on March 5th. And I got a call and they said, come out to Midway, there's UFOs out here.
Midway, New Mexico is easy to miss if you're speeding by on the interstate. To the casual
That's where the
observer,
aliens
it's
are.
just another small southwestern town. But look up. There, in broad
There it is.
daylight, strange craft are flying over the
Look
town.
at that!
Sightings contacted local
you
residents.
see the
who
craft?
have startling home videos of UFOs they just can't explain.
New Mexico as a whole has had a lot of sightings. And I think that there is a tremendous interest by our visitors, should we say, as to the activities that have taken place here in the past.
Here, just a stone's throw from Midway, near Roswell, New Mexico, a suspicious crash landing in 1947 launched modern
Or
interest in
Roswell.
ufology. The Air Force insisted it was a downed weather balloon, and despite persistent
enough
rumors,
about the
continued
Roswell.
to deny any knowledge of alien craft or life forms. But many people who live and work here believe otherwise.
I love that picture they always play.
And despite
Like, dude,
persistent
wait,
rumors,
wait.
continue to deny any knowledge of alien craft or life
That's clearly a weather balloon. That's clearly a fucking weather balloon. It can't be anything else.
But many people who live and work here believe otherwise, that this new flap of UFOs is connected to the original Roswell
Foil and
incident.
some sticks. It's a UFO.
Jose Escamilla owns a videotape facility in New Mexico and has shot hundreds of hours of beautiful southwestern scenery.
What's a righteous camera?
But on March 5th,
A sex doll?
1994, Escamilla
A
saw
space
his
sex
first
doll.
UFOs. He immediately began videotaping.
We have a piece of film of a jet, I think it was a Citation, that flew right over the property. I guess it must have been about 500 or 600 feet. And we captured an object that comes from upper
There it
screen
is.
right.
There's a UFO,
on
guys.
TV. And it goes right up behind the jet, and it seems to tag it on
Sorry, dude. I can't see jack shit on your fucking VHS quality
tail
video.
or bump it. And you can see the object taking off away from the jet.
What? I didn't see that. Nothing.
Because of his video background, some people were suspicious of Escamilla's footage. Local news reporter Lachelle Yates launched an investigation.
Given the history of
gonna get to the bottom
Roswell
of
and
it.
the crash, we thought it was interesting that here is a man who is capturing something unexplained on videotape. So we went out and videotaped in the same place that he videotapes, and we got identical
And then he asked to videotape me nude.
on our video. So we feel
There it is.
that he's not tricking us with, you know, any video scam or anything. What he has captured on tape, we feel is authentic.
To date, Jose Escamilla has logged more than 500 hours of UFO videotape.
Every time we get a new
You like
tape
her
and we find
hairstyle?
some new kind of object in there, there's an excitement that builds, and it's just like incredible. I've never seen anything like this
Look
in
at
my
those
life.
pixels.
From the film footage I have seen, there appears to be some type of intelligence behind the phenomena. They represent a true enigma deserving of scientific scrutiny.
There it is.
The Escamilla video is an
It's a computer imaging analyst. How'd you get that job back then? I mean, those computers could barely run Doom, you know? How do you get that kind of job?
excellent cross-section of the kinds of things that I see on videotapes.
Jim Delatosa specializes in computer-assisted analysis of film and videotape. Sightings asked him to examine a large sampling from Escamilla's footage. He has found a number of unnatural flight patterns.
What we find, you'll see, is that
What do you
the
know about
object
flight
comes
patterns?
right in front of this telephone pole and then moves right up here and over top of the
Yeah,
wires and out of
shitty
the
fucking-
frame. Now, in calculating this
Those
distance,
shitty fucking
from
cameras.
where it comes in over the trees and by analyzing the edges and going up over the poles, it's about 900 yards. And in that period of time, it's moving well over 3,000 miles an hour.
No.
There are at least 4 military bases that are known to use the airspace over this part of New Mexico. And Area 51, the supposedly non-existent Air Force testing facility, would be only 10 minutes away for a stealth fighter. Are unidentified craft like these?
Why they show that guy for? That guy had nothing to do with anything. Wait.
The supposedly non-existent Air Force testing facility would be only 10 minutes away for a stealth fighter.
Why is that guy in there?
Are unidentified craft like these government-built and run?
Here, just put in a clip of that dork real quick.
The Pentagon isn't talking.
When it comes to trying to get this information, the Air Force will come back on an initial generic request stating that they have no information. This is a lie.
I don't know what to put here. just put a clip of that dork. Use that clip of that dork shuffling papers.
The proximity to military bases in New Mexico and Escamilla making these videotapes is not just a coincidence. It follows a pattern.
Skeptics offer this as proof that UFOs
Yeah,
are
all
actually
their B-roll.
military aircraft. But much of Escamilla's footage reveals silhouettes and velocities that are not only unidentified by eyewitnesses, but also unimaginable by current
Dude,
standards
you don't know
of
how
technology.
high up that is, how low that is.
I'd like to find
Get
out
out of here.
what
You
they
can't
are.
tell anything from this shit videotape.
Period. If they're top secret military aircraft that the military's testing, I want
Tim
an
White
answer
needs to
why
stop.
they're doing such dangerous things out there, like bumping their own jets. That's number one. But if they are not, okay, I'd like to know what they may be.
They're aliens. This is from 94. Wow, shit. We're finally in 94.
knows that not everything he's capturing on videotape can be
The
an
ball was
alien
just a little feller back then. 1994.
Spacecraft.
He was just a
But
little
he
guy.
believes that his video journal of the skies above Roswell is an important research tool for ufologists. It is the only comprehensive catalog of rare daytime activity anywhere in the world.
Coming up next, a psychic detective goes in
Murder
search of
in
a
Nag's
brutal
Head?
killer.
I would suspect this is someone capable
You got a
of
Super
becoming a serial
Nintendo?
killer.
Wow.
Then, what do these people see and feel that you can't? And a sightings update. The bizarre cattle mutilations continue.
I had a Super Nintendo too.
The growing number of psychic phone services and
I didn't have any good games. Looking back, I didn't have any of the good Nintendo games. I did have Final Fantasy 3 and Chrono Trigger. Those I had.
card readers is calling into question the integrity
But other
of
than that, it was like Super Punch Out and NBA Jam.
psychics. But on Sightings, we've
Didn't play
found that
much.
there are a few gifted individuals who do make important psychic contributions, especially when it comes to providing new leads in an unsolved crime.
This has been a very frustrating case. Potential suspects that we had early on in this case
You had a full head of hair back in '94?
have been eliminated.
I believe in what
You
I
didn't
can
miss
feel
anything, dude. You didn't really miss anything not having a Super
and
Nintendo.
touch and smell and hear, but at this point in the
Yeah, well, they
investigation,
suck now. They were good back then.
I'm not going to rule out anything.
I had Bubble Bobble on the Nintendo.
might provide a lead.
I believe that Nancy Myers will come up with something. I truly believe in my heart.
By her
I
own
didn't have any good
description, Nancy Meyer is a wife and a mother. But to the
But no, because I'd always ask for games and they'd be the worst fucking games. It wasn't like I didn't have any games. I just didn't have any good games.
Head Police Department, she is a ray of hope. They've never worked with a psychic detective.
Wait, no, I had Mortal Kombat 2. I take it back. I had Mortal Kombat 2, and that was like the best game ever on the Super Nintendo.
But one murder has remained unsolved for more than a year, and the trail is growing cold. It happened here on the Outer Banks of North Carolina. Nags Head is a popular resort area, and in August of
I remember
19
I asked for Dracula for the Super Nintendo, and then when I put the game in the Super Nintendo, I was like, oh, this game's awesome, thanks. It was like the worst fucking game I ever played, but I had to eat it. I had to eat it because, video games weren't cheap. I was like, oh, this game's awesome.
93, the town was crowded with vacationers, enjoying the last
Play that
warm
game, it's the
weekend
worst
of
fucking
summer.
game ever.
But there was trouble ahead. A hurricane had made landfall down the coast and was heading north toward Nags Head.
Dracula was the worst
That
game
night,
ever.
everyone was talking
Yeah, but
about
when they showed the commercials for the fucking game, they showed the Sega CD version, which was shit too, but it looked cooler in commercials.
Pending hurricane. But just a few hours later, that would change. They'd all be talking about the young woman from New Jersey they'd met in the bar.
Shit.
The young woman who was now dead, brutally stabbed.
Not the woman from New Jersey.
My sister Janet was one of the kindest, sweetest
Hey!
people you'd ever want to meet. She had so many friends and was liked by everyone.
She was a very, very strong person. Very fragile, very loving.
Poor little
that's
guy?
for sure. She had such wisdom about her that I loved.
That evening after dinner,
You got to go back with Frankenstein?
went to the
Come on,
port
dude. Dracula for the Sega CD kind of sucked, but it was way fucking cooler than the Super Nintendo game.
restaurant and stayed there for several hours. Her two girlfriends left an hour or so earlier. Janet stayed until closing.
Janet was staying with her brother at the Hotel Carolinian. She got back around 2:30 in the morning, went up to her room, and told her brother that she was going down to the beach to have a cigarette.
And then she
Once
done
she
died.
left the room, we really don't know what happened.
Oh, shit.
Between that time and shortly after 6 o'clock in the morning, she was brutally murdered on the beach, just a short distance east of the motel.
Where were you back then, Truth Tracks? Or Truth Tracks? Where were you?
I ran out
She
the
played
door
Dracula.
onto the deck. There were police everywhere, restraining me, not letting me up to the beach. And I said, my sister hasn't come home. She hasn't come home. And they wouldn't let me up on the beach. And in my heart, I knew that poor Janet was gone.
It was the grisliest murder Nags Head had ever seen.
Oh, shit, it's
And
grisly.
the police department was immediately hampered by two factors that were out of their control. Vacationers and seasonal employees were leaving in droves.
Why you should never leave New Jersey.
Summer was over, and by day's end, the entire town was being evacuated. Hurricane Emily was on the way.
On August the 28th,
worst game ever.
Saturday,
worst game ever. Even worse on the Genesis.
Morning, we completed the crime scene investigation and started interviewing potential witnesses. But on Sunday morning,
that guy did it.
Put on hurricane standby and watch, and started evacuating the area.
They killed the Jersey girl because she wouldn't shut up about Bon Jovi. How would you shut the fuck up about Bon Jovi? You're killing
Emily not only swept the murderer out of town, it swept away any trace of his heinous crime. The blood-soaked sand in front of the hotel washed out to sea, and with it, valuable clues the police would never recover. The hurricane left a clean slate, a detective's worst enemy.
It's been a very frustrating case. The fact that nobody that we've...
I mean, I asked people some stuff, and they answered some things, but other than that, it's just been a dead end. This guy won't even get up. He's too sleepy.
Contacted or we've spoken to has seen anything. Nobody's heard anything.
Anxious for new leads, Nags Head Police
I think she
put their
died of a broken heart.
aside and allowed psychic Nancy Meyer to take a look at the case.
I started working in police work 19 years ago. There's energy in every murder scene. When I look at stacks of photos of a murder scene, I am not trying to look at this poor, battered body. What I'm looking for is somewhere when that photographer moved all the way around the body, he stood exactly where the killer was at a moment when the killer was open. Bam, I'm in there.
Shut the fuck up. Wasting Cobb's time, you jerk.
That's why I need those photos. He has a long-standing hatred of women.
Yeah, join the club. I kid, of course. I kid, of course.
Veil comes over his face. There's no expression. The eyes are wooden. Nothing will stop him. I would say you are dealing with a very disturbed man. I would suspect this is someone capable of becoming a serial killer, if he is not already.
Nancy Meyer has worked on over 300 police investigations.
Was it you, Jay Crizzle? Did you do it?
Unlike other psychic detectives, she does not become the victim or the killer. Rather, she draws psychic pictures from crime scene photos. She told Sightings these photos were the most brutal she'd ever seen.
Photo after photo after photo. There was a personal connection. She has known him for a while.
You said that this was a planned event on his part?
Yes. He seems to have been watching her earlier in the evening. But at
maybe he just really hated Bon Jovi.
No one, because some of the people she was with might have recognized him. So he's watching.
Crinkle's diapers were found at the scene.
So he had parked his car in the parking lot there at the hotel.
He seems to have walked a little bit to get to where she died.
Yeah, but that's true of any murder, you fucking moron. Yeah, he walked some.
Nancy Meyer worked with a police sketch artist to create the portrait of a killer.
He has like light brown hair, grayish eyes. They look kind of like a cross between gray, blue, and hazel.
In addition to this sketch, Nags Head police detective...
Hey, that's the cop. That's that cop we just seen.
...that Nancy Meyer has provided important new leads.
Mrs. Meyer's involvement in this case today is the first opportunity that I've had to work one-on-one with a psychic. And quite frankly,
it's Tim
I didn't know what to expect.
Yeah, it's Tim.
She was able to tell us a great deal more information than I had ever hoped for. Personally, the person responsible for this crime, I think the state of North Carolina should make good use of this death penalty.
All right, so she didn't catch shit. I bet you that lady's murder is still isn't found out.
I see a spirit, I know, and that's not without. I feel her. She's with me, and I know she keeps on telling me, Mom, don't worry.
Stupid
I'm in a
psychic.
better
Look
place.
at this getting this lady all riled up.
And I know she's with the angels. I know that.
As in any profession, there are a few unscrupulous psychics out there who prey on emotionally vulnerable victims.
I'm detecting the killer. Got Dracula for Super Nintendo for Christmas. Sending him on a murderous rampage.
And their families. If you're thinking about consulting a psychic detective, it's important to choose wisely. Don't pay any money up front. and work hand in hand with local law enforcement.
Next, they hear
Don't
colors
pay any money up front. How about none at all?
and taste shapes. It's being called the seventh sense.
It's not imagination. It's a different type of reality.
See, even the show Sightings is like, come on, dude. These sightings are fucking scum. Or these psychics are fucking scumbags, dude. At least give them a warning not to pay these people. All right, we could do that at least.
Imagine experiencing your five senses all mixed up. Suddenly you feel colors. You hear shapes.
What?
A friend's voice tastes like buttered toast. These are all real-life
You
experiences.
start wearing
of a
pretty dresses and watching Star Trek.
rare group of people called synesthetes. They have a rare brain condition that mixes up all five senses, and in some cases, reportedly...
Yeah, they didn't have a brain condition until they backsassed me. Ain't that right, Tim White?
...a sixth psychic sense.
It was a beautiful, clear night, and I heard a warbler off in a tree, and it was sending little blue bubbles off into the air.
I was seeing these flashing images and pictures and all of this
This
thing
is a
in
real peckerhead.
my mind.
If I'm introduced to someone, I can usually recall the name because I get an aura, a color.
These people are
Oh, is your name Orange?
seeing the world
No, my name is not
differently
Orange.
from the other 99.996%
Look at that cool dude walking in the woods.
of us. They're not hallucinating, imagining, or pretending.
Hey, can we get a shot of you walking in the woods for no reason?
They have synesthesia.
Synesthesia is an involuntary joining of the senses. Now, you know the word anesthesia, okay, which means no sensation. Synesthesia means joined sensation. It's not imagination, it's a different type of reality.
When Harry Gilbert hears sounds, he sees colors and shapes. It's called colored hearing.
Granny Peckerhead.
And is the most common type of this most uncommon condition.
If I heard something like a dog barking, it would depend on the dog. It would depend on the bark, because a woof woof sound would be kind of a big smoky gray, like pepper, like the pepper that you pour out of a pepper mill. Whereas a yipping dog might have small, isolated little white shapes that come out.
Okay, dude. Whatever you say.
Richard Sightings.
That dog was barking bubbles.
A neurologist and the world's leading authority on synesthesia.
Synesthetes' memories are extraordinary. Sometimes they're even photographic. As a group, synesthetes have a higher incidence of unusual experiences, clairvoyance, precognitive dreams, empathic healing, deja vu. But these are not crazy people running around the street hearing voices. These are very bright people who, for all the world, appear normal, except for this very peculiar,
Oh, he plays guitar too?
fascinating way of perceiving the world.
Hey, Sightings guys, can I play guitar for you? No, please. All right, real quick.
Synesthete Jane Gossage Bowerman tries to translate her experience through painting. This is what the classical music she's listening to
She's painting a bunghole.
looks like.
I can do a painting
Of
and
a
look
bunghole?
at it, and I don't have
That's
a
a bunghole.
clue how I did it because I don't know anything about painting. I couldn't possibly draw anything my
Her
little
name is Gossage.
3-year-old grandchild can
Where's the damn
draw.
Gossage?
I don't know how to do it, but I do know how to
Gossage.
draw what I see.
The doorbell rings and she sees a series of triangles, okay? Here's a screech makes a stack of colored lines, like a stack of pancakes in a way. And what synesthetes see are elementary geometric things here.
All right,
you
so
know,
they got brain
dots,
damage.
Triangles. They're seeing sort of the building blocks of perception.
Motherfucker, do you have a monocle on?
Triangles. They're seeing...
Dude, no. You cannot wear a monocle. You are not allowed to wear. Are you an old-timey billionaire? Are you a billionaire? Are you a carpetbagger? No?
Sort of the
Get
building
that-
blocks
Look,
of
he doesn't even know how to wear it right.
Dr. Sightings first began studying synesthesia in earnest after a chance meeting with a
In
neighbor.
earnest?
My new neighbor invited me to dinner in North Carolina and delayed us sitting down to the table with the apology that there aren't enough points on the chicken. Now, most of the guests just thought he was being silly, but I questioned him a bit, and after a while I said, oh, you've got synesthesia.
Vic, that is actually a Mandela effect. The Monopoly guy never did have a monocle.
you know, taste and touch. And his response was,
I always thought the Monopoly guy had a fucking monocle.
The name for this.
This incident inspired the title of Dr. Saitoic's definitive book on the
In
subject.
earnest ass?
In it,
What about
he
Vern?
chronicles the way the brain can create its own separate reality.
Now, Michael Watson, who is literally the man who tasted shapes of my book's title, for him, the taste of mint was a cool, smooth, curved sensation, as if reaching out to feel the backside of a glass column.
Dr. Saitoic was surprised to find that most synesthetes don't realize that their perceptions are extraordinary.
Where do you even buy a monocle now?
Until someone who doesn't have it tells them so.
I first realized I had synesthesia from when I was 28. And
because it's paranormal,
trying to
Garm?
recall someone's name, and I said, well,
Ball, you've been Mandela'd your whole life.
it has sort of a green cast. And she said, what are you talking about? And that was the realization that I was seeing something different from what she was seeing, or she didn't have that sensibility.
Gwen Glogie also expresses her experience through painting.
When I'm reading, or when I see words, or when I am spoken to, I get...
It just seems like a way of thinking to me. Like when you hear sounds, you just visualize something. It doesn't sound like, you know what I mean? It doesn't seem all that strange to me.
And I think I would be devastated if I woke up.
Like, you know, you just in your mind, you attach colors to sounds.
And,
it's just a different way of looking at things. Yeah, I'm with you. I don't see why this is on Sightings.
Everything were in black and white.
Yeah, right.
See,
what Jay
people
Crizzle's
ask me,
saying.
They say, you know, synesthesia real. My response is, well, real to whom? To you or to the people who have it? And you see, this insistence
The best claimed to be a fruit for years.
A third person
and was never really a fruit.
Technological verification of any experience before accepting it as real really gets to the heart of how addicted we are to the external and the rational, and that really sweeps aside all.
No, I know it's real, but it's just a way of thinking. I'm thinking like it's not like brain damage or anything.
Synesthesia helps me play music because partly it is a way I remember things. Once in a while, I'll hear a sound in a song that will make a vivid color that stands right out, and it makes me want to play it over and over again.
Dr. Saitoic estimates that as many as 1 in 25,000 people may have synesthesia and not know it, and those that do feel blessed.
Far from being some esoteric curiosity that's really unimportant, synesthesia
Garm, put your monocle in.
Out to be a
It's monocle time.
On a huge amount of the mind and the brain.
What does it feel like to have synesthesia? Well, we can never experience what they experience, but we can glimpse it through the work of some famous synesthetes. Visual artists David Hockney and Vasily Kandinsky.
I never heard of any of those cocksuckers.
And composers Sergei Rachmaninoff and Franz Liszt.
Next, a Sightings update. The mutilations continue in New Mexico,
little
and
guys?
ranchers want answers.
You know, it's a
Who's
crime.
killing our cows?
They're taking my living away from me. It's just outright thievery.
What do you think was going on? Because I think there really was shit killing cows. No one's going to go up there and just kill their cows to get on the news. What do you think was happening? I don't believe aliens.
Eli Hornick is a rancher in northern New Mexico who has experienced the
I don't even know where you would get. Monocles are us?
Of cattle mutilation first.
Monocle Emporium?
Recently, Hornick participated in a Sightings investigation of animal mutilation in the Southwest. Since his participation, Hornick informs us that the mutilations have not only continued, but seem to be increasing.
You think it was Elvis, Corky-Bald? You might be right.
The tongue was missing. The meat,
bunghole was missing.
After we'd cut it open, looked like it had been cooked.
I bet it was just like government testing, you know what I mean? Like go kill a couple of that guys, go kill a couple of that guys, and we'll see, you know, check the health of them or whatever.
Something.
When we
there had to
found
have been
the
something
animal,
like that.
It couldn't have been there no longer than 12, 13 hours because I was there at 6:30 in the evening.
Yeah, like some government testing shit it had to have been.
Back there.
Because I don't think these assholes are lying. Why would they? They don't care. They don't care, you know.
O'clock the next morning.
Most of these farmers make like good money. They don't need to be on fucking TV and
it wasn't maybe 600 yards from the ranch
looking
house.
like an asshole, you know.
And this animal was it had been mutilated. There's no blood, no tracks, no sign of nothing. And this
was cartel?
animal was already decomposing, like it had been dead for 4 or 5 days.
Oh yeah, well yeah, wasn't that in England? Mad cow disease.
If it
I mean,
was
I think we got a couple cases, right? But I think it was mostly in England, wasn't it? Dude, that was so long ago.
colts, you'd have blood.
Yeah,
all
but that would
over
make
everything.
sense.
If it was predators, you'd
Yeah,
have
because you don't hear about it anymore.
blood all over. These cuts are very
I bet you
uniform,
it was some mad cow shit. That makes a lot of fucking sense.
very smooth. The eye looks like it has just been sucked out.
It's a pattern that continues to be all too familiar for many ranchers in the Southwest. And now there's a strange new development.
We've had a disturbing new trend where ranchers inadvertently are touching these carcasses, and they're developing what could be, I guess, likened to a chemical-like burn.
Don't touch them.
I thumb in the animal's mouth, and when I stuck that thumb,
You had a few
my thumb
cases
in
too?
there, well, it burned for about 2 weeks. I mean, like a.
See, something was up. All these farmers, they got better shit to do than that than this crap.
I would say it would be like a battery acid burn or something, you know, like that.
Since our last report, the border area between New Mexico and Colorado has been hit hard. Ranchers there tell Sightings that animals are decomposing at an unnaturally rapid rate, and the body count is up.
We're having mutilations that are occurring on almost a weekly basis.
They seem to be expanding outwards from this area. About a week and a half after the sighting segment aired, we had 2 cases in Saguache County, Colorado, which is about 80 miles north of here.
I think they're coming down out of the air with some kind of air equipment, picking them up, taking them, bringing them back, and laying them down.
Eli Hornick is
What's
fed up
happened to
with
that
the
guy?
seeming lack
That
of
fucking cow exploded.
interest in his and other ranchers' plight. Mutilation reports gathered dust on government desks.
Even the little guy? You even killed the little guy, you bastards.
While animals continue to die. And even
This
as
is
the
how we got a
number of dead
pecker
cattle
bird? He was
rises,
fucking a dead cat, alien killed cow.
official interest in the mystery is declining.
Somebody, somewhere,
Those guys cool
in this country knows what's going on. I mean, it just seems like every time we try to do an investigation, try to get something started, it comes to a dead end. We can't get senators, congressmen, you know, it just get a lot of publicity, but it just dies. You know, it doesn't seem like, you know, it's a crime. You know, this is real monetary value. This is my living. You know, it's cost me thousands of dollars already.
Stop killing my cows.
They're taking my living away from me. It's just outright thievery. Why isn't somebody doing something about it?
Our government has the capacity to monitor any square acre of ground in this country if they want to. If they are not part of the problem.
Dude, they're the ones doing it, dude. They're not going to monitor
truly
shit.
as baffled about this as the ranchers and investigators like myself are, let's catch whoever or whatever is mutilating cattle.
Ranchers and private investigators say they smell a rat. They are
Yeah,
beginning
you know, the government loves fucking with farmers. They'll do anything in their power to fuck a farmer over. Of course,
that
it's the
there is
government.
a government conspiracy of silence at the heart of the mutilation phenomenon.
We was cutting hay in one of the meadows, and this helicopter was right there. It looked to me like a big military-type helicopter.
Yeah, you just got done killing your cows, dude.
Numbers. And that night we had a mutilation.
It's crazy how that works, huh?
Scared to pay attention. They're scared. This is something of the unknown.
Barbara Bush?
And they just don't want to get involved. And it's a very frightening
She likes a very rare steak. She likes them alive.
thing to, especially when you see these things.
If I can't have an infant tonight, George, get me a cow.
You know, my God, they could come after me. Maybe they'll start on humans next. I hope not.
Finally, someone in Washington is taking the cattle mutilation problem seriously.
Hanford?
This is a letter written by New Mexico Senator Pete Domenici requesting
Oh, a senator. Whenever you hear something like from a senator, it's like, oh, this will never go anywhere. Senators are the most useless fuckers on earth.
Wonderful happy day!
If you ask me, the cows could sense the shapes and colors of smell. Aliens hate that. Aliens are jealous of synesthesia and well as the CIA.
That makes a lot of sense. That answers a lot of questions. That answers a lot of questions. Thanks, Monocle Man.
Board provide him with a detailed status report on the progress of their cattle mutilation investigation. For ranchers like Eli Hornick, it's the first sign of official support for for a phenomenon that has plagued them since 1967.
If you've had a paranormal experience, call the Sightings hotline.
I did. One time I took a dump and I turned around, there was nothing there. I gotta call Sightings.
That's 1-900-933-7444.
Martha, call Sightings. There's no turd in the bowl. There's no turd in the bowl.
Sightings is also online.
Again?
Our email address is sightings@aol.com.
Until next time, remember, no
Martha, get Sightings on the horn. There's no turds in the bowl.
mystery is closed to an open mind.
And this man, after he defecated, turned around and there was nothing in the bowl.
For Sightings, I'm Tim White.
Phantom turds. Where do these turds go? To a parallel dimension?
On Sci-Fi, The Sentinel.
Okay,
crawlers, rise and mutate.
Many insects.
Hey, you gotta monitor my turds because someone's taking them. So it may, if you don't want to monitor it, it might mean you're taking a government man.
Chameleon-like quality.
The first family of arthropods. Meet the Apple Days, Saturday at 9 p.m. on Sci-Fi.
That's gonna be the next episode of Sightings. Poor dead cow. Another dead cow. Poor little guy. The show was crazy. I think the funniest part about this show is I remember it being good.
There is an entity in this room. Right
No!
now.
The spirit is forcing these people from their home.
Identify yourself.
It sounds almost like a moan.
Yeah, it's a moaning.
The Heartland Ghost strikes again.
Something is burning my face.
Not this
With
guy.
Hollywood's greatest genius cursed.
The long steel needle been driven entirely through the script. This was
The
mark
scrote?
of the voodoo.
Also, a frightening tale of alien
Did he say through
abduction
the
from
scrote?
the Australian outback.
I hate this guy.
Plus, some scientists believe the Earth wants us to change our ways.
The ecosystem fights back, and it attacks the people.
And newly discovered lights in space may offer an explanation to Earth mysteries.
There are forces in the Earth that are equivalent to those things in the sky.
You guys ready? You guys ready to spook Max? It's spook Max time. I hate stupid mustache psychics. Dude, you know these guys live their whole lives just stealing money, you know what I mean? Like their whole fucking life. Just bullshit, just lying, you know? I just hope there's something waiting for him when these assholes kick the bucket. Just their whole lives fucking spewing horse shit.
Welcome to Sightings. I'm Tim White. Sightings continues to
Now
investigate
that is a fucking suit.
Heartland Ghost, the most compelling haunting case our investigative team has ever encountered. The family has now moved out of the house
Your shit
where
bucket's
they
ready to be spook Max, as it's gonna be.
believe a vindictive entity named Sally lives. Before they moved out, they called in a Native American shaman to exorcise the spirit.
But he just drank all their booze. Masturbated in their living room.
And our team returned to the now empty house with psychic Peter James to see if Sally was really gone.
From the outside, little has changed since Peter James first visited
Why do psychics all have stupid hair?
this remarkable house last summer. In fact, the house stands today much as it has since it was built in 1872. But this time, the upstairs window was empty. No one peered out of the quiet street in this quiet town in America's heartland. Sally, the child entity from the past that Peter believes is trapped in the present,
oh, come on, dude. That's cartoon nonsense.
To be gone. And the family, Pam, Jeff, and Donnie, who tried to live with the haunting power.
Fucking a washing machine and dryer in the kitchen? It's a convenience, guys.
In this house have moved out.
Oh no, they don't live there no more.
As chronicled in past episodes of Sightings, The ghostly activity began for them when family photographs revealed strange, unexplained images.
This was the room that there were a lot of photographs taken. One was when I was sitting down here, and then two entities showed up, one about in this area here, and then one somewhere in this area here.
After those photographs were taken, the haunting seemed to move upstairs, where the family began to feel an unnatural force at work in their son's nursery.
This room spooks me, to be honest with you. This is where a lot of her activity happens. She's taking toys from that part of the room, throwing them out here to the middle of the floor. She's moving furniture around.
After a few months, the paranormal activity took a more destructive turn.
While you guys were outside, doing an interview outside, there's something we discovered in here.
Oh, I remember that. I remember this. These guys were such scammers.
It looks like it's burnt, and the rest of the
Remember,
panel
Sightings even called these guys out on being scammers.
was moist still. It's still half alive. But the outside, it's ashes.
And finally, there was the moment before our Sightings cameras when something or someone viciously attacked Jeff.
She's right here with me right now.
Jeff,
I'm
no!
feeling something really cold.
Yeah, remember this fucking asshole?
My stomach.
Yeah, even Sightings said these guys were fake as fuck.
These scratches had appeared just moments before.
He's just went right through my midsection.
Oh my God! Look! Look!
Yeah, because we were making fun of this guy.
Right there.
She tends to do this to me because I upset her sometimes. And she wants to be noticed, I think, today.
On Peter James' first visit to the home, his psychic impressions centered on the link between a child entity and a former resident of the home who had lived here at the turn of the century.
I feel very medical about this for some reason. A medical person that that had a strange...
How many houses has this guy been thrown out of? At least 10, right? He's been thrown out violently at least out of 10 houses.
lifestyle.
Peter's accuracy was remarkable. When our Sightings investigative team researched town records from 1900, the city directory showed that the house was occupied at that time by a doctor with a lifestyle that eventually led to his arrest and removal from office as the town's mayor. And Peter believes that while the spirit of Sally, a child entity, haunts the house, her physical body is here, beneath a weather-worn tombstone, and that she was a child the dishonored doctor could not or would not save. Because much of the haunting activity has been...
Yeah, see what this asshole does? He just looks up the history of the property and then he makes a story around it. I mean, any asshole could do that. Oh yeah, come to my house at blah blah blah. Okay, then you just go to the fucking library and look up because there's no internet back then. You just look up the fucking house or contact wherever you got to contact, and then you just find the fucking story.
Reported at night. We conducted this latest phase of our investigation with the aid of night vision lenses.
Okay, we're good.
After so many months, it was the first time our team had been alone in the house with the lights out.
I want to go in this room first.
Spooky time.
And
a second camera shows what you'd see without the aid of the night vision technology.
That's spooky dark.
our nighttime is their daytime. There's an entity in this room right now. No doubt in my mind.
Yeah, just one of his hot egg farts. Just one of his hot egg farts floating in the room.
Give us a better verification that you're here. Whoever you are, identify yourself.
What do you hear?
Do you hear it?
What do you hear? Tell me what you hear.
It sounds almost like a moan.
Yeah, it's a moaning. You hear it?
You hear it, Tony?
I do.
Tony, you hear it?
Yeah.
You don't hear shit.
sounds like it's coming from right behind.
Is this where you are, Sally? Right here? Yes. Whoa, yes. Feel this right here. Or is that from the...
Where's
is
the
that from
hot egg
Peter?
fart?
No.
It's haunting the house. His hot egg fart.
It's right here, right here. Feel it?
Yes.
Yeah, right here. Look. Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
Hello? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Right.
She's right there we go. Hello? Yeah, that's it. She's here.
Hi, Sally.
There she is. Hi, Sally. Whoa, feel that. Woo.
It's Sally. Hey, stop feeling up Sally, you creeps.
Yeah, right here.
What the hell's wrong with you
Right
guys?
here. Yeah, right here.
There it is. Oh, my God. Okay, stay.
Yeah, Sally. Hello.
Feel it? Yes.
Yeah. Hi. Whoa. Whoa. Hello. Easy.
Ugh.
You still feel it?
Yeah, a lot. A lot. Yeah. Come and hold my hand, Sally. Sally?
Peter feels the eerie force leading him down the hallway into the former nursery, where Sally's presence has always been felt most intensely.
Sally? Would you like to play with me and the teddy bear, Sally?
Well, back in the 80s or 90s, they could just fucking just rob poor bored housewives of their money. Psychics didn't have to really work.
You all right? Yeah, I'm fine. Just burning.
Just write a bullshit book.
Yeah, she's, oh man, it really burns.
Sally has supposedly burned before. A rose, a bib, but never a person.
It's weird why they're doing this now when they did an episode way before that said this family was full of shit.
Something is burning my face, like right now.
Peter James was visibly shaken by the painful encounter.
Wow. Sally, you be nice.
The team broke for the night, but returned the next morning to find an anxious former resident with an amazing story.
I started watching the show.
I ate a whole meatloaf. You guys couldn't believe it. It was a 3-pound meatloaf, and I just downed the whole thing. Just thought I'd tell you that. I'll see you later, guys. That was an awesome story.
I couldn't believe it. There was no doubt that it was my house, and I'd spent years here. And they showed the bookcase, and my grandmother had all of her medical books here. This room, which is the nursery, was actually my 2 youngest brothers. And as I passed through the hall,
The egg fart got out of the neighbor's house and got into my house.
a light caught my eye. So I turned and I looked in here. It was right here where the fire happened. And as you can see, there's no electrical outlet or anything. It seemed like it was only concentrated right here. In my memory of it has always been, why did that fire start and how? And so, going back and talking to all my brothers after seeing that first show, every single one of them had, well, what about that fire in Kevin Dillon's room? And, I said...
Everyone writes books for Dards to buy.
And, especially when they said
my
this is
book.
the room that they've had the concentration of Sally being in. And I thought, if she was there when we were there...
That little guy's miserable.
I kind of had that feeling like, were you being watched all those years, or...
As if to confirm her suspicion that the family had been watched, an eerie cold spot suddenly formed.
Oh my God.
There it
yes,
is.
That's weird. Yeah, it's cold.
Yeah, it's much colder than anywhere.
So many peckerheads on this show.
What does it feel like to you?
It's like a breeze blowing. It's very cool.
But there's no, all the windows
Yeah,
are
the windows are shut.
The heat is off.
And I feel like I'm really hot, so this does feel really cold here.
Well, say hello to Sally.
God dang, that's so weird.
Despite the family's attempt to exorcise the spirit, Peter James feels she is still here.
How could we deny the fact that she's here? And this clearly says you better reconsider your thinking patterns about ghostly activity, because there are 2 entities here and will remain here, in spite of his attempted exorcism.
In fact, as you will see later in this program,
I'd like to think this guy gets his $25 for showing on Sightings. And immediately goes to Burger King and puts the Burger King crown on. Finally! My reward after a hard day's work.
Sally's supposedly vindictive nature was once again painfully obvious as our investigation broadened in the days that followed.
Peter James believes that Sally is still present in the house.
Peter James doesn't believe any of this shit. He's just trying to get easy money from Tards.
Evidence as well. When the former tenants, Jeff and Pam, returned to the house for a surprise visit, something sinister returned with them. And through a live computer hookup with hundreds of Sightings viewers, many of you were able to be there at the very moment of contact.
Later on Sightings, we go online with our Heartland investigation.
You physically felt that?
Yeah, that hurt.
And was Hollywood's greatest genius the victim of a mysterious curse?
Yes.
Hollywood has made hundreds of movies about the evil power of curses. There's the curse of the mummy, the curse of the cat people, and of course, who can forget the curse of the swamp creature? They make the subject laughable. But there is
Curse of the Swamp Creature. You mean Jessica? Jessica Burrell?
Hollywood curse that is deadly serious. It may have been the reason why one of the big screen's brightest lights burned out before his time.
This is a voodoo witch doctor. I ran into him in Brazil and Rio
No, that's George Floyd, dude.
de Janeiro. We were down there making a documentary film. And so I arranged with a good deal of difficulty to film a voodoo ceremony.
Everything that Orson Welles did before 1942 worked like a charm.
And it was my unhappy lot to have to tell him that the filming was off because I had just received word from Hollywood that the president of the film studio had been removed.
It was his downfall. Once he left Hollywood and went to Brazil.
There was no more money to spend.
We should never go to Brazil. We should never go to Brazil ever.
Voodoo ceremonies. And the witch doctor assured me that this was deeply offensive.
He never got another job in pictures anywhere remotely like the kind of opportunity he'd had.
On my desk, in a script of the film, was a long steel needle. It had been driven entirely through the script.
Oh, shit.
And to the needle was attached a length of red wool.
What?
This was the mark of the voodoo.
It was 1942, and Orson Welles was the undisputed king of Hollywood. Citizen Kane, still considered the greatest film ever made, had been released a year earlier.
It's an alright movie, come on.
And Welles was still receiving
I actually never seen that movie.
for his historic War of the Worlds broadcast. But suddenly the voodoo curse seemed to change everything.
I know that Orson always felt that he had been cursed with the whole Brazil enterprise.
Director Peter Bogdanovich was Welles's friend and worked with him on his memoir, This Is Orson Welles. In it, Welles chronicled his ill-fated attempt to make a documentary about South America titled It's All True.
Orson
Yeah, but he was messing around with voodoo stuff, Garm.
strong belief in superstition, in witchcraft, in black magic and white magic, and I think he took it quite literally. I think he felt that the picture was cursed, and that he was suffering from that curse. I think it pursued him to the end of his
There's no
days.
top dog.
Curses are real. Curses are made
Is it
every day,
is it as good as Nightmare Asylum?
every moment of every day by people towards other people, and they have effects. Curses can kill people. Curses can make people sick. Curses can ruin people's finances. Curses can
make you gassy.
love lives. How do the curses work? There is no canned answer
Put a
to
shirt
that
on, dude.
question.
Oh shit! What's that guy doing karate in his
Rudy
backyard?
Chavez has an intimate knowledge of the power of curses. He runs the Crystal Cauldron in Oceanside, California, a metaphysical resource center where many people come in search of a release from their curses.
Curses are...
I've been cursed. I've been cursed my whole fudging life.
in many ways, any way conceivable. The mind is limitless. So a curse is merely just negative energy. How you choose to use it and manipulate it is entirely up to each individual.
Certainly, if you believe you're cursed, you're cursed. If you believe you're cursed, you've already set yourself up to have a bad result.
What I would tell someone who believes they are truly cursed, and if in fact they are cursed, is for them not to be afraid, to empower themselves, to muster up all the strength and courage that they can, and to stand strong and firm. And that is the first step to overcoming a curse.
Oh, so just pretend it doesn't exist because it doesn't.
His technique.
Except my curse. My curse was real.
Moving the negative energy of a curse, a spiritual cleansing.
We would anoint the pulse points with a spiritual oil or a cleansing oil. We would
It's
light
just your spoon,
incense,
Janie.
in which
You
we
ain't
would
fooling
burn
me.
herbs such as sage. Sage has been used for cleansing and healing. And we would invoke
Get sage,
the
Bill.
blessings of God. In our tradition, it's God, Goddess, because you have feminine.
Hurry up, motherfucker. Living Single is on. The bitches will go home and watch Living Single. Hurry up, Bill. Uncursify my ass so I can go home and watch Martin and Living Single.
And masculine energies. Without one, you cannot have the other, and life cannot be sustained.
Lena D'Souza is a spiritual
All the males
priestess who believes she acquired her healing gift as a young girl in Brazil.
No, it's because I took a shit in an ancient Indian burial ground.
Brazil
227 zone.
has a lot of power, spiritual power. A lot of spiritual power. You feel it when you arrive there. You feel it. It's very strong.
Producer Bill Crone first met Lena after finding the original footage from It's All True in this film vault. It had remained untouched for nearly 40 years.
I wanted Lena to remove the curse from the film so that we could go ahead, raise the money, make a deal with Paramount, and get the thing finished.
Yeah.
Wanted to finish this picture.
It's Paul
He did
McCartney.
not want to walk away from it. His heart was into it, and he wanted to finish it.
Cinematographer Gary Graver worked with Orson Welles for 15 years,
Your
up
dad's
until
game is
Welles' death in 1985.
He tried many times to finish it unsuccessfully. He thought a lot of footage was missing, and he didn't want to spend the time on it because he thought it was the curse on it.
When I saw Lena for the first time,
Oh, maybe he thought the movie sucked dick, dude.
we sat down and she threw a bunch of seashells on the table and looked into them to see what had been done. She said, whoever did this did a good job.
Just pretend it ain't real, punk rock.
But I think we can turn it around.
Then when I threw the shells, I read what the shell did, and then I gave him the answer. And the guide says it could be removed. It was not easy to do it, but it could be done.
With the help of her spiritual guides, Lena claimed she
Hello there.
had lifted the curse. Bill Crone resurrected the Welles footage and completed the film. It's All True was released without incident in 1993, more than 50 years after it was shot.
What a classic.
I don't have any theories
I've never even heard of this fucking movie, and this is just a commercial for the stupid movie, by the way.
about curses. I don't know where they come from, and I don't know where they go. But I think I was involved with one for 11 years, and I'm glad that
More
I
like
went to
Snorson Wells, am I right, guys?
someone who knew more than I do about curses, because I think if I hadn't, It's All True would never have been finished.
If you're worried that someone might put a
I've never heard of It's All True. And if I never heard of it, that means it's not a good movie.
curse on you, remember that most curses work on the premise that you can trick the mind
Yo, man, Rock's coming on.
into harming the body. The power of a curse is as strong as your willingness to believe in it.
Next, newly discovered lights in space
Orson
may
smells
explain baffling
language.
Earth mysteries.
It's documentation of a natural energetic.
Sightings just cut that dude off. He said, you had enough.
Contrary to popular belief, ufologists are not dedicated to proving that every sighting is an alien spacecraft hell-bent on delivering an extraterrestrial ultimatum.
Well,
In
we've
fact,
heard of
the
Top
lion's
Dog
share
for
of their
years
work
and years and
involves
years.
searching for a scientific explanation for anomalous lights in the sky.
Right? Have you ever heard of that fucking movie? I never heard of I already forgot it. It's All True. I never heard of It's All True. It was released in 94, so it's not like an ancient fucking movie.
Recently, a new natural phenomenon has been videotaped for the first time. The tape offers a scientific explanation for some UFO sightings.
No, the worst movie from that time period is Sidekicks. Sidekicks is the worst movie ever. I'll save you, Chucky!
There have always been lights in the sky, a celestial painting we can't always explain.
It's got Joe Piscopo in it, so you know it smells.
As technology reaches farther into space, science is finding answers, but also new phenomena high above the Earth.
all around the world, there are extraordinary energetic phenomenon that people have reported off and
Sacred places
on throughout the years in the scientific literature.
Everyone has seen these extraordinary forces at work.
Yeah,
when
because you
they
play in
rip
every
through the
episode that
atmosphere
stupid clip.
and crash to Earth. And now, spectacular new pictures reveal definitive proof that enormous blasts of colored light, which once existed only in the imagination of science, are, in fact, real.
Look at that guy.
It's documentation of a natural energetic phenomenon. We haven't looked at this enough.
The blue fans of light are called jets. The red bursting cones are sprites.
spooky.
Blue jets and red sprites
magic
emanate
missile?
from the top of thunderclouds and are 20 to 60
Just
miles
meth
high.
labs. Just meth labs blowing up.
They are
Meth
seen
labs
in
all
slow
over the
motion
country.
because sprites and jets last only a few thousandths of a second.
Hopefully what it will
Earth
do
is
is
shooting
encourage NASA to start using remote sensing technologies to map out not only sprites and jets,
But it's
more
sprites.
subtle forms of energy that exist all around the Earth.
There's nothing subtle about sprites and jets, but their discovery may be a roadmap
Man, I
to
wish
more
I had a
elusive,
sprite, man.
mystical phenomena.
Well, over the years that we've been investigating ancient sacred places,
Have you seen these like stupid reaction channels? It's like it'll be like some cheesy black guy, like and he's watching TikTok, and it'll be like a ghost video, and then after the ghost video, it'll be like, "Wow, man, that's a spooky ghost or some shit," and then they play another clip. It's like I don't know, like a lady disappearing or something. He's like, "Man, where did that bitch Darded go?" It's like the worst. It's like the most retarded shit I've ever seen.
we've heard of accounts of people seeing curious
You ever
lights,
seen those?
and folklore and tradition speaks of curious light forms. They seem to haunt the soul
Wow, that bitch done been crazy, man. Next clip. Whoa, what the hell did I just done watched?
of places that the ancient megalith builders and monument builders selected for their sites.
Good shit, well, wow, man.
And we see these curious lights have been seen by all traditional.
It's like the most retarded like the comments he has on the video. Like there's a million of them. Whatever his comments are in the video, it's always so stupid. Wow, man, I would move out or something right quick.
Peoples. In Australia, for example, the Aborigines call them Min lights. In the Native American Indians, many different Native American peoples have different traditions about these light phenomena.
Sightings of magical earth lights infuse Native American myth and legend, and sacred places were set aside for their worship and observation.
Whoa, that would scare the hell out of me, man. It's just a way. It's just an easy way to steal other people's content. You know what I mean? Like that guy's not even trying.
Usual, sometimes visible energy.
Laziest thing they can make, exactly.
Like the Marfa lights.
It's just an easy way to steal content. Like, you know, if you actually have like a point of something, like, you know, if you could make a point about it or something, or just bring it up. But no, it's just like, whoa, I would totally move out of that house.
In the southwest, in China, there are mountains with balls of light that supposedly dance around the
Wow, that dude sure done look scared.
tops of them. There are the Andes lights. There are these glowing spires that shoot up into
Just
the air
watch
above
us
the
laugh
Andes
how
mountains.
stupid it is.
Pilots have reported seeing glowing columns of light for years, but their observations remained anecdotal until these pictures were taken.
In the Earth, there are enormous telluric currents in the ground. There are probably
that would be something, Gary.
equivalents to the sprites and jets. We just don't see them. When lightning strikes, the heavens and the earth are connected, and there are.
And can we stop with the backgrounds with like the honeycomb like a pattern? Can we stop that already? How long have we been doing that? Since like 2013? Can we stop with the stupid like streamer douche with the honeycomb pattern behind them? It looks it's old now. It's dumb. I'm calling an end to it. I'm putting my foot down.
Forces in the earth that are equivalent to those things in the sky.
Geophysicists have suspected the existence of red sprites and blue jets for many years, but it wasn't until
We just saw it.
technology caught up with imagination that the phenomena were finally documented on videotape. The same may prove true for paranormal phenomena that we suspect but cannot
Wow, this Tim White has a cool tie and cool suit.
document yet.
Up next, uncontrollable new diseases may be a sign that the Earth has had enough.
Wow, the Earth is pissed.
Just put Michael Lambert in blackface for all reaction videos.
You have to say one sentence. Wow. Wow, man. That ghost was super spooky.
The problem. You have,
That
in
would be
effect,
great.
Gaia's revenge.
Bug an eye of his head.
Alien abduction in the land down under, and America goes online with
That
a
would be
ghost.
awesome.
In 1979, scientist James Lovelock wrote a controversial book called Gaia, A New Look at Life on Earth. In it, he described the Earth as a living organism that, like the life teeming within it, was capable of sickness and healing. Today, in an era of global warming,
Gaia's some new age crap. See what I'm saying? Always with the new age shit.
deforestation, and overpopulation, many scientists have come to embrace Lovelock's theory, and they have a warning. The Earth will heal itself by killing
Yeah,
us.
it's played out. It's played out. It's done.
Gaia is the Greek word for earth, and the earth, according to many scientists, is not well. Gaia is striking back, they say, at the source of her problem, the human race. Gaia's revenge will be swift.
Here we go. We got to kill everybody now. And have one world government, too. We got to kill everyone to save the Earth and have a one world government.
Deadly, unwittingly set in motion by us, the instruments of destruction. With the destruction of
Not me, you. What do? I don't have personal jets. You don't see me flying around in my own personal jet and shit, polluting everything.
Rainforest around the world, rare viruses have been released in populated areas. Viruses with names like Ebola and Marburg.
Well, this is a self-correcting system. If it ever got to the point where there's too many people, some awful disease would run through everybody and kill 75% of the population, and we'd have to start over again. It's a self-correcting system. It's fine.
A healthy person in less than 48 hours. The viral outbreaks are just beginning, but Gaia theory says we're running out of time.
I find
Wow,
the
how much time do we have left there, Tim White?
theory of Gaia, where the Earth is seen as a living organism reacting to responses from the outside and stimuli such as deforestation, totally credible.
For more than 20 years, naturalist Arnold Newman has led expeditions deep into the tropical rainforests of South America. He has
Nerds
seen
really do
firsthand
need to shut up.
and what deforestation is doing to our planet.
We're losing 1 football field per second in the tropical rainforests. That's 100 acres per minute. If we extrapolate that,
It's not 100 acres a minute, dude. If that was the case, it would all be gone by now.
we're losing an area the size of Great Britain annually.
Yeah, well, there's still plenty of rainforest left, dude. And this is how many fucking decades ago? I think we're all right.
Why is an area covering only 7% of Earth's land mass so significant?
Good.
Because it contains
Don't do me any favors, Russia. Don't do me any fudging favors.
90% of all life forms.
The year 2010, that's
I just think it's funny. Like, we're fucking around with Russia, and Russia's like, "Hey, motherfucker, we'll nuke Britain right now." I just picture the UK going, "Hey, wait a minute."
15 years away, we'll be responsible for the extinction of 20% of
I
Earth's
just think it's
species.
funny.
In 60 years,
Hey, what did I do?
50% of the species on Earth will be gone, irrevocably.
The Gaia theory suggests that Earth, like man, has vital organs, and that the heart is the rainforest.
If we cut down the
No one's
tropical
getting
rainforest, we're not just harming the people who live close by. It has an effect on the overall system, just as if I stuck something in your heart, or in your brain, or in your lung, the rest of your body would react. When I began my research on Gaia, I was skeptical, and I was gonna knock the stuffing out of it.
They're gonna talk, dude. They're gonna fucking make some stupid fucking deal. I think they were just trying to ethnically cleanse Ukraine. That's all I think this was about. They're trying to fucking they're doing some genocide, but no one cares when it's like slight, a tiny, if it's 10% off white people, but they're white. I don't get into all that weird shit, but you know what I'm saying? No one cares because they're white.
I am not New Age. And I figured this is one of these sort of oogie-boogie kind of...
Because there's this whole big plan where Ukraine is going to be basically Israel 2.0.
concoctions that is masquerading as
Yeah,
science.
what the balls
But
said.
the more journalist Lawrence Joseph learned about Lovelock and his Gaia theory, the more he came to accept it as prophetic. He began to see a frightening correlation between man's encroachment on the environment and the impending destruction of the planet.
It's cool. It's cool to ethically cleanse white people, I guess.
The threat. We are the problem. There are 5 billion of us on the planet. There is a 250 billion pounds of human flesh on this planet.
The world's population is expected to double within 40 years. With twice as many cars, twice as much pollution, and double the need for natural
Oh,
resources.
shut up, dude. We're still here. After all these years of you guys fucking saying the sky's falling, we're still here.
Every year, we consume about 40% of all the green stuff that the planet produces. With 10 billion people, we're clearly going to be consuming almost everything that the planet produces. We cannot live beyond that.
I just can't believe how stupid like Reddit types are. You know what I mean? You know, like Russia's going after Ukraine, but everyone's like, every Russian should be killed. It's like, well, dude, do you have any say in your government? No. You know, you can't separate governments from people. They're weird. I want to kill every Russian I see. It's like, dude, most people don't have a say in their government.
But Richie, I don't want to get nuked. I'm just here having my jelly deals, baked beans and black pudding, bruv.
I don't want you to get nuked either, RT. I don't think we're gonna get to that. I think they're just ethnically cleansing the Ukrainians.
Means, and we're getting perilously close to doing so.
By cutting away and disrupting the balance, you have, in effect...
Yeah, they're fucking rubes. Now every single Russian should be murdered. It's like, dude... like, how much say do you have in your government?
Gaia's revenge.
People are retarded.
The ecosystem fights back, and it attacks the people. It harms them with disease and drives them out.
Ironically, it is people who may be Gaia's unwitting accomplices. Deadly viruses once locked deep in the rainforest are now being unleashed by our unrelenting march into remote areas.
That's some big ass logs.
Fascinated
Wow.
by
Did you see them logs? There was some big ass logs on that truck.
movies that depict us being eaten by aliens and sharks off
Aliens?
The reality is that we are eaten, and we are eaten by bacteria and viruses. And they are the real threat. Millions of people are going to die from HIV for every person who
Well, like,
gets
people will shit on America too, but it's like, I have no fucking say in my government. Why are you lumping me in? I didn't make any of these stupid fucking decisions.
A great white shark, fictional or otherwise.
You know?
We're probably only just seeing the tip of the iceberg to all of the viruses that are out there. And there's probably plenty more to come.
Virologist
Jay Crislin
Scott
isn't making these
is
wacky
an associate
decisions.
professor at the UCLA School of Public Health, where he is a leading researcher in the fight against AIDS.
There's a whole web of where infectious diseases are emerging from right now. It's the rainforest, it's the sea, it's the land that we live on. There are airborne viruses, and there are viruses which are sexually transmitted.
If you look at the average American...
But do we really, though? But a lot of times politicians lie. They say they'll do one thing and then they do the other.
As described by the recent sex survey, they'll have 5 sexual partners in a lifetime. That means they've got a 1 in 40 chance of encountering somebody who carries...
But even then, if you vote some guy in and then he acts like a fucking moron, it's like, well, I didn't know he was going to do that. I had no indication he was going to act like a fucking weirdo.
Disease. I wouldn't want to do anything that had a risk of 1 in 40 of killing myself. It makes bungee jumping look incredibly safe.
Yeah, that guy needs to
One
go.
of the most elusive
Still
killer
pointing that guy needs to
viruses
go.
to emerge from the rainforest is Ebola. Trapped for perhaps centuries in this dense protected environment, it has not been as easy to contain the virus in laboratories and test tubes. Ebola virus was discovered
That
in
Trudeau guy is so bad for you, man. Like, so bad for you guys. Like, even when he goes to, like, these, like, summits or whatever where all the world leaders go, what is it called? The G something, blah, blah, blah. Everyone just ignores him. Like, they pat him on the head like, hey, little buddy. No one takes him seriously.
country.
This is bad to have that fucking
in an
Trudeau.
animal quarantine facility in Reston,
Yeah,
Virginia.
G7.
If the airborne virus had spread outside the facility, thousands, if not millions of Americans would have died a horrible death.
When you're infected with Ebola virus, it seems to grow in all of the cells of your body. Ebola causes your blood to clot, and it also causes your blood to thin at the same time. You may start
He lectured him.
vomiting blood. You may start sneezing blood.
Well, that's his boss. That's fucking Trudeau's boss.
Blood might start breaking out of pores in your skin. And in the meantime, you bruise. Those bruises, they break open. You literally turn into just a petri dish for the virus. And you die.
Do I think deportations are actually going to happen? Nah. Maybe criminals, right? Maybe some some criminals, but there's no way. They ain't going to do shit.
Death.
A jet plane and 24 hours.
Nothing ever happens, right? Just remember that. Nothing ever
It
happens.
would take for one person with Ebola to spread the virus worldwide.
You can be one day in Hong Kong, you can be the next day in New York City. You can be one day in Australia, you can be the next day in China. Jetting around the world is a factor for spreading viral infection.
People are getting their hopes up. And I feel like people are going to be really let down.
Is an outbreak of Ebola or another new deadly
Ebola.
virus inevitable?
Ebola is such a letdown. It burns itself out too quick.
Or is there still time to prevent Gaia's revenge?
I think there's been a fundamental mistake in the approach of environmentalists, and that's the save the earth notion. Fear, self-interest is a much greater motivator, and I think when that finally sinks in, and I believe it has begun to, then people will see that the environment is not just another...
How are you going to deport fucking 60 million people? It's impossible. How the fuck are you going to do? Are you going to fucking check check everywhere, check everyone's house? You ain't going to do it.
But it's necessary and beneficial for themselves.
I think it's going to be very interesting to see what path humanity decides on taking. Are we going to be the wise stewards of our planet, or the desecrators?
Because it's brainwashing. Oh, we got to take care of the planet. Man, we would die way before the planet died.
Of it.
While it is true...
Yeah, that'll help. That'll help, but it's just too big. I mean, I would be happy if he got 1/5. That's how unoptimistic I am, I guess. Or pessimistic. If he gets 1/5 of the people out, I'll be happy.
Disease,
but I don't even
and
see that
deforestation
happening.
are on the rise. There is room for optimism. Global awareness of the Earth's fragility is at an all-time high. And even though recycling one bottle or planting one tree may seem trivial, the cumulative effect...
Well, the wall's a good idea. I like we had no money for the wall, but we had billions and billions of dollars for Ukraine and Israel, though.
Save the Earth.
But we just can't fund that fucking wall.
What terrorized this family in Australia's outback?
It was hot. All this junk come inside the car.
But you are not an illegal alien.
More than 90% of all reported alien abductees are American. It's a statistic that skeptics use to argue that the abduction phenomenon is simply a product of our own pop culture and pop psychology. Abduction experts counter that the numbers are skewed because abductees in other countries don't always feel free to come forward. That was certainly the case for an Australian family who were forced underground after...
Now we got a problem with Canada now sending Indians through. It's like, man, we're just getting fucked from both sides.
Experience was ridiculed in the press. On the afternoon of January 20th,
what is this bullshit about?
1988, Faye Knowles and her 3 sons set out from Perth in Western Australia to visit relatives several hundred miles away. At dusk, they were crossing the Nullarbor Plain, a desolate stretch of road through the Australian desert. It was here, as day turned to night, that the Knowles encountered something terrifying that remains unexplained to this day.
We drove on, and this object kept on following us, and somehow, I don't know how the hell it done it, but it wasn't actually flying, it was just hovering. It didn't
That got abducted. They touched his wiener.
Wings or anything like that, it was just hovering.
We nearly died.
Thurman drives through Australia like that.
We thought we were dying.
And the faster we went, the faster this object went.
The Knowles had experienced abject fear at the hands of an unnatural force. Police offered no explanation,
And when the family...
Speaking of no explanation in Canada, we still don't know how that bitch got cooked in that Walmart fucking stove. How was that even possible? Who shoved that Indian girl in the fucking stove? Or that giant walk-in oven?
Turned to the media for help in finding an answer. The media turned on them.
Would you please welcome a couple of people who've seen the light, Faye and Patrick Knowles. What was your first reaction?
Wow, the big walk-in oven.
Going to die, you know?
Did you know what it was?
Didn't know.
It didn't look like anything you'd ever seen
No,
before.
that's right.
It was alien.
The car up and Mum wound in her
This is a trustworthy looking guy.
and put her hand out in the roof and
So you've...
she touched
let me get this right. You've been picked up by an alien craft and you've wound down the window, Faye.
Yeah, God.
And put your hand on the roof.
Because I was curious to see what was up there.
You didn't hear about the Indian girl who got fucking cooked in the Walmart oven? It's been months and no one knows how it happened. Like you can't kill yourself like that. So I seriously doubt, or mistakenly lock yourself in.
So
Someone killed that girl.
You've got the alien spacecraft picking you up and you've virtually patted it, haven't you?
as this was going on, it was like a
They're making fun of this dude.
a really loud sound on top of the inside the car, and it was like a material, like a,
It's hard in
it
Australia.
was like a fog that was coming into the car, and when the material came into
That was your mum's skin burning.
and
They say no foul play, but that doesn't make sense. Although if anyone's going to kill themselves in a walk-in oven, it's going to be an Indian. No, it was a Pooji.
The media treating the Knowles family was ruthless. I don't think one person honestly asked sensible questions and tried to console these people and seeing the state of anxiety that they were in.
I mean, people would say, oh,
No, it
you
was
know,
Indian, not wah 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 Indian.
You saw things, you're making it up.
That's not true.
A lot of the interviewers
No, that's not true. I'm not making it up.
find and have found make a bit of a joke of it and don't really approach it seriously.
Some staining due to soot from outer space, others staining due to terrified passengers.
The impression I got on the Knowles case that it was serious.
Yeah, if there's a strange and exotic way to accidentally kill yourself, an Indian will figure it out.
A definite event that happened, experience that they had.
Here, for the first time outside of Australia, and without reprisal or ridicule, is the story of what happened on that January night in 1988, as told by the Knowles in their own words.
I was next to Sean. He was sitting in front, driving, and I was asleep in the passenger side. And Sean goes, "Pat, wake up! Look at this." And he goes, and I go to him, "What's the matter?" And he goes, "It looks like a UFO." And I said, "Can't shrink." We drove up to it, approaching it, and this thing was. At first, it was just stopped in the road.
That is a sassy boy if I've ever seen one.
And
You don't get it necked out long not being a sassy boy.
We approached it.
Yeah, it was more like an egg shape. And it had like a yellow centre.
Next minute, you know, this object appeared back behind us. And I said to Sean, "Come, put your foot down, let's get going."
And that's when I decided to put my foot down. And it just caught up within a matter of seconds.
Sparks hit the back tyre like something was trying to blow out the tyre, like the object behind us. It blew the tyre out with like a beam of light.
Wow, that long-necked Biff did done get abducted by aliens.
Before we knew it, she just went clunk on the roof of the car.
It jumped on the roof of our car and took us up in the air like that.
And as it picked the car lit up like a microwave. It lit up really bright inside. We heard this great big enormous sound, sounded like a motor or something. I don't know what. It's really hard to describe. Like, it made us feel like our heads were going to explode.
Yeah, we're front and like our brain's been sucked out.
Yeah, it was hot. All this junk come inside the car and, you know...
My neck isn't
and
as
at
long
that
as
time,
yours.
It was hard to explain because I kind of blanked out.
As the car was dropped, you could feel this object slip off the car.
Not long after, you know, it dropped the car. That's when I come out of it. And I took off from the car, told Bob to jump out.
We jumped at the car, ran out to the bushes, hid in the bushes.
And you could see this thing it was still looking for us. And at the same time, I turned the lights off in the car, and somehow it could not focus on that car. Somehow it was working with our lights.
What?
As soon as I turned those lights off, it just could not find us.
According to the Knowles family, it was at this point
21,000 accidental railway deaths.
that they experienced what ufologists referred to.
But the funny thing about the Walmart story is there's no way. There's no way you would walk in there. Like, there's never a reason to walk into one.
Missing time.
Like someone would have to push that girl in and then slam the door.
Just about an hour and a half in time, and it's really hard to explain, how long it did take.
My guess is the stupid girl pulled it in while walking in, like pulled it in backwards, and then someone slammed the door on it with her stuck behind the rack. If I had to guess, that's the only way I could think of it happening. Like someone saw the door open with the rack in there. But even then, that's stupid. I don't understand.
Local police investigated.
Look into that story. It's fucking weird.
And found several eyewitnesses who corroborated the strange events on the Null Arbor Plain that night.
They were travelling along the road. A bright light appeared in front of the car. Shortly after, the light disappeared behind the car. The car was picked up on the road, shaken violently. The car was covered in ash, black ash.
What?
What about the people? Were they harmed at all? Weren't harmed, but visibly shaken up.
Yeah, but if she was caught behind the rack, like I said, that even like yeah, I don't get it. Like even people who work at Walmart, it's like there's no way.
Witness the Knowles.
There's no fucking way it could happen. Yeah, the store's still closed.
All professions and walks of life, and they were traveling in different vehicles. So we had people in spotter planes for the tuna boat people. We had the tuna boat people experiencing the UFO.
I don't know.
Light above them.
Police investigators and scientists examined the car and analyzed the sooty residue found inside.
It's covered in semen stains.
Although their findings were inconclusive, most of the investigators insisted the damage to the vehicle and the tires was caused by some unexplained but natural causes.
A lot of the powers that be put it down to the rising sun or Jupiter or these other things which they think ordinary people mistake these things for.
Well, people think the mom did it because she also worked at the same Walmart. People think the mom might have killed her.
It's their way of getting around it and not having to do anything about it, I think.
We just want people to know what happened to us and that we weren't out for anything. We thought it was amazing ourselves. We thought we'd like to let people know what happened because it's, to us, it was exciting.
There he goes, let him go.
Frightening, you can't really explain.
I don't care about fucking alien abduction stories. You know it's just a story.
People used to laugh before and make a joke of it, but now they don't.
Since the Knowles experience in 1988, there have been many anonymous reports of mysterious lights hovering over the Null Arbor Plain. But so far, no one since the Knowles family has been willing to come forward and tell
Oh, you
their
think it was an
story
honor
publicly.
thing?
Coming up, while Sightings is online with viewers, a violent spirit makes its presence known.
In the last 5 minutes, 3 scratches appeared on his body.
This again? This again? How many episodes you gonna get with this fucking bullshit?
We now return to the house in America's heartland, which has been the focus of an intensive sightings investigation. This time, many of you came with us through a live computer forum set up with America Online.
This is like the fourth
In the
episode,
world's
fourth or
first
fifth
online
part.
ghost investigation,
How many times did this show
sightings
these fucking
viewers were able
assholes?
to experience the haunting firsthand.
Fuck sightings.
She was clearly dressed in garb that would be worn by a child at the turn of the century.
As Peter
Shut up, you dork.
concluded his psychic investigation, the team moved downstairs.
Who keeps scratching
The
this
Sightings
guy?
co-executive producer Stephen Krupnik was leading a computer forum
I think he was fudging Tim White, and Tim White scratched him.
between Sightings viewers and the investigative team. Through a live nationwide hookup, viewers could ask questions, make comments about their own beliefs, and
It's enough.
experience the haunting firsthand through the information superhighway.
Whoa, the information superhighway.
Here,
no one ever called it the information superhighway. I remember thinking that was so gay sounding when that guy coined that. The information superhighway.
Users posed questions directly to Peter James.
I would like to know if there's any way to learn how to talk to or contact a ghost.
It takes a lot
World Wide Web.
Trial and error and a lot of nurturing and a lot of just being persistent.
All good things must come to an end. Time is up for this event.
Great.
Awesome, dude.
The next day, Sightings was online with.
I missed so much internet goodness. I didn't get the internet till like '96. I missed so much internet goodness.
Investigator Carrie Gaynor. Again, through a computer forum on America Online, viewers were speaking live with Gaynor and the rest of the team.
Oh, you know gamer
During this
words were
computer
spam.
session, the former residents of the house paid an unexpected visit. Within minutes, Sally's telltale calling card was visible, and our online audience was experiencing it with the rest of the team.
We missed a lot of the early internet goodness.
Or down here? Where did you feel it?
Kind of like.
I still remember, like in 97, I got a letter from my ISP at the time, because I kept calling a guy on Quake an agate. And he complained. My mom's like, "Hey, are you calling people agates online?" I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "Stop! I'm getting letters."
All across here.
The whole face.
Yeah.
The first
I had web TV for like a month, then we got a computer because web TV sucked.
I hope this is not a hoax.
Well, I don't know. I'll let you answer that.
Everyone was trying to see those.
Yeah, we got 15 people observing this right now.
In the last 5 minutes, 3 scratches appeared on his body in full view
This
of
guy
8
again.
witnesses.
But those 3 scratches
Dude, he's an indie wrestler. He's just blading himself.
were not the last. Just
Web
minutes
TV
after
did suck.
Sightings concluded the computer forum, Sally struck again, and this time with a viciousness our team had not seen before.
She didn't really care. She was like, "Would you stop? I'm getting letters." I'm like, "All right." And I was like, that's probably like, you know,
All of
I was
a
pretty
sudden,
fucking old by then.
his knees buckled, and he just kind of let out an "oh," and clearly something happened. We went up, lifted up his shirt, and there were 2 vicious
And normal
scratch marks
people, look at
across
that.
his back, and it really looked like an attack.
You okay? Still hurt?
His knees even gave
Up to this point, the family has asked us to keep their identities and their town secret. But in our next report from America's Heartland, Sightings will bring you both Carrie Gaynor's complete investigation and the true identity of the scratching victim we now call Jeff.
Sightings has expanded.
That's all we had. I never had any AOL crap. Like I had its own little ISP.
America Online area. Keyword Sightings when you log on for access to Sightings stories, images, and events.
And it was dial-up. Dial-up sucked.
To subscribe to America Online, call 1-800-591-3344. And you can still reach Sightings 24 hours a day.
All right, come on, get something good now. Finally, stop recycling the same shit.
In the 1950s, was the USS Franklin Delano Roosevelt the object of extraterrestrial observation?
Yes.
It looked like a star, but was much brighter until it disappeared into the moonlight.
Then,
There was ways back then. I'm sure there's ways now. Like it was over Quake. I just kept calling the guy. He's like, "You better stop. You better stop."
exclusive. Our Heartland ghost investigation continues. A family is forced from their home.
And like, you know, the ISP is like, "Hey, could you tell whoever's doing that? Could you just stop?" And I was like, "Hey, can you stop?" Okay. I won't call him a sugar anymore. Okay.
Something's going on in that house. It's strange activity.
Plus, a psychic leads twin sisters.
I didn't have any of that Prodigy goodness. I had Netscape.
The minute she came to the motel where we were staying and walked in the door, it was just as if we'd always known her.
And a terrifying past life memory forces this woman to relive the horrors of the Holocaust.
Kept having this
Oh God, here we go, guys. Holocaust time.
image of being in this other woman's body that I just lost my mind.
Later, are extraterrestrials time travelers from our own future?
Extraterrestrials manipulate the fabric of space and time.
Now, but back then it was touchy. They would have thrown you off. Then I would have to get shitty AOL. You know what I mean? Back in those days, they were touchy.
Welcome to Sightings. I'm Tim White. In 1952, military personnel stood together on the deck of a Navy flagship, the USS FDR, and watched as a disc-shaped UFO hovered above them.
It's true.
3 photographs were taken, and this sighting was just the first of many reported aboard the ship.
Yeah, the smartphone killed the old internet. The old internet was great. And then smartphones.
Despite vehement denials from the Navy, many people who served on the USS FDR believe that she was...
Because smartphones made it easy for any retard to get online. And that's when Twitter became super fucking stupid. And
a UFO magnet.
Sometime in late July, early August of 1952, as an ensign, I saw a bright light. And
there was tons of bitches online. but, you know, it took some work to get online back then, so they weren't so dopey. When the smartphone came on, just the... Like I said, it's the end of a casino when all those fat rubes come marching in, right? That's the smartphone. It brought all the fucking retards.
Bow on the right-hand side, which would be the starboard side.
The ship was on a shakedown cruise near Gitmo, Cuba. And I was down below decks. It was maybe approximately 8, 9 o'clock in the evening, I think it was. And this buddy of mine, Vince, we've seen a bunch of men coming from the engine room compartment running up topside on a ladder. Said, Red, why don't you go up there and see what's going on? So I follow these guys up 3 or 4 decks up to the flight deck, and we were watching this little object, like a light, that was following our ship. And then it came out of the sky at us.
My friends called me to come outside, and we observed a bright light quite high in the sky. It looked like a star, but was much brighter. The light tracked
That's a cool dude.
At a high speed and came to a stop, altered direction, and accelerated to a high speed, stopped again, and it proceeded across the sky in this manner until it disappeared into the moonlight.
These 3 men, Robert Coburn, Chester Gruzinski, and John Lawrence, all served on the USS FDR. But each man was assigned to the ship on different
I want to
tours
see aliens.
in different years.
You said you had images.
Different jobs. And yet each man saw the same thing sometime during his service. An unidentified flying object tracking the Navy aircraft carrier through the sky. Others stood with them and witnessed the same events, which occurred over a 10-year period.
Well, now the internet's all fake and shit anyway. It's all bots. I don't even know how many of you guys are real.
There's no record of
Jay
any
Crizzle, you might be a bot, dude.
sightings in the ship's logs.
Ball,
and
you
attempts
might
to
be a
find
bot.
other eyewitnesses have failed.
You might all be bots. I might be talking to myself right now.
During September of '52, there were a series of incidents during Operation Main Brace, which was a series of naval maneuvers, military maneuvers with other countries. And during those maneuvers, there were a number of UFO incidents reported. One occurring in connection with a fighter jet, which had been followed by an unidentified flying object.
Barry Greenwood is the research director of CAUSE,
I knew it, Turncoat.
Citizens Against UFO Secrecy. He is also the co-author of the UFO Cover-Up. Greenwood has collected photographs of UFOs taken in 1952 from the deck of the flagship for Operation Mainbrace. They were taken aboard.
No, but like you'll watch like some shit, and you'll be like, "There's so you know, there's not that many people paying attention to that."
Franklin D. Roosevelt.
On September 20th, a newspaper reporter was on the flight deck of the carrier and a color camera with him. And he said he turned down the flight deck and noticed a group of guys looking up into the sky. He ran down there and noticed
Fight Club.
A large spherical object hanging in the air. Everybody was looking at it, so he had his camera. He decided to take some shots.
I got a large spherical object for you. You calling that, Bill?
And when he ran the exposures, he said the object accelerated, took off at high speed, disappeared.
See those pictures? That's clearly an alien.
So the brass called the various other ships in the area, asked about a balloon. Nobody launched a balloon. Nobody knows anything about it. They listed it as an unknown. Possible balloon, but nobody knows where it came from.
No, it's quite obvious that we had seen something. We don't know what it was. We knew that it could.
I was like I'll get one of these like cheesy fake like account bitches on like Facebook, you know, it's like some bitch with her tits out or something. Like get a friend request and I'll check out her channel and all her friends are just a bunch of cheesy old dudes drooling on her. It's not even a real girl. just cheesy old guys.
An airplane, because an airplane could not start and stop. The rate of speed was too fast for a helicopter.
Oh, sassy
and it was too erratic, a pattern track for a weather balloon.
Leon Treadwell also served on the USS FDR in the 1950s.
Yeah, Morris, all his friends are bots.
He recalls a UFO encounter he witnessed, along with several other men, while on anchor watch in Rio de Janeiro.
2 ships, or
That's a dangerous dude right there.
ships, one above the other, maybe about 200 or 300 feet separated the two of them, and the counter-rotating lights. And all of a sudden, a fireball dropped between the upper ship.
Man, all these bitches love my old ass.
To the lower ship. Nobody knew what the devil was going on. There was actual radar contact on these vehicles.
This painting depicts what Leon claims he and several other sailors saw on board.
No, that's not what you've seen. I saw the picture of what you've seen. It was just a white ball in the air.
USS FDR that night.
No one saw anything like that.
Several officers and these are representatives of divisional departments. They couldn't believe what they were looking at. Everybody signed a release statement that nobody outside of CIC would say anything about this for at least 15 to 20 years.
The CIC, the Combat Information Center.
No, he caught a stray pecker to the eyeball at the glory hole.
Here is where radar...
He turned around too fast. He did a Don Knotts double take right onto a pecker. Slid right into his eye socket.
Mapping, target searches, and operations are conducted.
Wish I was drunk.
We were just told to not say anything about this to anybody outside of Combat Information Center.
Is that true? Did you do a Don Knotts double take right into a pecker?
He was on the ship. He told me that I wasn't even supposed to mention this. I just ignored what he said. It's one of my desires in life is to find these other witnesses that were up on that flight deck with me witnessing this object as it came on top of the ship. There are a lot of times I wish that this would have never happened because all the aggravation has caused me. I had people that laughed and said they wouldn't believe me. Really? I was there.
I don't believe you.
I was there. I seen it. You weren't there. You don't know. You don't know what it was like.
Yeah. Tell more stories
why
there.
Would an unidentified
Tell more bullshit stories, dude.
This
Where's your book?
Or any other spend nearly a decade tailing this particular ship. Crewmen claim that the FDR carried advanced nuclear weaponry that was supposedly top secret.
Man, I'd be so out of here if I had one of those.
The sighting was well known to insiders in the government at the time. It was written about by the head of Project Blue Book after he retired from the military, and he described it in great detail.
There's a possibility that our weapons were of a sort that they were interested in. Of course, the carrier carried all kinds of different weapons.
Well, I mean, if that really happened, there would have been tons of people coming out, not just one guy with an eye patch who paints. You know what I mean? If something seriously happened, you would have more than 2 witnesses.
Allowed to carry the H-bomb.
We would be the only ship naturally that would carry them because we would have the only method of delivering the atomic bombs.
Since World War II, there have been a number of UFO sightings linked to nuclear...
Like, surely that guy knows someone who saw it with him. Go ask him. If it really happened, he'd have no problem telling people about it. No, it's just him. Only he saw it.
Remain unsubstantiated, in large part because the government organization best equipped to investigate the sightings, the U.S. military, refused.
Yeah, I mean, some cases I think they just saw, like you saying, a military aircraft, but sometimes these fuckers are just lying too. Sometimes they're just fucking liars.
They are probably covering up the incidents with the FDR because they're covering up all incidences of UFO sightings.
I won't rest till I find somebody else that was on that flight deck with me to witness that same thing I did.
The experience of the crew members aboard the USS FDR may not be unique. Sightings is currently conducting an in-depth investigation into charges that UFO confrontations have occurred.
Man, TV was easy to make back then, huh?
Where nuclear weapons are stored. We'll bring you the results of that investigation on a future edition of Sightings.
Next, a Sightings exclusive. A violent spirit continues its assault on a Midwestern family.
Guys, this show is fucking terrible.
Right here, and I didn't see it. It's on my side.
Dude, he's just blading himself.
This is what we
check
know
his
so
hands
far.
for blades.
A two-story house built in 1872 sits on a tree-lined street in the Midwest.
Dude, Hulk Hogan cut himself with no one noticing it for years. If he could do it.
Inside, many people, including members of our Sightings investigative team, have reported feeling anomalous cold spots, eerie contacts with amorphous entities, and inexplicable
I'm tired of being switcherooed.
One man has been plagued by spontaneous bleeding welts that he attributes to a vindictive spirit. What we don't know is why. What is causing this haunting activity in America's heartland?
No, we're getting through Sightings.
How did that happen? You don't know.
Sally?
Go on, walk in there. Walk in there. Oh my God! Look, look. It's forming right there.
I have 2 scratches.
Oh,
there it is.
Look at it.
Would it be okay if I sit down for a second?
Why don't you sit down?
Yeah, dude, check this guy's hands.
Sightings viewers
I bet he's
have
hiding it
their
under
own
his watch.
theories. The wounds are self-inflicted, an allergic reaction, or psychosomatically induced. The victim, his family, and many visitors here believe the strange phenomena are caused by a vindictive entity in the house. And that is why this family has moved out.
He gets spontaneous boners around dudes?
The house is still the focus of an ongoing Sightings investigation. World-renowned paranormal investigator Kerry Gaynor believes this case deserves the same careful
Was that Abdullah the
attention he
Butcher?
brought to 2 previous cases.
Dude, you know that guy's
the
blade.
entity and
It is a
poltergeist
work.
cases. With the family gone, Gaynor has a unique opportunity to determine if the source of the ghostly activity is the site or the family.
And he doesn't even cut
Maurice
himself
Schrock is an
deep like the
environmental
Hulkster.
engineer with the Industrial Compliance and Safety Corporation. He was brought in to search for electromagnetic anomalies, temperature shifts,
Between 25 and 30.
abnormal radiation levels, or unusual levels of radon, carbon monoxide, or other gases.
Yeah, it could be like a
Nothing
safety
unusual
pin or
was
something,
picked
yeah.
up, but there were still reports of ghostly activity by many visitors to the home, including the owner, a 20-year veteran of the local police department.
How come the cuts doesn't happen? This guy. How come the cuts doesn't happen to anybody else?
It got real cold. I mean, it got real cold.
Man, it was cold in there, dude.
I thought somebody was doing
Man,
something.
it was
I
flipping
both
cold.
ways, and I asked everybody in the room if they had.
I got the chili bumps and everything, let me tell you.
I said, it startled me. It kind of scared me. Did y'all feel that? And I didn't buy any of this. I really didn't.
Angry and still ghost haunting
Until
them
that
couples.
It happened. And, we had felt the room temperature, which I figured was a draft in the room. But when it touched me, that was not a draft.
It was
Something's
cold.
going on in that house. It's strange activity. What it is, I don't know.
And so far, scientific equipment has failed to come up with the answer.
We thought we might find something. As we
Maurice
took
Craig.
several different kinds of measurements, and we found basically that the readings were no significant deviations.
All
The
these
lack
people are
of
dead.
Scientific evidence, in the face of so many personal experiences, convinced the family to seek help of another kind. They asked that an exorcism be performed to rid them of the entity.
We were all holding hands, and at one point, my husband would grip her real hard. We were told not to let go. Don't break the circle. And he just held on real tight because he was in such pain. It was odd because he's never really felt the pain before. But afterwards,
Why are these straight lines? Why can't we get some squiggles? I don't trust straight lines. I need some squiggles.
we found out that he had been swiped at with a hand across his back on 3 separate occasions that left, I think it was 11 scratches right across the center.
we are 40 something. We will be watching Sightings for a very long time. For a very fucking long time.
These are the scratches that
But to be fair, I do remember the show picking up a lot more in the later seasons.
realized during that exorcism. And as long as the
And also, I know the show came back in like the late 90s. I don't care about that. I don't care about those.
they stayed away
The
from
old
house,
ones is the only ones
the
I care
scratches
about.
didn't return. But during our investigation,
and an online
A
computer.
ghost is
forum
scratching your
cited
fat
the
tits?
evidence. The family dropped in unexpectedly.
How come it never scratches the mumsy?
And
How come it
within
doesn't scratch her fat tits?
minutes, so did Sally.
Whoa!
Did you feel it here or down here? Where did you feel it?
Kind of like all across here.
Oh, the whole face.
Yeah.
First, a scratch appeared on his face. Then, moments later, deeper cuts appeared on his back.
You physically felt that?
Yeah, that hurt.
Describe to me again what you felt.
All right,
Just
that's a
sharp
squiggle
sting,
at
felt like
least.
some
At least we
stabs
got
in
one
my
squiggle.
back.
You okay?
Yeah.
You were 16 during
No.
this.
We set up additional cameras and monitoring equipment, hoping to capture any further scratching episodes. It was while we were setting up that the victim, who had always wished to
Beefaroni
remain
stains?
anonymous, told us he wanted to reveal his true identity.
Sightings has made a habit of coming back to visit you during that time.
All right, what's his true identity?
You asked them to disguise your appearance. Now you're finally allowing them to use your appearance. What changed for you?
Well, it's something that me and my wife we talked about a lot.
Yeah, because you're going to write a book now, aren't you, you fucking douchebags?
It's a pretty religious
They need to know who we are, so
town,
when
and I
we
didn't
write a
know
book, people will buy it.
what kind of feedback we'd get from this type of situation. The more we've talked about it, and since we have been on television a few times, and we've been getting some pretty positive feedback. I mean, the people have accepted it.
Biopunk, it's all about love, is what it's all about.
Well,
So people aren't ridiculing you as much
no,
like
I
you
mean,
thought they might.
we get our taunts every once in a while, or somebody will, say something, but it's something that I know what's happening, and my wife knows what's happening.
See, this is 94, 95, but man,
That's what's important to me.
I don't remember watching Sightings that old. I remember being a little fella.
Right now. Right here. Brand new.
So where's the good
You want
episodes?
to get closer? Yeah, we're pretty close. I'm sitting right here and I didn't see it.
Your side, yeah.
It's on my side.
Because, yeah, we're in like 94
I'm
time.
sitting right next to you.
Mm-hmm.
This scratch right here, all the way down to here, was not on your face when we came in because we saw this one here. We examined your face, your stomach, your back. Your hands are right here in full view of the camera.
Yeah, open 'em up.
In full view of all of us.
You got something up your
If
sleeve,
one
you
of
jerk.
those hands had gone to your face, I would have seen it. It would have been on that camera. This is truly incredible. Truly incredible. This happened right here, right this moment as we were talking.
Is that a young Slapnuts?
If
Listen
this
up,
were truly
Slapnuts.
typical poltergeist phenomena, it would follow Tony
Jeff
to
Jarrett killed WCW.
his new home. Now,
Slapnuts
he's only been in
was
his new
beginning of
home
the
a
end.
month, so it's still a little bit too early to make that kind of judgment yet. The story's not complete here. We've got a lot more work to do.
Sightings will continue to investigate this groundbreaking case. New tenants are set to move into the house. We'll monitor their experiences and also follow Pam and Jeff into their new home to determine if it is the house or the people who are the focus of this haunting.
No more. No more of them. Finally, some mysteries.
With their lost family.
It was just as if we'd always known her. There was no strangeness. We just felt she was our sister.
Since they were born, Alice Heck
Inside
and Agnes
Edition.
Nash have shared a special.
I remember Sightings. Like, I remember they would do like the EVP shit, but I don't remember being like fucking a teenager. You know what I mean? I remember being like fucking 10 or 12.
A psychic bond. Their lives have followed parallel paths.
I was a little fella.
Finish each other's sentences. If one of them is hurt, the other feels pain. It's behavior typical of identical twins, and that's how Alice and Agnes have always explained it. But when they were 51 years old, their mother revealed that Alice and Agnes were not twins.
Yeah, right? It seems way later. But like 94. Those are my cool dude years. I wouldn't be at home watching Sightings. I wouldn't be at home like I'm Beals watching Sightings.
1926. They share the same likeness, the same birthday, and a powerful mental bond.
We're exact
Because I remember Sightings came on Saturdays.
mirror twins with hypertelepathy, which means it's almost like a form of psychic. I can see in my mind what she's doing. She can see in her mind what I'm doing. I can always tell you what she's wearing.
Lesbos.
She can always tell you what I'm wearing.
Greatest
If I
acting
go to
of
the
all.
store to buy something, she can see in her mind what I'm buying. She'll go to the store and buy the same dang thing. When she went through labor, I went through the whole thing
Would it
with
be
her.
weird boning a twin? Because if you bone the one, you know what the other one looks like naked. That'd be weird. That'd be weird. I know what that bitch looks like naked. I've never seen her naked.
The girls grew up in
I was an
Rochester, New
alcoholic
York.
by 16, right?
For 51 years, they believed
Like,
they were identical
Stillborn,
twins.
those were your cool dude years too. We wouldn't be at home watching fucking sightings. None of this makes sense. I think we've been Mandela'd.
Until the day their mother shared a long-hidden family secret.
Oh,
My mother told me when we were 51 years old, about 2 months before she died. She called us to her house, and she says, I've got something
Just because you were a cheesy little dude, RT, doesn't mean I was.
to tell you. I don't know how you're going to take it.
And she said, I realize that I do not have too much longer to live. She knew she was very, very sick. And she said, I think you better sit down.
We both more or less said, what is it, Ma? And she says, well, you've always thought you were
Look at
identical twins. Well, we are. No, you're not. You have 2 more. You are quads.
The two-headed chick
Yeah,
had the
4
Etten. Fucking the Etten. That'd be weird.
And she said there were 4 of us, that she had seen the 4, that the 2 were taken at birth.
Their
Oh,
mother died before
that's
Alice
hillbilly face right there, by the way.
and Agnes could
That's
find out their
hillbilly
missing
face.
siblings' names, addresses, or even if they were boys or girls. For the next 17 years, they sought help from private detectives, adoption agencies, and law enforcement. Nothing worked until they asked a psychic for help.
During the reading, what I picked up.
Oh, RT, your date is here. Tell him to hurry up. I'm hungry now. A red lobster awaits.
Most importantly was the sister's name right away. It just flowed right out of me.
I just want to know with the two-headed bitch if you could pork them between the necks. Smush their heads together and bone their necks. That's what I always want to know with the two-headed bitch.
Would really be reluctant about meeting up with them and connecting with them.
Sandra also told Alice and Agnes that they would discover the whereabouts of this missing sister on Father's Day and meet her in the summer, just 1 month after the psychic reading. During an appearance on a TV talk
It's
show,
cool, Mom.
the connection was made. A little boy was watching that show and noticed a striking family
I know
resemblance.
you guys get older bitches. I never get any.
That's when the grandson of our new
Pork
sister
between both mouths.
saw us and thought we looked like his grandmother, and that's how this all started.
That sister had also been looking for her birth family. She contacted Alice and Agnes on Father's Day and met them that same summer, just as the psychic had predicted.
The minute she came to the motel where we were staying and walked in the door, it was just as if we'd always known her. There was no strangeness. We just felt she was our sister, and that was it.
The twins were now triplets. And
What?
as they began to learn more and more about their separate lives, they discovered a number of eerie similarities, although they had grown up miles apart.
There's 3 old
in
bags?
different families.
Some of the similarities have been that she has a son and daughter, Mark and Maureen. I have a son and daughter, Mark and Maureen.
What?
Her daughter, Maureen, was born July 12, 1952. My son, Jimmy, was born July 12, 1952.
I lost twin girls back in 1960. And her one child, boy, was born the same day that I lost the twin girls, October the 3rd.
There is another similarity that's a very marked one. My sister was married the year before.
So wait, the parents kept a twin, but there's like 3 of them. It's like, hey, you got to take one of these. We'll keep 2, but 3's too much. Someone take one of these.
Was the new sister. And when we got married, she bought her gown in her hometown at a specialty shop. I bought my gown here in Rochester in a specialty shop.
Quads?
She had hers altered, and so did I, with seat pearls in the neckline. Our headpieces were almost identical.
Baptismal records support Alice and Agnes's belief that this is their sister.
But as the psychic predicted, the long-lost sister isn't ready to accept this new family.
She is still looking for a paper trail. I guess it's overwhelmed her, according to what she says. She doesn't want her name used or anything right now. But she admits to us that she knows in her heart that she is our sister.
But you guys are kind of lame-os. You're not cool enough.
So now we're leaving it up to her.
While Alice and Agnes work on building a relationship with their sister.
Yeah, just because you're sisters and all that shit doesn't mean you gotta walk down the fucking field holding hands and shit. What kind of crap is that? You kind of you could be cool holding hands like a bunch of fruits. What do you start skipping?
There is still a hole to be filled. There is
What the
yet
fuck is
another
that
sibling
about?
out there somewhere, and psychic Sandra Sanfilippo believes it is a brother.
I hope that we do find him. He would be 68 years old. He might look like us. He may have dark. Our hair is naturally dark. He might have gray hair.
She didn't get the
There's also gray hair in
trim.
the family. His birthday should be April the 6th, 1926.
Alice and Agnes are confident in Sandra's psychic vision. They will search until they find the brother who can complete their family portrait.
Well, the most that we want to get out of this whole thing is to get the four of us together.
And get
So-
really fudging drunk and listen to some Scorpions.
We can all love one another and be there for one another in thickness and in thin, no
That's
matter what
about
the
it.
future
Yes.
might bring.
Because if they are in pain or need,
we want to be
we
there.
want to be there. I want to know that they're going to be all right.
Alice and Agnes continue to search for the brother that they believe is out there somewhere. It's a reunion we hope to share with you on an upcoming edition of Sightings.
Oh, can't wait for that. Can't wait for the old bag reunion.
Terrifying past life memory forces this
Hey,
family
those old bags ever reunite?
to relive the horrors of the Holocaust. Then, have scientists found a link between alien visitation and time travel?
Absolutely not.
A psychic finds clues to a murder through dreams.
Reincarnation is the
Damn.
belief that a person's essence, their soul, never dies, but is simply transferred from body to body for eternity. Some people claim that they can recall their past lives. Taylor
Lordy.
Sammons believes she is one of those people.
That's not nice.
And there's one past life she can never forget. Why else would she have vivid memories of her own death in a Nazi concentration camp?
Here we go, guys. Guys, this is going to be a tearjerker.
I was sure I was crazy. I was sure that the fact that I kept having this image, this memory of being in this other woman's body, that I just lost my mind.
She was developing some headaches, severe ones.
And she was slightly gassy.
Going over what was happening with her currently, I wasn't able to come up with any rationale.
Look, she's wearing this suit. She has to wear the suit, too.
Type rationale that would explain these headaches. Probably
You don't have to wear the
fourth
suit.
session after the headaches, she showed me some welting, and I couldn't explain that either.
I got tattoos. They were marks on my arm, and they ran all the way up, and they were sore, and you could literally see numbers.
When the therapy
This is
began
Combs'
to
real
change
mom.
based on this new symptomology, I was thinking, oh my God, what is it that's going on here? This something is very different. I'm very puzzled. I guess I was very puzzled as to where this was all coming from.
And it was as if becoming me, being born in 1957 in Seattle, was a joke. It had never really happened the way it was. And that feeling alone made me crazy.
It was at that point we both agreed to look at some regressive work and see if there was something else going on.
Yeah, you know that's true, punk rock.
These were the kinds of images that overtook
Wake up, little guys!
Taylor Sammons when she began regression therapy. The nauseating vision of one regime's attempt to decimate an entire race. And the personal horror of feeling somehow responsible. And Taylor Sammons learned that she was not alone. Rabbi Ionasim Gershom has uncovered other cases of supposed Holocaust reincarnation and has come to believe that they are real.
Of course.
It is very similar to other stories that I have heard of people having these memories and often having a great deal of guilt, a great deal of pain.
Through past life regression therapy, Taylor came to believe that she was once Catherine, a German Jew born in 1914, and that her death occurred in the German concentration camp known
Is Catherine really a Jewish name?
as Buchenwald.
And looking at the genuineness of the memories of Catherine, I believed, and I still believe today, that they were very genuine. And what would happen would be that we would sit down and start the regressive process. And Taylor then would start to lose her sense of self right
And
there.
bowels.
And Catherine would emerge. And Catherine would start talking about events that she was struggling with and things that have happened in her life, some very traumatic. And these were the kinds of things that Taylor, throughout the years of knowing her therapeutically, I don't believe she could have known at all, nor could she have prefabricated in a regressive state.
Among her
was put in a masturbation. They made me sit on the Sybian for 12 hours.
life memories was the name of a town, Lunenburg, where Taylor believes Catherine once lived. It is among the remembrances she has chronicled in her diary journal.
I lived in a village before we lived in the city. To tell you the name of the city, I want to say Lunenburg. I think this is the town square where nice things went on at first, and these were like buildings. These were the tops of buildings. They were rounded and they had something up here. I remember cobblestone roads. I remember, because I've never seen those.
The obscure German town of Lunenburg actually does exist. It is known for its unique architecture, beautiful cobblestone streets, and marketplace. There is a fountain in the middle of the square. These uncanny coincidences led Taylor to explore her memories further with renowned past life.
I just want to puke. I just want to projectile puke. I want to puke and projectile shit at the same time.
And this is the time when she feels like the children can't go to a concentration camp, and she decides to take their life.
My children were 5 and under 2, and then the baby was born in the camp. I killed my daughter first.
It's disgusting. It's fucking disgusting.
Suffocated her.
Shut up.
And then I remember straightening her out.
What are you doing?
Like she was a little teddy bear, like she wasn't a person, a doll. And my son, I went to the chair, the rocker, and held him.
I had to kill my babies. Shut up.
My hand over
This worked on your parents like a motherfucker.
held the knife.
I think I got more sad when I listened to Michigan Video Maker talk about how he's broke with the sad music.
And I think you thought we were playing.
Taylor believes it is the shame and guilt of Catherine that still lives within her today. At the suggestion of Sightings, Taylor agreed to consult with Dr. Brian Weiss, a psychiatrist who has studied past life regression extensively.
Let your breathing take you deeper. You're already very, very peaceful and relaxed. You'll be able to go deeper than you have before.
Messed up on her touching at the bar so she
You
does
can
this now.
remember everything. This is for your experience.
This worked on fucking 90s soccer moms, dude. They ate this shit up.
After 2 days of intensive therapy with Dr. Weiss, Taylor began to relive even more of the life and death of Catherine.
We are going. There.
And then they hooked me up to the anal machine.
What is it like on this train?
The others are singing.
And then they lashed me to the jostler where they would just shake me slightly for hours. Not the jostler. You go. You go in the jostler. No, not the jostler.
And it's crowded and there's children.
It's like one of those 1950s things where they put the belt around you and it just goes blah, 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 blah.
This train is going.
Not the Jostler!
Where is it going?
Buchenwald.
To Buchenwald?
Buchenwald, yes.
This is all.
Yeah, they cut my titties off and made them into them hats and made us wear them. It was still wet and gross, man.
Important to remember, and then to let it go.
The Roger Coaster.
You know you're safe now.
No, not the Jostle.
During the sessions,
Joffel
Taylor
Tunfen.
had vivid memories of life in the Buchenwald camp. She had visions of medical experiments being performed against her will.
Gave us cigars. When we lit them and exploded and gave us blackface.
Experiments which ultimately killed her.
Go to the end of that life, that last day.
They made us run races, and at the end they would throw banana peels on the track, and we'd fall and hurt ourselves.
Of her life. And let's see what happens. Can you see your body? What does it look like?
They would make us kick footballs, and right when we're about to kick it, they would move it away, and we'd trip.
It is very thin.
Mm-hmm.
The breast is missing.
Mm-hmm.
I think the arm is missing.
An arm?
And there's sewing in the stomach.
This is absolutely disgusting.
Just thin.
Mm-hmm.
This is fucking disgusting.
Let's leave this all together now.
They made his tribal force out of wall painted to look like a
A
tunnel.
session with Dr. Weiss, Taylor had recalled the last name Leibowitz, possibly a family name.
They would ask for how many lumps in their tea, and they would hit him on the head.
Taylor visited the Miami Holocaust Memorial. The images there were hauntingly familiar. And there, on the wall of
Tongue and frozen poles?
was the name she knew too well. Although agonizing, Taylor's journey through Catholic...
They would constantly ask us if we wanted a Hertz donut, and it really hurt.
Life has been a way to heal.
Taylor's story seems similar to many of the cases I've had from the Holocaust in terms of the memories and the details and the emotion. But the remembrance still seems to be very healing.
Stop saying remembrance.
whether
What are you,
they're
hammy? Well, heard hammy say that word.
Validated or not validated, people seem to get better, to lose their fears and phobias, to have more joy and happiness in their current lives. This is the important thing to me.
And then an SS officer wrote "kick me" on a piece of paper and put it on my back. Everyone was kicking me.
Let that healing continue. Maybe for the first time, I get to really live.
They shook my hand and there was a buzzer there. It made me sniff the flower and then water shot out.
With the new clues she has uncovered in her most recent therapy session, Taylor hopes to locate any living relatives
Hey,
of
Taylor.
Catherine
Taylor, Pick Rob has a message for you.
to rest.
Go kill yourself.
Next, will new theories on controlling time and
Guys, I gotta take a leak. I'll be right back.
alien worlds.
Perhaps in outer space, extraterrestrials may have the capability to open a hole in space.
H.G. Wells had the time machine. Sherman and Mr. Peabody had the Wayback Machine. And Michael J. Fox had a DeLorean. The fantasy of time travel is one of the most popular themes in science fiction. And now a tantalizing new theory suggests that time travel could someday be science fact. When time travel becomes possible, it will not be the kind of vehicle that's important, but rather the discovery of an interdimensional shortcut. In these scenes from Star Trek, the shortcut is a cosmic anomaly called a wormhole.
We might have just discovered the first stable wormhole known to exist. Bring us about, Lieutenant.
In science fiction, time travel is possible because cosmic anomalies not only warp space, they also warp time. But does science support the existence of these interstellar superhighways?
The average scientist says that the distances between stars is so great. 4 light years.
Oh man, Michio Kaku was even around back then. Fuck that guy.
It would take them hundreds of years.
A young
to go
spry Kaku.
between nearby star systems. Therefore, they are skeptical that we have been visited by aliens from outer space.
Michio Kaku is a professor of theoretical physics at the City University of New York.
In his book Hyperspace, Kaku suggests that there is
this guy's super Reddit.
of warping time. And Kaku does not rule out the possibility
He is
that
a
another,
Kaku
more
sucker.
advanced civilization may have already found that mechanism, the unified field that Einstein dreamt about.
The new
Wow! What a flattering photo.
wrinkle, which has caused quite a bit of excitement among theoretical physicists, is that perhaps this river of time can have eddy currents, whirlpools.
See, these assholes are just smart enough to keep saying horse shit that's not verifiable at all, just to keep the dummies thinking they're smart, you know?
And perhaps may even fork at a crucial
Bullshit. They're professional bullshit artists. These guys are just as bad as psychics.
juncture.
But where those forks and eddies are, no one knows. The cosmic highway isn't marked with signs saying, wormhole next right, or this way to ancient Egypt. At this point, just finding holes in space is more of a stumbling block than traveling through them.
Perhaps in outer space extraterrestrials may have the capability, with the technology thousands of years beyond our own, to
Okay.
open a hole in space and to begin to
You're
manipulate
cuckoo for
the fabric
Kaku.
of space and time.
And that is precisely how Mark Davenport
Yeah, it's just crap. It's just like it's shit you can't ever prove.
explains his
Yeah, it's all
claim
horse shit.
that many UFO sightings are, in fact,
They just show a chalkboard with a huge math equation, and then they start spouting bullshit. They know you're not going to work through that fucking equation.
extraterrestrial spacecraft. In Visitors from
No,
Time,
like what have these assholes ever done
Davenport describes hundreds of reported UFO sightings
other than go on talk shows and say a bunch of horse shit?
and alien abduction cases that he believes support his time travel theories.
So my hypothesis is that these people who operate these ships, their technology is so advanced that they've actually figured out a way to artificially warp space-time the way a
Whoa.
black hole does naturally. And
Oh,
if that's
yes,
true,
but it's a living. But it's the same. It's the same as fucking psychic.
it could mean they could be coming here not only from other planets, but from other star systems, other
Pretty much.
galaxies, other dimensions that coexist with ours, parallel universes, even our own future or our own
Well, these
past.
guys get around it by saying it's all hypothetical, you know, or not hypothetical.
By collating
What is
and
it?
cross-referencing specifics
Hypothesis.
from eyewitnesses,
Yeah,
Davenport
hypothetical.
believes he has compelling evidence that many UFOs are actually time machines.
We have the occupants of these craft are continually
Basically,
telling
everything's
people-
horseshit.
They ask them questions like, "What time is it? What is time? What is your
Yeah,
time?"
that's my thing. It's everything is horseshit, and I bet I'm right 99% of the time.
What is age? What is a year? And they say, "You are
This
caught
wild
in
theory
time,
doesn't
and we're
explain
not. Our
anything.
time is
You know, it'd be
different
different if one of these assholes did something useful once in a while, but they never do. They just talk in circles.
from yours. Time is distorted in the vicinity
Oh well, he did write several papers. What came from those papers? Absolutely nothing.
of these craft and inside these craft. A lot of times people's watches will stop. We have people who say that their voices are distorted when
Yeah,
they're
it's
near
just-
this craft.
It keeps.
Like when they breathe
It's like they're
helium.
not dumb. Don't get me wrong. I'm not calling them dumb. They're very intelligent, but they're just spouting horse shit and keeping the rubes entertained.
So we have all sorts of
Diddy
indication that
Freakoffs.
these things are in some kind of a field that warps
When is Diddy Freakoffs going to be on Sightings?
in time.
And one day, according to Michio Kaku, science will catch up with science fiction and
Man, that motherfucker went back in time.
will create a time machine of our own.
Most of my friends watch science fiction because they want to dream about what may be possible in the future. Real scientists at the cutting edge,
Whoa, that wormhole looked like a doo-doo hole, man.
working on the unified field theory, working on higher dimensions, working on time travel. These are the ones who are playful. These
That
are the ones
wormhole was real wormy, my brother.
who let their imagination soar into hyperspace.
I just remember watching that video. This guy's retarded. What is he doing? Does he even know how to like press the stream buttons? You know? Whoa, that is crazy, dude.
Not all scientists agree with Michio Kaku's hyperspace theory. Eminent physicist Stephen Hawking has stated that time travel is impossible because we've never been visited by any tourists from the future. Or have we?
Next, a sightings update.
Dream murder update, finally.
To a murder in this man's dreams.
Really wasn't considered a dream to me anymore because it all seemed so real, like I knew them or something.
On a previous Sightings, we profiled Charles Byerly, a man who has been plagued by recurring dreams of a brutal double murder. He said that he didn't know the victims or the killer, and dream experts found
So this guy had a dream and he wouldn't shut up about it.
highly unusual. In most recurring dream cases, the dreamer has a link to people in the dream. Sightings contacted psychic Kathleen Ray to see if she could find a hidden link between Charles and his dreams.
It got worse as it went along. Everything became like a nightmare. It really
Poor little
wasn't
guy.
considered a dream to me anymore because it all seemed so real. Like I knew.
Guy looks like somebody, and I don't know who it is, but it's driving me nuts. Guy looks like somebody.
For more than 3 years, Charles Byerly
He needed.
has
We
been
all needed
dreaming
an
about
NES
the real
or
life
SNES.
murders of 15-year-old Barbara Grimes and her 13-year-old sister Patricia.
Poor
The
little
girls
guys.
were last seen alive in December of 1956, leaving their Chicago home on the way to the movies. Their bodies were found a month later along a rural road.
I believe they've been reaching out. They still are. Maybe they're not at rest, you know? Maybe they just want to find out who did it, who's responsible.
Chicago
Hanford
Police
did it.
Detective
Hanford, where were you in 1956?
Schultz is keeping track of Byerly's dreams and feels there may be something significant in the strange recurring
Oh, no!
visions. Detective Schultz agreed to consult with psychic detective Kathleen Ray about the still unsolved case.
The
first thing I do is take
Bronson.
the victims and do a psychological profile.
That's a
In the
fucking reptilian if I ever seen one.
case of these two girls, I went into their personalities to see why would they perhaps go with a stranger and get themselves into this situation. Then the other thing I do is look to see the suspect. Do they know the suspect? I feel the man is probably in his early 30s. He gives off the feeling of late 20s, early 30s, somewhere in there. I feel that he came upon the girls while they were waiting for a bus. I feel that they crossed over
No, they were going to the
theater
movies.
to a bus stop, and then I feel they had to go to another one, and that's where this
Do
happened.
they even have buses
These
in that
psychic
town?
visions mirror Charles's dreams in every detail but one. Kathleen Ray sees only one murderer.
I can smell alcohol on him, not only from that night, but like it comes out of his pores like he drinks a lot. I can smell cigarette smoke on him.
What was the 50s? Everyone drank and smoked. Psychics are such assholes.
His hands, I could tell he was a laborer of some type, a manual labor, because they were all.
Lady, that was fucking 9 out of 10 dudes in the 50s. He drank, he smoked, he did hard work. It's like every fucking dude in the 50s. They have a ghost bus?
This man
I'm gonna ghost bus
for Santa Fe Railroad or for a company of that nature. Would it start with an S?
Working together over the phone, Kathleen Ray received confirmation for many of her psychic visions. Encouraged, Kathleen flew to Chicago to meet with Detective Schultz. She led the detective to the site of a demolished shack where she believes the killer once lived and where he killed the Grimes sisters.
I felt it was a green
The Grimes
shack.
sisters had grimy ass built.
It was back among
Man, those two bitches had grimy asses.
trees. It was like I could see forest around it. I felt water behind it. And I felt that there were no lights of houses near, so I knew it was isolated so the little girls wouldn't be heard. And it certainly
Lady,
had
you are
everything
wasting
I
everyone's
saw in my
time.
mind that fits the scene.
When I first started working with the psychic, I was very skeptical, okay? Through my belief and upbringing, what
Schultz, you need to resign immediately.
it be from a religious end, I just I did not believe in psychics. However, after spending several hours talking to Kathleen Ray, I've changed my opinion drastically. Kathleen Ray has said things to me about this area.
It's crazy how you guys get sucked so much. I think I only lost I think I got nailed on Facebook for like 3 days once.
The terrain out here, which only someone who knows this area quite well would know.
But I don't really. I just talk to you guys on Facebook though. That's probably it. No one reporting me. I just talk to you guys.
And no one had told Kathleen Ray that the site of the shack was only 3 miles from where the bodies were actually found.
I feel like he stopped and he brought them down, drug them down far enough to where people wouldn't be inclined to be driving along and see them just on the edge of the road.
Although Kathleen Ray believes the murderer no longer lives in the area, she is confident he will be found.
I feel like he's still alive. I feel like he doesn't
Lady,
live.
If they haven't caught him, it's the 90s. They were murdered in 1950. They are not catching that. They're not catching that dude. Ever.
Here right now, I feel like he lives in a state that has more mountainous terrain around.
Go away.
I feel like it was a state that started with an M.
People are the
With the
worst.
clues that Catherine Ray has given me, I've got somebody.
I
in
think
my
they'll catch him any day now.
mind. Okay, it's just something that I'm looking at right now.
The recurring dreams that plagued Charles Byerly and the psychic visions of Kathleen Ray each point in the same direction. It's a direction
Directly to Hanford.
that Detective Schultz is now following in the hope that Barbara and Patricia Grimes may
Bro,
finally
Nicholas,
rest
yeah.
in peace.
Yeah, I usually don't mess with people on Facebook.
Officially, there is
I don't even
no
know how. Like, how do you find people to shit on? I don't even know how to find anybody anymore.
suspect.
That's like
in the death
these
of the
people who get in trouble for like talking to people they shouldn't be. I'm like, how are they even finding people anymore?
Grimes sisters. But Detective Schultz is following up on the leads Kathleen Ray has provided in a concerted effort to reopen the case.
I figured everything was bots now.
Sightings has
Join
expanded
groups.
its America Online area. Keyword Sightings when you log on for access to Sightings story.
Get out of here.
On this
What time?
edition of Sightings, Mexico City,
All right, maybe the last one. Last one for the road.
1991, the location for the largest mass UFO sighting in history.
Hundreds of thousands of people went to the streets of
This guy. This guy is still around. This dude.
Mexico. This was a massive phenomenon.
Now, the visitors are back.
If they are here, now they are...
How many million people are in Mexico? Can we get another guy? Is he the only It's the only UFO guy in Mexico and South America. It's always that guy.
It's possible to travel through the stars.
Then, in 1953, a CIA LSD experiment went terribly wrong.
He went through the window.
Suicide or murder? Forensic scientists and psychic investigators try to uncover the truth. Plus, are scientists about to create a real-life Jurassic Park?
This is dangerous technology.
So, how many decades? It's been 30 years. We still don't have a Jurassic Park.
Later, do identical twins share a bond that transcends death?
I had a tremendous jolt. Then I knew it was my twin.
And this woman believes we can see the world through our pet's eyes.
We're born with the ability to communicate telepathically with animals.
Wait, what did you do? What did you do, Ball? Paranormal. Oh no. Sightings.
Welcome to Sightings. I'm
You're
Tim
trying
White.
to buy a bag of
Last year,
a bug of
Sightings
salt?
brought you exclusive videotape of the largest mass UFO sighting in history. Wave after
We
wave
do have brontosaurus-sized women. That is true.
of unidentified flying objects were sighted by thousands of eyewitnesses in Mexico City. A sightings investigative team has been keeping tabs on the Mexico sightings and report that they
You see what I mean? It's always the same 10. It's still the same. Well, most of them are dead now because they're probably all fucking, scumbags.
only continuing, but they are.
But it's always the same fucking guys. Like that Linda Howe you're talking about. This fucking Mexican guy.
growing in frequency.
In 1991, thousands of citizens in Mexico City looked to the heavens. Astronomers from around the world brought high-powered telescopes. Many people had video cameras. They were there to see the last full solar eclipse for 3 centuries. But as day turned to night, there was something else in the twilight sky.
It's got to be military shit because it's always in the same places. It's like New Mexico and Mexico City. So there's tons of shit caught on film in Mexico City. They're doing some crazy
UFOs,
testing shit there.
lots of them, recorded at the same time by different people from
Why always the
locations
same
throughout
places?
Central Mexico. Mass sightings on this scale are rare, and ufologists describe the event as a flap. One journalist who witnessed the original mass sighting has spearheaded a continuing effort to understand what exactly is going on. Jaime Muson, Mexico's most respected television reporter and host of Mexico's version of 60 Minutes, is the guiding force behind a project to collate, archive,
So
and
why is the
study
guy who
this
runs
flap.
60 Minutes, their version of 60 Minutes, doing
From
UFO
the day
shit?
of the eclipse of July 11, 1991, we had the most incredible flap that has ever been recorded or
Most of
presented as
America.
evidence.
A police officer
Dude, he's had gray hair since like the 80s.
A suspected craft from a surveillance camera set up to capture.
And he looks the same today. I think, like for the most part.
And this daylight video footage was taken by a Catholic priest.
They all look
who believes the
ridiculous on
Bible
this show.
Supports the possibility of extraterrestrial life forms.
Christ speaks of his kingdom.
They make you use like real information on Facebook now.
Not being
yeah,
of
no,
this
I wouldn't
world.
do that.
That his angels helped him. We are so small, and the universe is something so big that we cannot begin to understand all that is out there.
Why Mexico City? Why 1991? Some researchers found what they believe to be an answer in Mexico's ancient Maya culture.
No.
Pyramids.
No. This is military
South
shit.
of Mexico City have given rise to the theory that these structures, built with extraordinary technical sophistication, were actually built with the assistance of an
You gotta use real information for Discord?
extraterrestrial race. Were these pyramids built with a mysterious purpose in mind that has somehow beckoned extraterrestrial visitors back to the region centuries after the Maya civilization vanished? And then there is the astronomical calendar devised by the Maya centuries ago. Some archaeologists
Yeah, but every bot makes its way in there. You know what I mean?
believe that the calendar
You have to use real fucking photo ID shit, but the fucking bot could just
predicted the solar eclipse
a bot
of
could just get in there.
1991 and has also made predictions about UFO visitations.
The July 11th eclipse that we witnessed was forecasted thousands of years ago on the Code of Dresden eclipse table of the Mayan civilization.
The Maya referred to the periods between eclipses as suns. These suns last up to 500 years.
The fifth sun ended on the eclipse of July 11th. It was predicted in some form, like the era of the New Enlightenment. The sixth sun is the return to the Epic of Enlightenment.
Could the continuing
Well, they were right. The world did end in 2012. I mean, think about it. Really think about it.
Mexico City flap be a harbinger of the Enlightenment predicted in the Maya calendar? Are the UFOs that have continued to appear almost daily since 1991 trying to send us a message?
They want a selfie? That's fucking weird. Go fuck yourself. You should send a picture of your balls.
Hundreds of amateur
Send a picture of your
have been
fucking
shot
balls.
in the search for that message.
It was an object that was flying overhead at a low altitude in
That's
the
what I'm saying. Think about it. 2012. It was all shit after that.
It was an object in the form, shall we say, of a top. It was suspended over a tower. It was revolving around. It stopped spinning and began to move across. It hid itself behind a building.
It's hiding. Don't look at me. I'm self-conscious.
And there were some bubbles. To me, it looked like a pearl. So I shot it with my camera. While I'm taping, I observed through the lens that it split or separated.
There is a concerted effort in both civilian and academic circles to get to the bottom
true.
of the UFO mystery. At El Grupo Sol,
Everything was awesome until 2012.
Mexico City University, courses are taught in computer analysis of supposed UFO film and video. Videotapes have been pouring into the university since the project was first announced. Amateur
The same
videographers
Macho Man died. He took the timeline with him.
have formed clubs to compare notes, and courses are offered on the proper techniques for videotaping UFOs. While most of the videotapes
I
collected
agree somewhat, but it didn't really end until 2012.
so far offer only
Things were getting progressively worse, but it really took a
glimpses of
nosedive in
suspicious
2012.
objects. A few are worthy of serious consideration. On January 1st,
See, I wouldn't say 2001. I would say 2006, 2007 is where it really started sucking. And then
93, several
2012, that was it.
were captured on tape.
Just in front of me, approximately 1,500 feet, I was looking to an object that I have never seen before. I can tell you that was not normal. It was suspended in the air. It was moving just a little bit to the sides, up and down, and
You
left
threw
and
your
right.
TV out in 2021?
In the same
Or
place
2001?
for almost 15 minutes.
Manuel Lozcano was not the only person who witnessed the unusual New Year's
I stopped
Day
watching
event.
TV around then too. Not because I was bored of everything.
In 1993.
And then the last 2 years I was just watching court TV. Like that's all I'd watch. I'm like, all right, I'm sick of this. I'm done with TV forever.
Thousands, I would say hundreds of thousands of people went to the streets of Mexico, and all of them looked at very strange things. This was a massive phenomenon. Then it's very difficult for the scientists or for the skeptics to try to say no or try to invent any kind of tale around this. It means now that we don't think the same way we did 3 or 4 years ago. And that's very important. If you really want to see what is going up there, you have to have an open mind, otherwise you won't see that. And I believe that American people...
Yeah, I mean, I can see watching like sports
experience.
events or like a movie here and there, but you know what I mean? But I mean like just daily watching TV.
I think that if you
I don't know if
start
we can do it
looking
anymore.
to the sky with an open mind, you are going to
The commercials literally give me a fucking headache.
Never expected before.
The Mexico City UFOs have been front-page news in Mexico since the mass sightings began in 1991. But strangely, a computer search here could not find a single article about the phenomenon in any American publication. More on this suspicious discrepancy when Sightings continues.
Oh, shit.
Next, our Mexico City investigation continues.
So all this time we watched this show, we watched those fucking rubes, those ghost rubes like 8 times. The same stupid crop circles.
What is flying over Mexico City? Well, even the most skeptical of experts Sightings interviewed agrees that the UFOs are manufactured craft with an independent propulsion system. What is in dispute is who is manufacturing them and who's flying them.
Yeah, I noticed that. It's all big
The
farm ads.
largest mass sighting anywhere in the world occurred over Mexico City on New Year's
Or
Day
life
in
insurance.
1993. Television and newspaper reporters couldn't chalk this one up to hysterical kooks.
Nos trasladamos a un edificio continuo a grabar.
We went to the building next door in order to tape the lights that all the people were watching. There were journalists and cameramen. First, there was one object. And then
Your state requires ID for porn sites. It begins.
With that crucial
Porn
event
needs to go. It really does.
on January 1st, journalists
I know, that'll
throughout
bother a lot of you, but it needs to go.
Mexico went from reporters to eyewitnesses. La Prensa is Mexico City's second largest daily newspaper. Reporter Genoviva Ortiz's account of the New Year's flap was front page news.
I arrived at the editorial room around 3:30 in the afternoon when we began to notice a commotion among the people in the streets. The people were coming out of their homes, all the automobiles were stopping, and everybody was looking up at the sky.
A long time ago, there was disbelief. I think among the media professionals, the journalists. But now, with so many occurrences, we believe.
Yeah. Yeah, the after porn jerk.
We
It's very
accept
depressing.
things the way they are. Photos, videos, people's comments. They have
The worst
shown
is when you turn the monitor back on and you're reminded what you were watching.
us that something more
Like an
exists.
hour later. What the fuck?
Not just us.
While the ongoing UFO sightings are headline news in Mexico City, they remain virtually unreported in the American media. Are we missing a rare opportunity to learn about long-term UFO sightings? Why are journalists here so nonchalant about the Mexico flap? Sightings brought several of the Mexican videotapes to a video engineer in Nevada. He uses the same image analysis computer used by the Department of Defense to enhance raw satellite data. Because of the sensitive nature of his work, he is asked to remain anonymous. His analysis of the tapes revealed startling details that Mexican investigators had
Man,
not
you can't get any
previously
detail
seen.
out of that shit.
Initially, we took some
Betamax shit.
time to look at a blow-up and enlargement of the object that everybody sees in the motion video, and happened to see a flash of light down in this area of the screen We went down there and
Man, that's
enlarged
some Sega
it,
CD vision.
and we see something here that doesn't seem to follow the general geometry of the image. There seemed to be another spot right in here.
It's clouds.
This area in here was flashing or strobing occasionally, and here we saw again something that didn't.
Do you think these guys thought they were high-tech fancy men back then?
It's pretty much not anything that we can readily identify as an existing aircraft or helicopter.
Why are reporters in the United States disinterested in the largest continuing mass sighting in recorded history? Why do they treat as suspect tens of thousands of eyewitnesses and over 1,500 videotapes?
If you want to really be really truthful and you believe this is real, you have to tell it. It doesn't matter if it's risky.
Is this guy even a Mexican dude? What kind of name is that? What kind of name is Jaime? You know, Jaime doesn't sound like a real Masan.
To really
What's he, like an Egyptian dude or something?
Really truthful.
Is he a sniffer?
And you believe this is real, you have to tell it. It doesn't matter if
Is he a crypto
risky.
sniffer?
It doesn't matter if they are going to tell you that you are crazy. It doesn't matter if you lose your credibility, if you are acting as an honest man.
As the Mike Wallace of Mexico, Jaime Maussan has reason to be concerned about his credibility. But the mass
Dude, that guy threw his credibility in the dumpster years ago.
Many people was afraid when I started presenting this if I was going to lose my credibility.
Yeah, right? What kind of name is
I
that?
am an investigator. My duty is to investigate, and my duty is to do it for the benefit
well, there you go.
of the people.
I don't know.
If you have the courage.
But yeah, I'm getting sniffery vibes.
To believe in it, and it's true, you will be supported by people. And to do that is very risky, and I know that's why many
And like I said, this guy is still around today spouting the same horse shit.
partners probably in the United States don't do that.
On balance, Maussan and his colleagues throughout Mexico
Yeah,
have
right?
not
Doesn't sound
reported
like
alien abductions,
a Mexican or
extraterrestrials disguised as deep sea agents or intergalactic
sounds like
ultimatums.
Egyptian or something.
They are simply reporting what they are seeing and what they believe they will continue to see for years to come.
If they are here, we will be there tomorrow. They are proving with their presence here that it's possible to travel through the stars. It's the only reason science hasn't accepted the presence of these beings here, because we don't know how to travel these tremendous distances in the stars or in the universe between the galaxies. But if they are here, now they are telling us, hey, take it easy, take it easy.
Wait, I thought you just had the fucking death sniffles triggered.
It's possible
Now you're at the gym?
to travel through the stars, and it's all that matters at this moment.
That's what it sounds like.
Since this latest report was completed, Sightings has been contacted by a commercial airline pilot who claims that he was involved in a near miss between his DC-9 and a UFO. We'll bring you his complete story on an upcoming program.
Coming up, do identical twins share a unique bond in life and death?
Then I knew it was my twin, and his spirit
I
rose
grew up in high school getting wedgies, and so did my twin brother.
from me, and my spirit wanted to go with him.
Yeah, I mean, how though? how are people still buying this shit?
Identical twins share a unique biological bond, and life studies of identical twins have shown that they can also share a unique psychic bond. But what happens when one twin dies? Is the psychic bond between identical twins so strong that it can reach out from the grave?
Whoa, we're gonna find out.
They shared the same parents, the same egg, the same genetic makeup. So is it possible that identical twins can also, in some supernatural way, share the same soul?
When I walked in the room, two of the nurses says, "Oh my God," and start crying because we're identical. In every way.
That doesn't happen, huh?
Hey, and when I saw her laying there, it was like half my life is laying there.
They are called twinless twins. The remaining half
my brother got
of a whole, separated.
I could feel it in my cheeks,
by death,
in my
because
butt
they
crack.
came into the world together, because they were of the same developmental stage and shared so many life history events.
Yeah, they
from
really in the '90s. They really ate that alien stuff up.
infancy onward, it becomes a very, very special loss, and birthdays that used to be very happy occasions now become days of mourning.
And many twinless twins report that although death has severed the physical bond they shared, a psychic bond lives on beyond the grave.
I was up on a
Poor
power
Shane.
phone. I wasn't touching any energized conductors, but all of a sudden I had the most tremendous jolt went through my body.
Hey, Sessions. Hey, Sessions, remember you screwed us all over?
As if I'd taken an electric shock, and I knew it wasn't
Trust
me
Sessions,
because
guys.
I wasn't touching anything energized, but then I knew it was my twin, and I didn't want to believe it, but I knew it was so, and his spirit rose up from me, and my spirit wanted to go with him.
Dr. Raymond Brandt lost his
Not at the same
twin,
time.
Robert, early in life. After years of struggling to understand the supernatural connection he felt with his deceased twin, Dr. Brandt started a support group for other twinless twins.
Unequivocally, no doubt in my mind that I experienced a factor or an element of death myself when my twin died. And one half of me is dead. And so one half of me lives right here where you see me in this cloth.
One's taller than the other. You're identical. Why is one like an inch taller?
I sense his presence. He's with me.
I've had other people die. My mom died, my dad died this last year, and I don't feel their presence with me. They're just gone. I'll always love them, and I'll always be a part of my life, but it's not like
That bitch needs a me day, guys.
they're living on through me, and Kathy is. You know, you'll always miss someone you love when they die, but when you're a twin, that presence, that having her inside you goes on.
Oh. Carrie Bettis lost her twin, Kathy, when they were only 23.
They were very, very close. They shared everything together. They had their hopes and dreams of rearing their families together, being very close to one another, and their children interacting. And then when this devastating experience happened with the auto accident, she had to go on and carry on, of course.
They said that she
It's
was
been
in
an
critical
exhausting day
condition.
of sightings. It was very hard to watch this show.
I just hurt. Just a hurt.
Tim White should be ashamed of himself. Fonzie should be ashamed of himself.
And all of a sudden it was gone. I felt fine, and I felt such a relief. And then the doctor came out and said that she died. And I knew the minute she died, I knew the minute she was not in pain anymore.
No.
For 11 long years, Carrie has suffered the loss of Kathy. And even though she has a growing
Texas
family
tornado
to love
looking
and
ass,
care
Bill.
for, Carrie still feels a loss beyond grieving.
I think about her every minute of every day. She's just a part of me.
Yeah,
I
right.
attempted suicide.
It's hard to
Kathy's
watch.
accident, her car hit the back of a semi-truck.
These shows are harder to watch when you know it's 95% horse shit.
So I followed a semi clear up to Roseburg, which is quite a ways away, thinking I'm going to hit the back of this truck too. But then my mind would go back, and I would hear her say, "You've got to take care of my kids."
Carrie's after-death communication with her twin is more of a feeling than an actual conversation. But other twinless twins report that they can not only feel the presence of their departed twin, but can also speak with them directly.
Well, and I were very close. Sometimes it almost frightening.
Also was
how
a
close
character.
we were. A lot of times we would think alike. We'd feel the same pains that one would feel.
Robert McGowan lost his
I don't
twin
know. Was
Robert
Black Science Guy around at that time? Well, no, he was. He's been around for years, too. Maybe he does. Maybe later.
later in life after a long bout with cancer.
As I looked at the casket, I could hear him say, "Bobby, it's just a box going down on the ground. I'm still here right behind you."
How about
I
get
knew
away from me, dude?
Physically, he was gone. But mentally, he wasn't gone. He's staying here with me.
Some psychologists believe that these separation pangs
Think
are
about the other
simple
Pentagon Air
manifestations
Force
of grief.
officers making fun of Tim about his gay alien
Not
show
explain the supernatural encounters they
and laughing that he has to work with the fawns.
experience.
When I look in the mirror, I really have some question. Is that is that me or is that Robert?
Every time I look in the mirror, I see Ronald, I start talking.
Kathy's been gone 11 years. And about 3 years ago, I glanced in the mirror and it was more my reflection looking back. I know it's me in the mirror, but it's a lot of her too.
Well, yeah, because you're twins, idiot. You're fucking twins, of course.
Dr. Brandt's study is ongoing. He's interested in hearing from other surviving identical twins who believe that they have had after-death communication. Dr. Brandt's Twinless Twins organization is located in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Next, did a CIA experiment lead to this man's murder?
I definitely do not believe Frank Olson committed suicide. I feel there was an altercation prior to his going out the window.
Oh shit, conspiracy
The
time.
frightening consequences of cloning. And can we see the world through our pet's eyes?
Yeah, but what did people do back then? Like, I mean, I was there. Like, you just put it on, you were just stuck watching it. Like, even when I put something on, like, the TV or something, I'm usually, like, reading shit on my phone. Like, I'm not paying attention to it, you know? What the fuck did we do back then? I can't picture it. We just dealt with it?
LSD. 3 letters that conjure up an entire...
Sitting there and let the TV drop hot egg beefs in the room and we're just standing there sniffing it up?
Turbulent decade.
It's weird to think about.
But long before Timothy Leary told a generation of baby boomers to tune in, turn on, and drop out, the CIA was secretly dosing government employees with LSD. These were unwitting human guinea pigs, and in at least one case, the results...
Right, I can't picture it, Shakes. I can't picture it being stuck to the TV.
...and fatal.
Did Frank Olson jump, or was he pushed? That is the question
I guess.
that faces psychic detective Kathleen Ray, who has come to the scene of the crime, room 1018A in New York City's Statler Hotel. The unanswered questions about what happened in this room have plagued Olson's family for over 40 years.
As far as I'm concerned, it was not a planned suicide.
On a cold November night in 1953, Frank Olson, an Army scientist and father of 3, plunged 13 stories to his death from his room at the Statler Hotel.
Ah, nerd.
For me, it was catastrophic. I mean, it was nothing short of catastrophic.
Eric Olson was only 9 years old when his father died. He grew up never knowing what really happened. As an adult, he vowed to find out for himself the truth about his father's life and death.
Frank Olson was a branch
Black
chief
science guy needs to calm down. That guy is the worst.
For the Army's Special Operation Division.
Just talk about science shit, dude. No one cares about your opinions on anything.
Biological Warfare Division at Fort Detrick in Maryland.
Author John Marks is an authority on the U.S. government's covert operations during the Cold War. While researching the CIA's...
Well, I mean, there's always a chance, right? But the chance is so astronomically small, you know?
In top secret biological...
I mean, there's always a chance.
Marks learned a lot about Frank Olson.
Frank Olson was very much a witting participant in the idea that you could disable individuals or kill individuals through the use of biological warfare, which means that he was a specialist in putting the plague into an aerosol can.
Frank Olson was a patriot who believed his role in the creation of biological weaponry was essential to national security.
He was a patriot.
Just the kind of strong-minded scientist the CIA was looking for.
I mean, who wasn't a patriot back then? Just sitting there angry at the U.S. all the time. No. Pretty much everyone was.
To test a new truth serum called LSD.
Now we're all angry, but back then they weren't.
Testing of LSD program, they needed to find out how people would react to the drug if they didn't know they were getting the drug.
There was a meeting, a small meeting held at Deep Creek Lake in western part of Maryland, where a small group of scientists associated with my father's research division were going to hold discussions together with these guys from the CIA.
So who threw him out the window?
Cointreau, which had LSD in it. Frank Olson was one of the people who drank that.
I mean, I would never want to kill somebody, right? Because usually I'm not that. Who gets that mad? But if you were to kill somebody, throwing them out the window would be pretty cool way to do it. Especially if you can get a good launch. If you could just work it just right, launch the motherfucker, that'd be pretty cool.
LSD/Cointreau, and had a very bad experience with it.
Get a good arc going.
Some say the experience broke him. Olson became despondent, paranoid. He wanted out.
He's
But before the
out.
CIA would release him,
Jump kick him right out the
they
window.
insisted that he go to New York City for a psychiatric evaluation.
He called my mother, the first call that he'd made to her since he'd been in New York, and he said that he felt good and he was, looking forward to coming back to Frederick the next day. And
He said he was ready to rock and or roll.
Sounded fine. But a few hours later, he went through the window.
In the 2 hours,
It sounded fine, but a couple of hours later, he went through the window. Come on.
Day. And he said that he felt good and he was, looking forward to coming back to Frederick the next day. And she was very relieved because she thought he sounded, sounded fine. But a few hours later, he went through the window.
what happened in the 2 hours between the time Frank Olson made that optimistic phone call
He
and
challenged
his
Terry
fatal fall
Bogard,
through the frigid New York night?
You don't fight Terry Bogard.
Retired hotel manager Armand Pastore was on duty that night. He was the first to reach Frank Olson.
And he kept looking at me, and his mouth was moving and working, but nothing was coming out. You couldn't understand anything he was saying. It was like mumbling. But he was definitely trying to tell me something, and he was looking straight at me.
It's a night Pastore
The
will
guy
never
was still
forget.
alive?
A man was dead, and the circumstances surrounding his death were extraordinary.
Burn
A hotel
up.
operator told Pastore that just moments after Olson's death, a call had been placed from Olson's room, and the operator had listened in.
He said, well, he's gone, and the fellow at the other end said, that's too bad. And they both hung up.
The Sun made a documentary
From the
about
moment
this.
I heard that, I knew there was something terribly wrong.
The CIA will not confirm the identity of the man in Olson's room that night, but Eric Olson believes he was a CIA agent who had a hand in his father's death.
The police came in first. I followed them in, and they're sitting in the commode with his head in his hands, like that. And the police said, well, what happened? And he said, all I heard was a glass crash, and he was gone. I don't remember anything else, he said.
I'm sure he didn't say.
He launched through the window? Like, he didn't open up the window and launch himself. He just, he just went straight through the fucking window. Come on, man. He said, fuck it, I'm out of here. I just think it's funny, some guy going, I've had enough! Worst glass breaking sound ever.
Exactly what happened because they were in the middle of a cover-up.
22 years after his death, in 1975, the CIA finally admitted that Frank Olson had been an unwitting participant in an LSD
Alright, well, you know it's suicide then, because you couldn't pick someone up and throw them through the fucking glass. I mean, you could, but you would open up the window first.
But they insisted that Olson's death had been a suicide. Eric Olson believes otherwise. Sightings offered the services of Kathleen Ray to see if she could provide...
Well, I guess if you grabbed him by the front of the shirt and pushed him through the window and then just lifted his legs up, I guess you could do it that way.
Details about the crucial minutes before Olson's death.
There were 3 steps they had to do in order to put your father in the condition to have him here in this room to where they could get your father out the window.
Many of Ray's psychic impressions match the empirical...
See, now I'm thinking the other way. I'm thinking that if he went through the glass, that someone threw him out. Someone, like I said, grabbed him from the front, backed him up through the window.
Search of Dr. James Stars,
He got rid of
professor
his
of law and
theory.
forensic science at George Washington University.
We're taking a flying run coming
Where was
from
Kevin Nash? Where was Kevin Nash on that day?
the room all the way through up to the window. And you take a leap through. Even if you cleared this top bar, wouldn't some part of your body, whatever part, have been snared by the glass?
Dr. Stars has spent 2 years studying the case and agrees with
Yeah,
psychic...
well, someone killed him. Someone obviously killed him.
There is strong evidence of foul play. Stars commissioned a computer model to graphically illustrate Frank Olson's last minutes.
We were able to create an animation that shows the 2 scenarios involved in the death of Frank Olson.
Michelle Saber is a consultant for Engineering
look at
Automation
that.
Incorporated, a company which specializes
Oh, we
in
got domed on the
biomedical
corner?
engineering.
The process uses the basic laws of physics to recreate Frank Olson's fall.
The animation that's on the left side of the screen illustrates the scenario involving a suicide. And the one to the right side of the screen shows a homicide. And in that photo, you can see an image of two people pushing Frank Olson out the window.
I think that if he did go through the window as the...
Yeah, but that sounds silly. The easiest way to get him out the window was, like I said, to grab him from the front and push him towards the window so his back goes through it, and then just fucking lift his legs up and then send him flying. You're gonna give him the heave ho? Maybe if you worked him over a little bit so he was all fucked up, and then you fucking one on the count of three, okay? 3, right? Yes, on 3. 1, 2.
The traditional version has it on his own. There would have had to have been some kind of a running start or a run in conjunction with it, because he had to clear a window sill that was 31 inches off the floor. He had to clear a radiator in front of it. This is a man who apparently, with the shade drawn, the window down, literally flies through the air, and by the luck of the draw, went through the window and the shade. Apparently,
when he had a phone call with his dad before he died. Dad, I just want to tell you something. I am in fact a homosexual. All right, son, I'll talk to you later.
Literally flies through the air, and by the luck of the draw, went through the window and the shade, and managed to get through unimpeded.
Because of his relentless research, Dr. Stars gathered enough evidence to have the body of Frank Olson exhumed. When Dr. Stars examined the skull, he found something the original autopsy had not mentioned.
A stunning blow to the head by some person or instrument prior to exiting through the window.
Was this significant wound simply overlooked during the original autopsy, or was it omitted?
Yeah, but dude, what are you going to find digging him up? Because the motherfucker fell how many stories? I mean, he could have got those injuries on the bounce.
According to Dr. Stars, the injury could not have been caused by Olson's fall.
If that were the case, there would have been a fracture of the underlying bone, and we didn't have that. If someone had hit him in the head by a fist or thrown his head against a wall, that bump could have arisen in that fashion.
Dr. Stars considered the possibility that Frank Olson had suffered the blow to his head exiting the window, but after on-site study has ruled...
Yeah, but good luck proving that, dude. The guy fell fucking... You're not going to prove a jury of that. Like the guy fell... You're going to got all kinds of injuries.
He went through with his arms extended forward. Those arms clearly would have taken the brunt of the window and the shade before the rest of his body did.
Kathleen Ray had no knowledge of Dr. Starr's forensic evidence or the skull marks he had found when she made these comments.
He is threatening something that they feel would be...
Shut up. Shut up. You get out of here. Throw her through the window.
very dangerous to their work. But I feel that somehow he gets over here to where he gets this part of it, the upper left part of his head is hurt. I don't feel it has
all
to
these
be
fucking
crushed.
assholes. This is an interesting story until this fucking piece of shit showed up.
It's hurt. I feel there was an altercation prior to his going out the window. And when I stop and think about it, one is across the forehead here. And this is not from hitting the ground. So I feel this all happened before the fall.
Finally, Ray concludes that Eric's father died at the hands
Yeah, I mean,
of
if you're going to jump out the window, you would at least open the window and make it nice and smooth. I mean, unless you're a drama queen, right? If you're a drama queen, you're going to launch yourself through the window. I want everyone to know how angry I am. Whoa!
I definitely do not believe Frank Olson committed suicide.
It's a conclusion Dr. Stars has found strong evidence for.
When considered in combination with the findings from the scientific investigation, particularly that enigmatic hematoma, are rankly and starkly suggestive of homicide in the death.
You know, the CIA guy should have thrown him through the top part of the window to make it even crazier. Like the guy jumped 8 feet in the air through the window. Now that would have been awesome. Dude, he was doing backflips and he did a spin flip right off the top of the window.
Dr. Olson,
But is the forensic data from Dr. Stars and the psychic impressions of Kathleen Ray enough to break the seeming conspiracy of silence surrounding Frank Olson's death? His son isn't sure, but he continues to fight for the truth about the father taken from him so long ago.
Eric Olson, Frank Olson's son, believes that there is enough new information to warrant a full congressional investigation.
But he is an absolute nobody, so no one is listening.
The suspicious death of his father. He is currently working towards that end.
How did that work out, dude?
Cloning humans may be a reality within 10 years. Are we prepared for the consequences?
There have been experiments that have been frightening in their implications.
Well, they're going to clone Hitler?
Within every human embryo, there is enough genetic information to replicate that embryo 1,000 times.
What if they cloned Hitler and he was just like a really cool dude?
It's called cloning, and science and ethics
he's just such
are
a cool
at
dude.
loggerheads over what cloning will mean in the future. Some see it as the greatest medical breakthrough in history. Others foresee a Pandora's
Hitler.
box from which
Hitler, when I first decided to clone you, I was apprehensive about the whole thing. But now, I'm glad I cloned you, Hitler. Thanks, bro.
bring 1,000 Hitlers, 1,000 viruses,
1,000
perhaps
Hitlers.
a real
1,000 Hitlers.
life Jurassic Park.
We have to understand that we have a technology here more powerful than any tool ever devised by the human race. Scientists now have the ability to play God, to manipulate the
He
genetic
just wants to do sick tricks on his finger skateboard.
blueprints of life itself, to begin to become the architects, if you will, for evolution.
It's easy to imagine.
I thought this Hitler guy would be a real jerk, but he showed up at my house with a six-pack of some pizza.
Misapplications of the
Who
technology
is this
that we
guy?
have. I think it's important
Clone
for us to
Hitler
try
would
to
be a
get
Twitch
together
streamer.
and take away some of the fear of the unknown. It's not really as bad as a lot of people seem to think.
Since the dawn of time, life on Earth has marched inexorably
10,000
forward, out of our hands.
Hitler too,
As
some
science
dudes.
unravels the secrets of our genetic makeup, life is being created in a laboratory.
One of these days, it's going to be, I suppose, relatively commonplace for us to, for example, take cells out of a sick child, put a gene into those cells that the child is lacking, and then return those cells
I was
to the
having
child's
car trouble, and Hitler showed up, and they just fixed everything. He didn't even ask for anything in return.
sick body and have those cells take over and make the youngster well. I think it's great.
But while ethical scientists use cloning to heal sick children or search for a cure for AIDS, there is a worry about experimenting being conducted on the fringes of mainstream science. Could the fiction of Jurassic Park suddenly become real?
I would say the
Just thinking about it, the more I think about it, it's so stupid. Like 1,000 Hitlers, what would that achieve? He was just a normal guy, right? Like there wasn't anything like there's nothing like odd or different from him. Like if he just grow up a normal life, wouldn't he just be like a normal guy? A cloned Hitler wouldn't have to go through World War I and all that other shit Germany went through.
technology to actually read
I mean, it'd just
and
be just like a normal
reconstruct
guy.
the entire genetic code of the dinosaurs, perhaps about 15 years away.
Entombed in amber, the petrified remains of prehistoric tree sap. This
Tree
insect is
sap?
95 million years old. Because DNA never dies, it may be possible to remove strands of genetic material from this insect and clone not only the insect, but anything the insect fed on, including a Tyrannosaurus rex.
Hitler gamer. he's a speedrunner.
And it's just a matter of going in, getting the information, and replicating it in a modern living
Right?
cell.
You just be a
and
normal
giving
dude.
that cell
Well, not that the ADL is normal.
an appropriate nucleus, a yolk, and an eggshell. And you should be able eventually to hatch living, breathing dinosaurs.
Cloning dinosaurs may be years away, but there are genetic experiments.
Because if you
going
think
on
about it, Hitler was just kind of in the right place at the right time. And it was all pissed off going through World War I and shit.
right now with equally frightening potential. Every
I bet if you cloned Hitler, you'd be kind of underwhelmed. Well, he's just a normal guy. I mean, he's got some funny jokes. But there's nothing amazing about it.
Scientists experiment with recombinant DNA and make ethical decisions with a global impact.
Recombinant DNA is the heart of the genetic engineering revolution. Recombinant DNA means recombining DNA, taking snippets of DNA from unrelated species.
Change punch with karate chop.
And splicing them together to create novel organisms that have never existed in evolution or in classical breeding. Scientists have taken a human growth hormone gene, placed the gene into mice embryo. The mice are born with a
right place,
human
right
gene
time.
replicating in every cell of their body. The mice grow twice as big as any mice in history, and they pass that human gene into every generation of their offspring.
My own feeling is that geneticists as a whole are very, very responsible about what they do, and they spend a lot of time thinking about the implications of what can happen with our new genetic technology.
Yeah, it gets silly. The whole World War II thing gets so silly.
Geneticists as a whole fails to take into account rogue scientists with their own agenda.
We have thousands of scientists working in laboratories all around the world today. And the public is not aware of this, but they are snipping together genes, re-editing genes, recombining
Maybe you just be a painter.
Genes, creating novel new plants, animals, microorganisms that we have never seen.
You'd be one of those assholes that do like the Photoshop painting and stream it. You'd be one of those guys.
As the ongoing experiments continue, who will be there to decide when to stop?
Now, what happens when genetic technology gets down to this level where it's widely available?
Yeah, but when can you give me a bigger paper? Hey, when can you use the genetic technology to give me a bigger Johnson?
To anyone. And you have some splinter in some part of the world that comes up with some very insane agenda.
Give me that genetic juice. I want a huge wiener.
And this is what you always have to worry about. You have to worry about the Saddam Hussein
Food reviews and mukbangs.
And the Adolf Hitlers of history popping up anywhere.
Some scientists have estimated that we are only 10 years away from the ability to clone a genetically engineered human being.
If I scratch a cell off my body here, that cell has the complete genetic information to clone an identical copy of myself. We are already in the era of
It would just, Dinty, it would just be very underwhelming, I think.
Genetic engineering of human beings. Scientists have already performed.
Oh, Jim Bro Hitler? That'd be kind of cool.
Surgery, genetic therapy.
WWE fan Hitler.
The actual genetic instructions in individuals. This is now not a theoretical issue. It's an engineering question.
We can do a lot of the things that 30 years ago or so we thought were really quite fantastic. And we do think very seriously about the implications of what we can do if we were to start going a few steps further. We think very carefully about it.
Aren't they finally doing stuff with stem cells now? But even that's creepy, you know?
Germany has all but outlawed recombinant DNA research. Apparently, many leaders in that nation have decided that any potential medical advances are far outweighed by the potential horror of a genetic experiment gone awry.
When we get to the issue of evolution and the future of biology on this planet, perhaps...
I mean, like this cloning shit, all these countries banning it, I understand it, but it's like, at the same time, China don't care. China's going to do whatever they want. You know, so you're going to have them doing shit.
Ask this question.
So I don't know.
Is there any institution or group of individuals wise enough, clairvoyant enough,
Funko
trustworthy
Pop
enough that we ought to entrust with them the blueprint
Trekkie Hitler
for the future of life on Earth?
Stem cells make you
The
feel
battle
good?
between science and ethics is being played out right now in Washington, D.C.
What aboutism Hitler?
University have been ordered to destroy the world's first successful clone of a human embryo. Ordered to destroy it because they did not follow federal ethics rules. The researchers counter that their work is too important.
I'm glad you guys feel so geared with your stem cells.
Destroy, no matter what.
Coming up, this woman has a special vision that could
Yeah, but didn't that sheep clone turn out to be a big fucking fraud?
Your pet.
Once I make the connection, the first thing that I need to ask the animal is, are
This
you
bitch gets nodded, dude.
alive?
This bitch gets nodded all over the house.
Do we humans have an underdeveloped psychic ability to communicate?
Beard oil Hitler. That's the worst. That's the worst, most obnoxious Hitler. Yeah, I knew it was something up with that.
With animals. Psychic
We're
Carol
all kidding
Gurney
Hitler.
believes that we all do, and that she has been able to develop her own ability to communicate.
VHS collector Hitler. I got Revenge of the Nerds too on VHS. Wait, no. I got VHS. I got Revenge of the Nerds too on VHS at the Goodwill. Bro,
Between species. She uses her ability during desperate circumstances when someone is searching for their lost pet.
It's actually almost
Oh, Hammy needs your help. Hammy needs to find her
the
cat.
animal and becoming them and really feeling as they feel for that moment.
Carol Gurney uses the term
Juggalo Hitler?
interspecies communicator to describe her unique psychic ability.
I'll sit and in my mind silently, I'll say the name of the animal perhaps 3 times and then slowly begin to make that connection with the animal.
Vegan
Gurney
cyclist
believes
Hitler.
that
Oh,
if-
that's bad. That's a bad one.
Is this telepathic
Dress welfare Hitler.
connection, which enables her to
Gothic King Hitler.
locate missing pets?
Once I make the connection, the first thing I need to ask the animal is, are you alive? If
Oh
I
no,
get
furry
yes,
Hitler.
then I go on and I ask a series of questions to the animal. Are you lost?
What's
Or
up,
do
dog?
you know where you are?
You never ask a dog. You know what it's doing. You just say, "What's up, dog?"
She uses meditation to clear her mind of human thoughts and key into what she believes are the animal's thoughts.
Oftentimes when the animal is scared and they are truly lost, then it's my job to ask, you know, what do you see? Look to the right.
Und that dog done not that bit and drag around the house and flarf. That dog did not her up and drag around the house and fluff.
Look, you know,
The
what do you see
Foofenhaus.
when you look up? What do you see when you look to the left? Because sometimes they're really scared.
It was like losing my best friend. She was very much, she's always there. You know, was always ready to greet me when I came home and just all those things that you have a dog for, and was part of the family. It was like another child.
John Slosser
host Hitler.
contacted Carol Gurney after his dog
Bet you'd be a
Susie
good podcast host.
disappeared.
When I got in touch with Susie, she was
Mommy Hitler.
still alive, but very panicked.
Map Hitler.
And she showed me a picture of crossing
This Map
Pacific
Hitler
Coast
guy's a
Highway.
royal jerk.
And she showed me a picture of cactus that she had seen, and horses that she had been by, and also other animals, other dogs.
Lady, you were
that
not speaking to
behind
animals.
fences, and one particular black dog that she wanted to make contact with. She had also seen a horse crossing sign, but I think most importantly with this case, she kept showing me something orange.
About a day after I
Transgender Hitler.
called her, Carol called me back and said she had made contact with Susie and that the dog was alive. And she started describing to me the area where Susie might be found.
A couple of days later,
Hitler. Oh, that's bad.
Susie was found
We had Royce
in an
Hitler.
area that matched Gurney's visions in every detail.
I went to the area where the dog was found, and it had a
Dog psychic Hitler.
crossing sign. It had a corral with a horse. It had a black dog that had befriended Susie. It had all the elements, and it had the
Kevin
orange
Hitler,
fencing,
no.
which was surprising. It was that the orange fencing is only used at construction sites, and this area had all those elements.
Tina Sachs lost her dog Calamity in the confusion following the Northridge, California earthquake in 1994.
When I contacted Calamity, the sense was that she was alive.
Windshield washer Hitler.
From there, I asked her questions, where are you? And the first response I got was, I'm in the hills.
She had asked me,
Sensible haircut Hitler. That's got to be the worst. Sensible haircut Hitler has got to be the
mountains
worst.
around you? And the first ones I thought of was at the top of Topanga, Rocky Peak.
I got some sacks for you, Tina.
And she says, well, you need to go there. Your dog is there. She told me where to go and what to look for. Go to the mountains and look for rocks, horses,
Fucking Hitler.
old cars, palm trees, and a little house.
Tina was encouraged to try and form her own psychic link
Not
with
Mother
Calamity.
Hitler. That would be terrible.
In my head, I'm talking to my dog and telling her, you know, Calamity, come home, you have food, you have water, Mommy's looking for you.
Tina followed her instincts and
Empath Hitler.
clues. And just
Gen
as
Z
predicted,
Hitler?
Calamity was found in the mountains near a small abandoned building.
Tambourine Hitler. No, tambourine.
I think it was the next day Tina called me in
Her name was
tears.
Tina Sachs.
So happy because she had found
Los
Calamity.
Santos.
I lost her for 8 days, and if it wasn't for Carol,
BPD
I never would
Hitler.
have found her. Never.
We're born with the ability to communicate telepathically with animals. And what's happened is because we're such an intellectual society,
We're such an intellectual society, guys.
it's forgotten how to do it.
Lubricating.
Carol Gurney believes that in order to receive messages from our pets, we must first learn to be good listeners, and that means occasionally clearing our minds of mundane thoughts and developing what Gurney calls mental quiet. If you can clear the
Quiet.
psychic line, so to speak, animals won't get a busy signal when they try to communicate.
Sightings has expanded its America Online.
I still would
area.
stay away from
Keyword
tambourine
Sightings when you
Hitler.
log on for access to Sightings stories, images, and events. To subscribe to America
Rape Van Hitler.
Online, call 1-800-591-3344. And you can still
Karaoke Hitler.
reach Sightings 24 hours a day at 1-900-933-7444.
Until next time, remember, no mystery is closed to an open mind. For Sightings, I'm Tim
Guys,
White.
this was the worst one yet. Man, this show is bad.
Next on
No,
Sci-Fi.
no next.
Dark
No
Shadow.
next. No next. I want out. Guys, that was certainly something. Hansford. Hansford, you little shit, get the lights. Thanks, Hansford. Guys, I gotta get the hell out of here. I'll be back on Friday. We sure learned a whole bunch. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching all that or whatever and all that shit. I'll see you Friday. Some. Brr, brr.